Chapter 891 The Terrifying Merit Point Settlement. Please subscribe. _2 While Lin Yuan's 12th layer perfected Xianhuang physique might have no hope of successful cultivation in this universe, to the point that even reaching grand accomplishment is a luxury, the benefits are also immense. With the strong foundation of his current physical body, once the Xianhuang physique is cultivated to the 12th layer perfection, even his physical body alone could possibly challenge the Dominion realm powerhouses. Lin Yuan reviewed the harvest from the past 90 years. Simply put, compared to 90 years ago, Lin Yuan's strength has greatly increased. Now he likely can kill tens of thousands of 11th rank aliens without even needing to activate Divine Ability World-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's mind submerged into his mind's eye, gazing at the towering and magnificent Myriad Realms Gate. The more his strength and realm enhance, the greater the impact he feels when viewing the Myriad Realms Gate. It seemed to tower above all dimensional spaces, so much so that even the spatio-temporal fusion rule could not contain or cover it. 1,453 threads of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan slightly sensed the amount of world-breaking origin force. Such a tremendous amount is entirely sufficient to customize a very high-level dimension world traversal. The super large-scale war is about to end. It's time for the 11th traversal. Lin Yuan's expression became pensive, contemplating which type of traversal to choose for the 11th time. With Lin Yuan's current strength and realm, the choices left for him aren't many. Either to go on a custom traversal, or to descend into the immortal realm. The super large-scale war has ended. In the super large-scale battlefield, the Taiyang divine spirit emerged from the depths of the altar. According to the rules set by the various pinnacle races, occupying the altar for over 100 years grants leadership over the battleground, that is, victory in the war. In fact, long before 90 years ago, when the major pinnacle races' powerhouses withdrew from the super large-scale battlefield, it was already declared that the Human Civilization Alliance had achieved victory in the war. The war has ended. TSK, this super large-scale war was way too easy. Indeed, if not for the Galaxy Master, our human civilization wouldn't even talk about victory now. We might still be battling those pinnacle races. One by one, the evolvers of the Human Civilization Alliance withdrew from the battlefield, engaging in light conversations with each other. Apart from the initial period, which was somewhat stressful, the rest of the time during this war was incredibly comfortable. Although the points of merit gained were not as much as expected, after all, the Galaxy Master alone broke through the forces of 11 pinnacle races. Basically, these 11th rank individuals didn't have much to do, but it was safe, and many 11th rank powerhouses from the Human Civilization Alliance feel that throughout the entire war, they were just going through the motions, ending the war without much effort. And actually, the merit points gained by the many 11th rank powerhouses weren't few. Although they didn't exchange blows with the 11th rank aliens and thereby earn merits directly, the victory itself also resulted in a certain amount of merit points. Overall, in reality, the merit points gained by the 11th rank powerhouses didn't decrease much. After all, only 100 years were consumed. If not for the Galaxy Master, the human civilization could potentially fight this super large-scale war for thousands to tens of thousands of years before achieving victory. How great would it be if every war were this comfortable? Really did nothing and yet merits points are accredited. Ha ha ha, I've decided already, as long as the Galaxy Master presides over the war, I will definitely participate. Many 11th rank powerhouses successfully withdrew from the super large-scale battlefield, and then under the leadership of the highest powers of the Human Civilization Alliance, returned to the territory of human civilization. The location of the super large-scale battlefield is not within the territory of any race, but in a desolate star domain. Such star domains in the universe are vast and barren, completely without value for occupation. Not even the ordinary or weak races care for it. I should also leave. As the overseer of the Human Civilization Alliance, Lin Yuan naturally was the last to leave the battlefield. Glancing at the super large-scale battlefield, Lin Yuan felt somewhat reluctant. He had gained so much here, not to mention the physical essence of tens of thousands of 11th rank aliens, over 600 supreme weapons, numerous treasures and curiosities, etc. The super-large-scale war itself, with its profoundly mysterious spatio-temporal structure combination, gave Lin Yuan substantial gains. Over the 100 years, Lin Yuan's understanding of the fusion of time and space made rapid progress, primarily due to his against heavens understanding, but also watching and learning from the super-large-scale battlefield played no small part. Keep an avatar outside the battlefield. Sar the Nelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly, an avatar condensed and merged into the depths of multiple spatial layers, incessantly observing the large-scale battlefield itself. Indeed, after reaching the mid-tier of the sixth realm in spacetime, the large-scale battlefield wasn't of much benefit or help to Lin Yuan anymore, as many ultimate beings of 12th rank in spacetime understanding were on par with, or even inferior to Lin Yuan. But minor help is still help. After all, it's just leaving one avatar behind. With Lin Yuan's current mental and will strength, he can maintain hundreds of avatars at the 11th rank peak combat power at the same time without any pressure. Xianhuang's Secret Realm. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The official conclusion of the large-scale war meant that the next phase was the division of merits. It is when the three goddesses would judge each 11th rank evolutionist of human civilization, based on their performance in the large-scale battlefield, and thereafter assign merit point rewards. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan's gaze extended towards the cosmic starry skies. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit detached a strand of consciousness, connecting to the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan's true self resided in the Xianhuang Secret Realm, where the virtual world couldn't cover, and it's also a signal blind spot for the three goddesses. In truth, at the level Lin Yuan has reached, even without the isolation of Xianhuang's Secret Realm, if unwilling, even while within the territories of human civilization, he could easily isolate the virtual world and the three goddesses. Respected Grand War Commander of Large-Scale War, 9th Tier Citizen Scholar Yuan, your performance is currently under judgment. Please hold on. The solemn and serene voice of the Goddess of Wisdom resonated. For ordinary 11th rank evolutionists, the judgments of their performance on the battlefield could be resolved in an instant by the computational power of the three goddesses. After all, how much merit corresponds to how many merit points is already clearly defined, and there's no need for subjective judgments. But Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan's performance was too dazzling. It could even be said that without Lin Yuan, the course of this large-scale war would have been entirely different. The judgment of Lin Yuan's performance had to be extremely cautious, even relying on subjective reviews by 9 supreme beings. Time elapsed. Half an hour quickly passed by. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom once again echoed by Lin Yuan's ear. Respected Grand War Commander of Large-Scale War, 9th Tier Citizen Scholar Yuan, based on your performance in the battlefield, the final judgment is as follows. Killing count of alien 11th ranks. Obtained. Leading the first large-scale war victory. Obtained. Occupying the victory altar for a century. Obtained. After about 40 to 50 items of judgment by the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan finally heard the total number of merit points he had earned. After judgment, Scholar Yuan has earned a total of 2,162 billion, 345 million merit points in this war. Over 200 billion merit points. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This amount of merit points exceeded his expectations. Initially, Lin Yuan estimated that the merit points he earned would be at least 50 billion, but the upper limit might only be 100 billion, and about over 200 billion merit points? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. It must have included additional merits in the judgment, thought Lin Yuan. In the large-scale battlefield, Lin Yuan's performance was definitely not limited to just slaying tens of thousands of 11th rank aliens and leading the human civilization to ultimate victory, among other merits. It also had a special deterrent effect. At least for other peak race groups 11th rank powerhouses, including the strongest 11th ranks, all were left with severe psychological shadows by Lin Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 892, The 11th Time Travel. Subscribe please. Merit points are linked to one's contribution to the overall human civilization, and imposing an unparalleled deterrence on alien races, especially the peak races, is also beneficial to the expansion of human civilization, even greater than the intimidation by supreme powerhouses. At least the supreme powerhouses of human civilization have the ability to resist the major peak race powers. But the Galaxy Master? What can level 11 resist against? Judging by the Galaxy Master's performance on super-large battlefields, who can compete except the 12-star ultimate beings? Absolute invincibility brings utter despair to the level 11 of the mini-peak races. Over 200 billion merit points. Lin Yuan's face showed a smile. Such a tremendous amount of merit points left him momentarily unsure of how to use them. First, let's raise my citizen rank to 10th level. Lin Yuan thought to himself. From a 9th level citizen to a 10th level citizen requires 50 billion merit points. Before the opening of the super-large battlefield, Lin Yuan had never imagined he could amass such a quantity of merit points in a short time. He estimated it would only be possible after unlocking the complete Martial Tao 11th tier chapter. But now? 50 billion merit points? It's just a quarter of the excess of 200 billion. With Lin Yuan's citizen rank increase, soon his merit points balance decreased by 50 billion. And Lin Yuan's citizen rank, in half a breath, changed from 9th level to 10th level. 10th level citizen. Lin Yuan's eyes were bright. As far as he knew, the highest citizen rank of human civilization is the 11th level citizen. As for the 12th level citizen, in theory, a 12th level citizen could control the entire human civilization. But in reality, it is just a theory, and advancing to a 12th level citizen is not just a matter of merit points. Even as an 11th level citizen, there are only 9 in human civilization, the 9 supreme powerhouses. Therefore, a 10th level citizen is essentially the most revered citizen, just below the supreme powerhouses of human civilization. Even the supreme powerhouses will not overlook a 10th level citizen, as each has made indelible contributions to human civilization. The current 10th level citizens still alive in human civilization are very few, all from before the Starry Sea era, citizens of the dormant years of human civilization. In fact, during the dormant years of human civilization, obtaining merit points was much easier compared to the Starry Sea era. After all, at that time, human civilization was not the peak civilization that now sweeps across various alien races. Even with the ultimate opportunity, it was like walking on thin ice, and naturally, the threshold for merit points distribution was lower. In a sense, Lin Yuan is the first 10th level citizen born since the beginning of the Starry Sea era. 50 billion merit points. Even those evolutionary scholars who are adept at acquiring merit points couldn't gather that amount in over 2 million years. The Supreme President of human civilization is looking for me? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, noticing a video call request. The Supreme President of human civilization is a position, similar to a planetary governor, rotated every few years. Still, citizens who can serve as the Supreme President are impeccable in every aspect. After all, it's the highest visible leader of human civilization, assisting the 3 goddesses in governing the vast human civilization. And the supreme powerhouses. Generally, supreme powerhouses do not interfere in the routine affairs of human civilization, except in situations specified in the charter, where the 3 goddesses will consult the supreme powerhouses first. Supreme powerhouses are more a symbol of spiritual significance for human civilization. Of course, the fact that supreme powerhouses do not interfere in the routine affairs of humanity is because they couldn't be bothered. In reality, they wield a lot of power within human civilization. Respected Galaxy Master. The video connected, and an elderly man with white hair saluted Lin Yuan on the virtual screen. In terms of strength, Lin Yuan is in existence second only to a 12-star being, not only in human civilization, but also in the entire cosmic starry skies. In terms of citizen rank, Lin Yuan is now a 10th level citizen, and the first 10th level citizen since the start of the Starry Sea era, with an extremely revered meaning and status. Even the Supreme President, facing Lin Yuan, must show respect. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Then he briefly chatted with the Supreme President. The main purpose of this video call from the Supreme President was to congratulate Lin Yuan on becoming a 10th level citizen. And by the way, the Supreme President introduced Lin Yuan personally to the many benefits and treatments of a 10th level citizen. The basic benefits for a 10th level citizen are an elevated version of those for a 9th level citizen, encompassing all aspects. Even if Lin Yuan intends to serve as the Supreme President, he has a full 10% certainty. The discount for purchasing various resources and weapons has also reached 60%. This 60% applies to everything, even exchanging for supreme weapons, 12-star rarities, etc., at the discounted exchange value, equivalent to a loss-making exchange from human civilization for you. Not bad at all. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Let's set aside all the other upgraded version benefits for now. The mere 6-fold exchange rate is enough to break even. Given Lin Yuan's demand for resources during cultivation, it's only a matter of time before he earns back the value of 12-star treasures worth 50 billion merit points. The many privileges in the virtual world have also been enhanced. Lin Yuan explored and discovered that after becoming a 10th level citizen, if he wished, he could know the personal information of any citizen he saw. As far as the 10th level citizens within human civilization are concerned, there are virtually no secrets left. The ultimate chance. Lin Yuan looked at the information about the ultimate chance. This so-called ultimate chance was the greatest opportunity human civilization had received from the descent of countless heritages from beyond the universe before it entered seclusion. The ultimate chance led to the birth of 9 of the strongest beings in human civilization. Moreover, many fortunes have also allowed the development of human civilization to this day, with most of the clan suppression weapons, and even its foundation originating from that ultimate chance. The 10th ultimate evolutionary pathway? Lin Yuan's heart twitched slightly. Among the ultimate chances obtained by human civilization, the most important were 10 ultimate evolutionary pathways. The 10 ultimate evolutionary pathways mentioned here do not have any ultimate beings, and their value is beyond measure. The paths taken by the 9 strongest beings of human civilization are among these 9 pathways. The 10th ultimate evolutionary pathway is exceedingly special and obscure, and so far no one from human civilization has successfully traversed it to reach the ultimate level, entirely different from the martial Tao evolutionary pathway. After browsing through it, Lin Yuan realized that he automatically acquired this ultimate evolutionary pathway after becoming a 10th level citizen. Within the entire human civilization, only citizens with significant contributions can hope to be gifted with this evolutionary path, while the other 9 ultimate evolutionary pathways are widely disseminated. This is because there are ultimate beings presiding over them. In contrast, this ultimate evolutionary pathway is the path to the 12th level, and it will not be disseminated until a sufficient number of level 11 perfect beings are born. After Lin Yuan received this ultimate evolutionary pathway, he also saw the number of cultivators practicing this pathway. Only over 100, with the strongest among them at the 4th stage of level 11. Pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. This ultimate evolutionary pathway does not cultivate the physical body, soul, or internal world, but aims to analyze all things, the cosmic starry skies and the chaos void as its ultimate goals. Although it has a high potential limit, the path Lin Yuan pioneered, the martial Tao evolutionary, is distinctly different, even bearing little resemblance for reference. This is what it means to be a 10th level citizen. Lin Yuan broadly understood all privileges and benefits of being a 10th level citizen. In summary, it could be described in 4 words. Do as one pleases. A 10th level citizen, especially one who ascends through the most formal means after the Starry Sea era begins, can basically do anything within human civilization. There were some 10th level citizens before Lin Yuan, but they were all born before the Starry Sea era. The thresholds they crossed and the privileges they enjoy are not the same as Lin Yuan's. To put it simply, the privileges that the 10th level citizens before Lin Yuan enjoyed can be considered a castrated version of what Lin Yuan now enjoys. There is nothing pressing at the moment. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. I can undertake the 11th traversal now. If it were not for the need for him to preside over the super-large battlefield, Lin Yuan would have likely started his 11th traversal decades ago. Though the outcome of the super-large battlefield had been determined 90 years earlier, to ensure absolute certainty, Lin Yuan waited until the war was completely concluded before he began to prepare for the next traversal. Thinking this, Lin Yuan's spirit sank into the depths of his consciousness and arrived in front of the majestic and venerable Myriad Realms Gate. Let's set this traversal to take place in the Immortal Realm. Sar the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan made the decision in his heart. The Immortal Realm, as a superior world to the Spirit Realm, was revealed to Lin Yuan upon ascending to the 9th layer of heaven in the Spirit Realm, where he discovered a corner of that vast world towering above the Spirit Realm. By obtaining the world coordinates, this is identified as the Immortal Realm. According to the intelligence information Lin Yuan gathered in the Spirit Realm, whether it's the Spirit Realm or the even lower Central Divine China world, both are influenced by the Immortal Realm. The ancestor of the Immortal Path, who once wandered billions of worlds in dreams, propagated the Immortal Cultivation System. And the ancestor of the Immortal Path is the only ultimate existence beyond the main universe that Lin Yuan is aware of. The ultimate domain where the ancestor of the Immortal Path stands tall is the very Immortal Path itself. During the traversal, my true self will continue to absorb resources and cultivate the body of Xianhuang. Lin Yuan arranged numerous affairs. Now Lin Yuan's practice of body of Xianhuang has inclined towards instinct, and even without the control of conscious will, he reflexively cultivates, devouring various resources to strengthen himself. It's just like how the heart continues to beat and body functions continue to operate even when one is asleep. This arrival in the Immortal Realm, my stay would last for 2,100 years. With the main world's time-speed ratio being 1:20, does that mean 2,100 years in the Immortal Realm will result in 100 years elapsing in the main universe? Lin Yuan sent out a strand of conscious will, following the coordinates of the Immortal Realm, briefly observed the vast world, and gleaned some information. The 1:20 time-speed ratio indicates that the Immortal Realms level is getting very close to that of the main universe. 100 years. Announce that I will be in seclusion for the next 100 years. Lin Yuan made all the preparations and immediately initiated the 11th traversal. Buzz buzz buzz. The Myriad Realms Gate faintly emitted fluctuations as Lin Yuan poured all his conscious will into the gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 893 First Arrival in the Immortal Realm. Please subscribe. Immortal Realm, Xiantian Immortal Domain. The Xiantian Immortal Domain is one of 33 immortal domains, vast and boundless, situated near the Demon Abyss. Within the Immortal Domain, numerous immortals are engaged in constant battles with the countless demons emerging from the depths of the Demon Abyss. A streak of escape light flashed by in an instant, faintly suffused with the scent of blood, evidently akin to a blood escape method that consumes the origin source. Within the escape light was a young man, pale-faced, weak in breath. The young man's name was Gao Wuyo, who not long ago explored an ancient relic with a close friend. As a result, he obtained a great opportunity. The relic was left by a Jade Immortal, containing treasures of the level of a Jade Immortal. That friend, in order to monopolize the opportunity, launched a sneak attack and seriously injured Gao Wuyo. In a desperate struggle, Gao Wuyo barely escaped but was still pursued by his friend. Ha 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 ha, Gao Wuyo, with the poison of the demon marrowing you. Unless a golden immortal takes action, your death is certain. Why bother resisting? Instead of constantly enduring the agony of marrow extraction, why not let your brother save you from this pain? Wu, for mere relics, if you wanted them, you could have just said so. Why resort to such measures? Just said so? Would you have given them to me if I simply asked? These are treasures left by a Jade Immortal. Wu, you've helped me many times. Is there anything between us that can't be discussed? Forget about it. I only trust myself. Discuss? Too troublesome. Once you're dead, won't all the treasures be mine? Gao Wuyo continued to burn his essence blood, flashes of conversation with Wu during the pursuit crossing his mind, which momentarily filled him with despair. He truly treated Wu as kin, and the path of cultivation is lonely enough. As a mentor, Wu's status was extraordinary. Regrettably, for an unclear opportunity left by a Jade Immortal, Wu didn't hesitate to turn on him with cruel intent. Although Gao Wuyo was well aware that the path of immortality was fraught with deceit, and one must always be wary, he still couldn't believe that Wu would do such a thing to him. So be it. Consider this as repayment for the kindness of these years. Gao Wuyo's consciousness slowly sunk into darkness. With his severe injuries and the poisoning by demon marrow, he indeed couldn't hold on much longer. He burned his essence blood to flee, merely wanting to understand why Wu would turn against him. With Gao Wuyo's strength, he could completely attempt to destroy the Jade Immortal's opportunity before his death, at least the part that contained the recorded legacy and cultivation methods. But in the end, Gao Wuyo did not do so. Since Wu wanted the opportunity, he might as well take it. Just as Gao Wuyo's will completely plummeted into darkness, a new consciousness quietly awakened. Gao Wuyo's expression suddenly became calm. He glanced around the environment with a frown. Lin Yuan quickly absorbed Gao Wuyo's memories, understanding the current situation, where his closest brother was hunting him, and he too was resigned to death. A Jade Immortal's opportunity? Lin Yuan's thoughts churned. After absorbing Gao Wuyo's memories, he naturally understood the level of this opportunity. The cultivation system of the immortal realm, following that of Central Divine Continent, Spirit Realm, is divided into Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Nascent Soul, Divinity Transformation, Refined Void, Union, Transcendence Tribulation, Mahayana, Golden Immortal, Jade Immortal, Ancestral Master. Among them, the Transcendence Tribulation stage corresponds to the 8th layer of the main universe. Mahayana is the 9th layer, Golden Immortal corresponds to the 10th layer, Jade Immortal to the 11th layer, and the Ancestral Master is the ultimate 12th layer of the main universe. Of course, these stage correspondences are mere estimates. Differences in cultivation systems mean that even within the same level, there can be variations in power, but the overall gap is not significant. Gao Wuyo was a rogue cultivator of the Xiantian Immortal Domain at the Transcendence Tribulation stage, while Wu at the peak of the Transcendence Tribulation stage had known each other since the Nascent Soul stage, traveled side by side, and stepped into the Transcendence Tribulation stage together. I am now. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed tightly, sensing the dire state of his current body. Severe injuries were the least of his concerns. With Lin Yuan's awakened spirit and will, he could suppress it with a thought, preventing the injuries from worsening. SE of the novel, FIR. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, based on Lin Yuan's control over the body. As long as he had time, any injury could be healed. Once the divine skill's imprint blood resurrection was reproduced onto this body, he could completely be termed as having an undying physique. But what about the poison of demon marrow? The poison of demon marrow originated from the unfathomable demon abyss, a peculiar poison for cultivators on the immortal path, which suppressed mana and soul. The pain during poisoning was as agonizing as marrow being extracted from bone. The poison of demon marrow that affected Lin Yuan was of the Transcendence Tribulation level, only hoping for a Golden Immortal's intervention for a cure. Of course, that's for a cultivator on the immortal path. Lin Yuan does not fall within this range. Let's see. Lin Yuan carefully examined the demon marrow poison inside his body. Your perception is against the heavens. Observing unknown toxins, you rapidly enhance your understanding of this type of poison. Lin Yuan prioritized dealing with the demon marrow poison because he perceived that this virulent poison could cause irreversible damage to the body and soul. Although this irreversible was not absolute for Lin Yuan, it was still troublesome, so it's better to resolve it quickly. In the high sky behind Lin Yuan, Wu was rapidly traversing through space, his vast divine consciousness faintly locking onto the fleeing Gao Wuyo. Wu's name was Wu Xiangyan, currently closely following Gao Wuyo. The method of blood escape is innately consuming on the origin source, plus the poison of demon marrow. Gao Wuyo, you can't hold out for long. Wu Xiangyan thought to himself coldly. Indeed, his relationship with Gao Wuya was profound, but what of that? Could any relationship be more valuable than one's own path to enlightenment? After stepping into the Transcendence Tribulation stage, Wu Xiangyan became increasingly aware that with his own talents, the chances of breaking through to the Mahayana realm were practically non-existent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 894 First Arrival in the Immortal Realm. Request for subscription. _2 To take the next step forward, he had to rely on external opportunities. Therefore, in recent years, he has been frantically exploring the nearby relics, and to ensure his own safety, he dragged Gao Wuya along. In Wu Xianjian's eyes, Gao Wuya was merely a pawn, completely disposable when necessary. I am not wrong. To become a strong person, one must be cold and ruthless, even towards close kin in the face of opportunity, let alone friends and comrades. Only with such absolute devotion to cultivation, treating it as one's everything, can one achieve great success. Wu Xianjian's thoughts stirred, and he immediately became fervent. This time, in the relics they explored, they actually found an opportunity of the Jade Immortal level. Jade Immortal. That is Jade Immortal. Even in the Xiantian Immortal domain, a Jade Immortal is a high and mighty figure. A hint of opportunity from them could enable him to leap to Mahayana, or even Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, at that time Gao Wuya was closer to the Jade Immortal opportunity, so he took it first. Wu Xiangyan felt helpless. The Jade Immortal opportunity had fallen into Gao Wuya's hands. He had to act early, otherwise what if Gao Wuya ran away with the Jade Immortal opportunity? Gao Wuya must die. Wu Xiangyan thought to himself. This was not only because Gao Wuya had taken the Jade Immortal opportunity. Even if he hadn't, Wu Xiangyan still wouldn't let Gao Wuya go. A Jade Immortal opportunity? How significant is that? Only if he alone knew about it, it was safe. The more people know, the greater the risk of leakage. If the matter of the Jade Immortal opportunity got out, it would attract many from the Mahayana realm, and even Golden Immortals. By then he would not be able to keep the Jade Immortal opportunity. Therefore, to play it safe, everyone who knew about the Jade Immortal opportunity had to die. Once I get the Jade Immortal opportunity, I will go to Kangwu Immortal City for a secluded cultivation. I absolutely will not go out until I've entered the Mahayana realm. Wu Xiangyan thought to himself, having already devised a series of plans for himself. Your perceptivity defies the heavens, observing unknown poisons, completely mastering this type of poison. Lin Yuan maintained the art of blood escape and merely observed the poison inside his body for a dozen breaths. And he had already completely mastered the demonic marrow poison. Completely mastering it means fully understanding this poison, and also being able to easily detox. Although demonic marrow poison was terrifying, Lin Yuan's realm was too high. Level 11 perfect, very close to level 12. The demonic marrow poison of Transcendence Tribulation stage, in Lin Yuan's eyes, was not much different from trivial. In fact, if it wasn't for the demonic marrow poison being a unique severe poison in the immortal realm, which was slightly unfamiliar to Lin Yuan, ordinary 8th layer poison would have been instantly comprehended and mastered by him. To detox the demonic marrow poison is very simple. Lin Yuan ceased his observation and began circulating his qi and blood. The detox method for demonic marrow poison, in the eyes of many immortals in the immortal realm, can only be forcibly resolved by relying on a higher level of immortal path origin source. For instance, demonic marrow poison of the Transcendence Tribulation stage would require a golden immortal level of immortal path origin source to suppress and erase it. But after completely mastering and understanding this poison, Lin Yuan could counteract the poison without any risk, starting from the very perimeter. Under Lin Yuan's control, countless qi and blood subtly converged and interwove, blending with the demonic marrow poison rooted deep in his physique and soul. Gradually, all the demonic marrow poison began to transform, forming a rich vitality force, starting to heal the injuries of Lin Yuan's physical body. Demonic marrow poison is a severe poison, but also a great tonic if completely transformed and directly absorbed. Solved. Lin Yuan slightly nodded his head, having understood the demonic marrow poison. A single thought dissolved all accumulated severe poison deep in his body and soul. One should know, even if there were really a golden immortal willing to expend their origin source to save someone severely poisoned by demonic marrow, it would also require a considerable amount of time. Hundreds to thousands of years of recovery might be needed. Moreover, for a golden immortal to spend origin source to save someone just at the transcendence tribulation stage? Even close relatives might not choose to do so. CTH novel F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Consuming origin source would cause a decline in strength, which is dangerous for any golden immortal, highly likely prompting enemies to take advantage and strike. Gao Wuyo stopped. From the high altitude behind, Wu Xiangyan slightly startled. For in his spiritual sense that had locked on, he found that Gao Wuyo, who was fleeing using the art of blood escape, had voluntarily dispersed the escape light and halted in place. It's because he's reached his limit. Wu Xiangyan had a clear understanding. Within his prediction, Gao Wuyo could only last this long, due to the consumption of the art of blood escape, the severe injuries, and the torment of the demonic marrow poison. Gao Wuyo being able to endure till now, already counted as having a firm will and profound strength. I hope the Jade Immortal opportunity isn't too badly damaged. Thinking inside, Wu Xiangyan also anticipated that Gao Wuyo, before dying, would probably try his best to destroy the Jade Immortal opportunity. Those items and immortal artifacts at the Jade Immortal level, Gao Wuyo definitely couldn't handle, but the Jade Slip's recording techniques and legacies maybe not. But Wu Xiangyan felt, even the most fragile Jade Slip, being left by the Jade Immortal, should not be so easily destroyed, right? Especially given Gao Wuyo's condition. How much strength could he have to destroy them? Swoosh. Wu Xiangyan also stopped his motion, gazing towards the distant Gao Wuyo. Gao Wuyo? Why aren't you running anymore? Wu Xiangyan carefully observed Gao Wuyo. Although convinced that Gao Wuyo was already spent, he still couldn't be careless. The Jade Immortal opportunity was right before his eyes, the path to broaden his journey right in front. Wu Xiangyan certainly did not want to capsize in the gutter. Gao Wuyo, do you have any last words now? Wu Xiangyan looked at Gao Wuyo, an unusual feeling faintly surfacing in his heart. For some reason, the Gao Wuyo before his eyes felt strange, as if he was no longer the Gao Wuyo he knew. Forget it, let's just take action. Wu Xiangyan felt somewhat panicky inside, and decided to use his strongest killing move to end Gao Wuyo. Originally, he had planned to savor the feeling of victory, but now the unfamiliarity of Gao Wuyo made his heart tremble. 5 Elements Cycle. With a thought from Wu Xiangyan, the powers of the 5 elements rules, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth started to circulate. Each of the 5 elements was a fundamental rule, but combined, they could approach the pillar-level rules. Wu Xiangyan was able to possess the peak strength of the Transcendence Tribulation stage by relying on his understanding of the 5 elements rules. In fact, Wu Xiangyan vaguely sensed, if he could continue on the path of the 5 elements, he might have a chance to step into the Mahayana realm. But it was just a slim chance, and he didn't know how much time it would cost. So ultimately Wu Xiangyan decided to place his hopes on external opportunities. Lin Yuan spared a sliver of his spirit, glancing at Wu Xiangyan. He had been focusing most of his spirit on his physical body, constantly making numerous adjustments to it with his own spiritual will. In Lin Yuan's eyes, Gao Wuyo's physical body was terribly inadequate. Many powers were uncoordinated, which wasn't an issue of the strength or weakness of the physical body but one of perfection. Even the weakest physical body, an ordinary mundane body, as long as its various powers were united, could be considered perfect. Of course, the stronger the physical body, the more enormous the powers it contained, and the harder it was to coordinate them all. 5 Elements Rules. Lin Yuan remembered Wu Xiangyan, whom his original self regarded as a kin, heaved a sigh, and the space-time in all directions began to solidify. All rules, including the 5 Elements rules, began to shatter. Dozens of pillar-level fusion rules insights reached the 7th realm, as well as the mid-stage 6th realm insights into the spatio-temporal fusion rule. This allowed Lin Yuan, even though he had just arrived and hadn't fully adjusted his physical body, to have enough self-protection power, Or at least if faced with a Jade Immortal's pursuit, he could easily escape by leveraging his mastery over spacetime. As for someone at the peak of the Transcendence Tribulation stage like Wu Xiangyan, no different from an ant. What? Wu Xianjian's pupils suddenly constricted. In his field of vision, the 5 elements rules he had comprehended seemed to have completely vanished. In an instant, not only the 5 elements rules, but all other rule fluctuations also disappeared, as if he had come to a realm completely devoid of rules. Run! A great fear surged in Wu Xianjian's heart, although he did not understand the reason for all this, or its connection to Gao Wuyo. He fled far away without hesitation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 895 Little Guy, meekly offer your flesh. Please subscribe. Swoosh. Wu Xiangyan had not gotten very far when the surrounding time and space began to change, and time and space were compressed until they were held between Lin Yuan's palms. You're not Gao Wuyo? Who exactly are you? Wu Xianjian's face displayed extreme terror. He had once glimpsed a Jade Immortal carriage crossing the sky from afar, and the suppression of the many rules it represented was still imprinted in his heart. But compared to the Jade Immortal carriage, which was unattainably high, the time and space manipulated by Gao Wuyo at this moment seemed as trivial as dust. The two were not on the same level at all. Who am I? Lin Yuan slightly smiled. You don't need to know that. With a mere thought from Lin Yuan, Wu Xianjian's physical body and soul were erased, leaving behind only the fragments of his spirit that contained memories. Having just entered the immortal realm, Lin Yuan naturally wanted to understand the situation in the immortal realm. Aside from Gao Wuyo's memories, Wu Xianjian's memories were naturally worth examining. Not dead. After completely erasing Wu Xiangyan, Lin Yuan faintly felt the presence of the other's causality, through the connection of cause and effect at an incredibly distant place. In a deep underground cavern. When Wu Xiangyan was erased by Lin Yuan, a patch of black water in this underground cavern began to ripple rapidly, and the spirit will belonging to Wu Xiangyan awakened deep within the water. I'm dead. The revived spirit will was slightly astonished, followed by a succession of images flashing through its mind from just before death. The black water was Wu Xianjian's life pool, which he had refined at a great cost. Once his true body perished, the fragments of spirit will in the life pool would rapidly grow to perfection. That is to say, he would be resurrected. Such a terrifying method. What's the deal with that Gao Wuyo? How could he have such a masterful control over the rules? The resurrected Wu Xiangyan still had a look of terror. That's impossible. If Gao Wuyo had such strength, how could I have seriously wounded him before? Wu Xiangyan couldn't understand. Fortunately, I spent most of my fortune refining this life pool. Otherwise, I would have completely perished just now. Wu Xiangyan steadfastly thought to himself, feeling fortunate in his heart. For a cultivator at the Transcendence Tribulation stage, refining a life pool is no easy feat. Only someone like Wu Xiangyan, who secretly plundered other weaker cultivators, could barely scrape together the cost to refine a life pool. That Gao Wuyo, he must have a big secret. If I tell those Golden Immortals and Jade Immortals about this secret, I should be able to receive a reward. Although Wu Xiangyan resurrected, his status was akin to starting over, urgently needing abundant resources to recover. And Gao Wuyo's secret is the key to his rise once again. Even if those Golden Immortals are not interested in Gao Wuyo, the opportunities related to the Jade Immortal would have some allure. At this moment, Wu Xiangyan acknowledged himself clearly, realizing that regaining the Jade Immortal opportunity was practically impossible. Moreover, Wu Xiangyan did not dare to confront Gao Wuyo again, as the mastery and suppression over time, space, and many rules still caused him to tremble with insecurity. Too terrifying. But while he did not dare to confront Gao Wuyo, he could still betray information regarding Gao Wuyo and the opportunity of the Jade Immortal. Just as Wu Xiangyan planned to rest for a while before leaving the underground. Buzz buzz buzz, an invisible attack, following the omnipresent connection of causal rules, crossed countless distances before crashing down thunderously. No! The spirit will within the depths of the black life pool had no chance to react before all the black water turned into dust, and the spirit will within it was equally annihilated. Now it's completely resolved. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand. Upon realizing that Wu Xiangyan was still alive, he casually performed a causal curse killing. Lin Yuan's true realm is level 11 perfect, and Wu Xiangyan merely 8th layer. To curse kill a life at such a level, Lin Yuan did not even need to pay any price. Find a place to recover from injuries. Lin Yuan surveyed himself and silently disappeared from the spot. Although the poison of the demonic marrow had been cured, his gravely injured flesh still needed to recover. Deep within a mountain range, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in a cavern. The environment of the immortal realm far surpasses that of the spirit realm. Lin Yuan finally had time to sense the atmosphere of the immortal realm. Even in this remote mountain range, he could still feel the rich immortal qi permeating the air. In such an environment, the hope of cultivation to the stage of transcendence was unfathomably more potent than in the spirit realm. The ancestor of the immortal path. Sir the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, feeling faintly with his level, like a colossal entity, resembling the sun overlooking all beings, illuminating life. All the cultivators within the boundless immortal cultivation system originated from that colossal entity. It truly is ultimate. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. At this moment, he was utterly certain that the ancestor of the immortal path, who spread the immortal cultivation system, was indeed an ultimate existence. Only, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Within his perception, in addition to the ancestor of the immortal path shining over life like the brilliant sun, deep in the underground, there was also an unfathomable colossal entity. Its aura was completely opposite to that of the ancestor of the immortal path, filled with endless madness and destruction. Another ultimate existence? The ultimate from the depths of the demon abyss? Lin Yuan was aware of Gao Wei's memories and understood the existence of the demon abyss. That place was a confluence of all evil and madness, where countless demons crawled out of the demon abyss every moment, and then they were suppressed by the immortals from the 33 immortal domains. The ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss? That's rather interesting. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, vaguely speculating that this was a struggle between two ultimate existences, and it seemed that the ancestor of the immortal path had the upper hand for now. At least in the immortal realm, the immortals generally were dominant against those demons. And whether it was the spirit realm or the central divine China world, the immortal cultivation system prevailed. But what about the demonic Tao cultivation system? Indeed, it existed but wasn't the main trend. This also reflected the outcome of the struggle between the two ultimate existences, somewhat invisibly. Next, Lin Yuan took out the soul judgment artifact carrying Wu Xianjian's memories, and began to quickly browse through them. Compared with the original Gao Wuyo, Wu Xianjian's memories were much more heterogeneous, including not only cultivation, but also many fragments of memories plundered from weaker cultivators. All in all, Wu Xiangyan was someone who would stoop to any means for cultivation. In fact, such people were not uncommon in the immortal realm, even quite frequent, and there were too many instances of brothers turning against each other for opportunities. He did accumulate quite a few cultivation resources. Lin Yuan sorted through Wu Xianjian's spoils of war, which were a considerable fortune for someone at the same transcendence tribulation stage level. But to Lin Yuan, they were quite unimpressive and hardly caught his eye. Let's take a look at the Jade Immortal Opportunity. With a thought, Lin Yuan took out a piece of white, translucent jade. A mysterious aura lingered on the jade, an aura that surpassed that of a golden immortal, and it was the basis for Wu Xianjian's assertion that it was a Jade Immortal Opportunity. Aside from the opportunities left by a Jade Immortal, no other opportunities would have such aura remaining. Jade Immortal? Lin Yuan's face showed interest. A Jade Immortal corresponded to a level 11 powerhouse in the main universe. Such an opportunity left by a being of this level, for Lin Yuan at his prime, was naturally not much. But now, Lin Yuan was practically starting all over again, and he was quite interested. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan separated out a wisp of consciousness to begin refining the jade. The jade was presumably a type of spatial immortal artifact, containing vast internal space. Before long, Lin Yuan completely refined the jade. Lin Yuan's consciousness entered the jade. Inside was an expansive world densely packed with countless resources, neatly stacked. Cloud crane grass, dark water immortal lotus, 10,000 souls fruit, 2 lives tree. Lin Yuan looked and saw many resources and spirit fruits that were extremely rare in Gao Wuyo and Wu Xianjian's memories, and even some that they had only heard about, piled up like small mountains. This was just what Gao Wuyo and Wu Xianjian had heard about. Most of the resources were unheard of to them, but based on the energy aura radiating from these resources, Lin Yuan could tell they were valuable. Is this the Jade Immortal opportunity? It should be more accurately called the entire fortune of a Jade Immortal? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The resources within the Jade had far exceeded something as simple as an opportunity. Many Jade Immortals' entire fortunes probably couldn't compare. And the arrangement of these resources was very orderly, from low to high, as if specially prepared for someone later. Am I this lucky? Just as my consciousness awakens, I come across such a great benefit? Lin Yuan thought to himself that while these resources couldn't restore him to his prime, they should be enough to bring him back to the 10th rank summit. And there's a lot of immortal path skill inheritances? Lin Yuan's gaze turned to a corner of the world within the jade, where piles of jade slips were clearly recording various skills and inheritances. Lin Yuan continued to disperse his consciousness to explore each one. A complete immortal cultivation system would undoubtedly provide a good boost for Lin Yuan to open up the 11th layer chapter of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Golden Immortal? Jade Immortal? Golden nature is indestructible, jade nature never falls, the body like gold, the soul like jade, perpetually unyielding. Lin Yuan quickly absorbed the immortal path skill inheritances recorded in these jades, which offered a completely different exposition on the essence of cultivation evolution compared to those level 11 evolutionary paths in the main universe. Just as Lin Yuan was browsing through each jade slip, among all the jade slips, one that was purple was quietly situated there. Soon, Lin Yuan's consciousness delved into this purple jade slip. Buzz! A massive consciousness within the jade slip awakened, swiftly spreading along Lin Yuan's consciousness, piercing through the soul barrier, and soon arriving outside the spirit world. Ha ha ha, the old ancestor has waited for millions of years, and now the time has finally come. This consciousness was extremely excited, spreading incessantly along Lin Yuan's consciousness, breaking through the soul barrier, and quickly approaching the exterior of the spirit world. Little fellow, obediently offer up your body. Rest assured, the old ancestor is a supreme jade immortal. To possess your body is the greatest honor. This massive consciousness that resurrected from the purple jade slip couldn't wait to enter the spirit world, intending to replace Lin Yuan's spiritual will, and truly resurrect. With the old ancestor here, your body is destined to shake the 33 immortal domains. The resurrected consciousness from the purple jade slip swiftly entered the spirit world, and was about to locate Lin Yuan's spiritual will when it suddenly stopped, and the spread of its consciousness halted abruptly, for before it was a towering figure seated cross-legged, an image that seemed to fill the heavens and earth, supreme and vast, strong and broad. Compared to this towering figure, the newly awakened consciousness from the purple jade slip was like a speck of dust. The resurrecting consciousness of the Jade Immortal fell silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 896: The Conflict Between Immortals and Demons. Subscription request. Spirit world, boundless and vast. This is the region where the will of Live's spirit resides. It can be extremely small or immensely vast, depending on the strength of one's own spirit will. An ordinary mortal's spirit world might be as cramped as a thatched hut. The stronger one's spirit will, the more vast their spirit world becomes. The consciousness of the Jade Immortal, bursting with exhilaration into Lin Yuan's spirit world, did not initially notice the boundless vista of the spirit world. All of his attention was captured by the towering, majestic figure sitting cross-legged at the center of the spirit world. Is this the spirit will? The consciousness of the Jade Immortal stood dumbfounded, staring blankly. As a once 11th layer Jade Immortal, even though his real body had perished, his memory and insight remained nearly intact, and the essence of his spirit will had not weakened much. But now, compared to the colossal entity in the distance, there was no comparison at all. The consciousness of the Jade Immortal had interacted with many Jade Immortals of the same level, and everyone's spirit will was on the same level. Even if there were differences, they would not be too significant. Being able to cultivate to a Jade Immortal? Generally, the spirit will isn't too weak. Am I seizing the ancestral master? The consciousness of the Jade Immortal couldn't help but raise such a thought. Such a terrifying spirit will couldn't possibly belong to a mere Jade Immortal. Only the ancestor of the immortal path, the supreme being across the 33 domains of the immortal realm, might possess a spirit will of this degree? Lin Yuan's spirit will opened his eyes, looking down on the minuscule consciousness of the Jade Immortal. Within the spirit world, one can only rely on the strength of their own spirit will, akin to the reflection of one's life essence within the river of time. Lin Yuan's spirit will index reached more than 33 million points, which was formidable even on the 12th layer ultimate plane. Naturally, it was not something an 11th layer Jade Immortal could compare to. In fact, when Lin Yuan touched that purple jade slip, he sensed an issue immediately as the consciousness of the Jade Immortal surged upward, spreading along the spirit he had extended. Lin Yuan could have stopped it then. But when he realized that this consciousness of the Jade Immortal targeted his spirit consciousness, more precisely his spirit will, Lin Yuan immediately decided not to stop it. The spirit world was Lin Yuan's home ground. With the strength of his spirit will, even if the spirit will of a 12th layer ancestral master descended, it would likely leave with nothing achieved. This consciousness of the Jade Immortal invading Lin Yuan's spirit world was like meat jumping onto the chopping block. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not refuse. After all, the consciousness came from a Jade Immortal, and Lin Yuan's current strength had not recovered much. Resolving this consciousness would still require some methods. Being in the immortal realm, Lin Yuan did not intend to expose his true spirit will, as it might be perceived by the ancestor of the immortal path. But if the other party fell into his own spirit world, that risk was no longer a concern. No, you're not the ancestral master. After a brief stupor, the consciousness of the Jade Immortal gradually came to its senses. It had once heard the ancestral master preach, and could recognize the aura of the ancestor of the immortal path. The aura spread by Lin Yuan's spirit will was completely different from that of the ancestral master. And if Lin Yuan were really the ancestral master, would he allow him to enter his spirit world? With the mighty power controlled by the ancestral master, a single thought could obliterate him. However, before the consciousness of the Jade Immortal could ponder further, everything before its eyes began to plunge into darkness. It's good for someone not very familiar with the immortal realm. CTH Novelfire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he suppressed the Jade Immortal's consciousness with a casual flick, and began extracting and browsing through its memories. Although he had just assimilated the memories of his original identity Gao Wuyo and Wu Xiangyan. But in the end, both were merely transcendence tribulation stage cultivators, with not much understanding of the deeper and higher level intelligence of the immortal realm. Yet this consciousness of the Jade Immortal might be different. An 11th layer Jade Immortal already counted as one of the top powerhouses in this part of the immortal realm. Examining the memories of this Jade Immortal's consciousness would be of great assistance to Lin Yuan. Several dozen breaths later, Lin Yuan had completely reviewed the memories of the Jade Immortal's consciousness. Immortal realm? Demon abyss? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. In the memory of his original identity Gao Wuyo, there were many pieces of information about the demon abyss. The demons of the demon abyss were the existentially deadly enemies of all immortals. Any immortal encountering a demon must fight with all their might. And in the memories of the Jade Immortal consciousness, Lin Yuan gained even more specific knowledge about the demon abyss. The demon abyss, as the other face of the immortal realm, is the resting place of the ancestor of the demon abyss. The endless hordes of demons are but the manifestation of the demonic chi emitted by the resting ancestor of the demon abyss. The immortal realm and the demon abyss are constantly in conflict. Every few million to tens of millions of years, part of the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss will awaken. At that time, the demons deep within the demon abyss will crazily invade the immortal realm, and numerous golden immortals, and even jade immortals will pour all their efforts into fighting these demons. The consciousness of the jade immortal was named Yunjinzi, who fell during the Great War between immortals and demons 9 million years ago. However, for powerhouses at the level of a jade immortal, survival and resurrection strategies had already been prepared during their lifetime. The reviving consciousness within the purple jade slip was one such method. Once touched, the consciousness inside would be activated, and then seize the being that touched the jade slip. Yunjinzi, wishing for an easier path of cultivation after his resurrection, had thoughtfully prepared many resources from low to high, just waiting to successfully possess a body and quickly regain his peak condition. Unfortunately, Yunjinzi chose the wrong person. The most dreadful thing about demons is not their strength, but their contamination. Lin Yuan's expression slightly hardened, realizing that even as a jade immortal, fighting a demon of similar level bore the risk of contamination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 897 The Struggle Between Immortals and Demons. Subscribe please. _2 The contamination here refers to memory pollution, spiritual contamination. In fact, Yunjinzi had prepared far more than just the method of resurrection such as the purple jade slip. He also created numerous life pools and life stones. The moment his true body fell, his consciousness would resurrect upon the life pools and life stones. However, the consciousness that resurrected in sync was all tainted with the contamination carried by the magical creatures. Only this purple jade slip, isolating the inside from the outside, blocking memories, severing cause and effect, and even unable to resurrect on its own, managing to barely avoid the pollution by relying on an external force to trigger it. Ancestor of the demon abyss? Lin Yuan thought to himself. With his realm's perception, he had long sensed that 12th-layer existence deep in the demon abyss, but he didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. The pollution of the demonic creatures probably poses no threat to me. Lin Yuan thought privately. The so-called pollution is not necessarily undefendable, but rather depends on whether one's own spiritual will is strong enough. Lin Yuan's mental consciousness is obviously strong enough. Let alone the pollution of demonic creatures, even the contamination from the ancestor of the demon abyss, Lin Yuan could easily withstand. Originally, I had planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, but now it seems there is no need for that. After sorting through Yunjinzi's memories, Lin Yuan was quickly pondering. Yunjinzi, as a jade immortal, had many properties and cave dwellings in the various immortal cities of the 33 celestial regions. The nearest Kangwu immortal city even has an grade fortification dwelling. An grade fortification dwelling, being the top-tier dwelling in Kangwu immortal city, is not only secure but also exhibits significant fluctuations of the laws, which greatly benefits law comprehension. Now Lin Yuan, holding the jade immortal consciousness of Yunjinzi, is equivalent to Yunjinzi himself. He could take over that grade fortification dwelling whenever he wishes. As for whether the grade fortification dwelling would be reclaimed after Yunjinzi's fall? In fact, every cave dwelling in the immortal cities belongs to the immortal city. Even Yunjinzi, the buyer, only had the right of ownership for 10 billion years. After 10 billion years, the dwelling would be reclaimed. As for Yunjinzi's purchase of the grade dwelling, not even 20 million years had passed, far from the 10 billion year reclamation period. The major immortal cities of the 33 celestial regions are under the jurisdiction of the ancestral master. Their authority is unquestionable, and there will not be a case of early reclamation of dwellings. After all, beings capable of purchasing grade dwellings are at least top-tier golden immortals, and most of them are outright jade immortals. Reclaiming the dwellings of such powerful beings prematurely poses great risks. Other golden immortals and jade immortals are watching. If you reclaim a certain top-tier golden immortal's dwelling today, will my dwelling be reclaimed tomorrow? Kangwu Immortal City? Lin Yuan's gaze looked distantly in a certain direction. It was the location of Kangwu Immortal City, one of the 15 great immortal cities in the Xiantian Immortal Domain, a place the original Gao Wuyo could only dream of living. Not only is Kangwu Immortal City safe, unlike being outside where one could encounter magical creatures at any time, but the cultivation environment is even more generous. Even if it's not a dwelling, just on the streets of Kangwu Immortal City, one would feel sufficiently rich fluctuations of the law. Unfortunately, unless one has a fixed dwelling in Kangwu Immortal City, one would incur a certain fee for each day spent there. 1 or 2 years might not matter, but as immortals, a single session of secluded cultivation could last thousands to tens of thousands of years, which makes Transcendence Tribulation stage cultivators dare not reside in Kangwu Immortal City permanently. And to purchase a dwelling? That's an even more considerable expense. Even the lowest D-grade dwelling is far more than what a Transcendence Tribulation stage cultivator can afford. Originally, Yun Zhenzi had a hard time purchasing the grade dwelling in Kangwu Immortal City. Yun Zhenzi's strength, even among Jade Immortals, was considered powerful. Had he not been besieged and killed by over a dozen magical creatures of the same layer, he would not have fallen. Even so, in the resurrection methods left by Yun Zhenzi, he withstood the contamination from the magical creatures. A pity that he encountered an unreasonable existence like Lin Yuan, otherwise he would have probably resurrected successfully by now. First, let's refine out the primordial spirit, then have the primordial spirit go to Kangwu Immortal City to see if it can take over that grade dwelling. Lin Yuan made up his mind. The benefits of an grade dwelling for comprehending the laws were deeply etched in Yun Zhenzi's memory, otherwise he would not have spent a large sum of money to purchase it. And Lin Yuan's time in the immortal realm is limited, so he naturally wants to choose the best cultivation environment, so that he can leave more time to prepare for the ultimate challenge. Time passes by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had gone by. Taiyin and Taiyang emerge. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, and 2 ethereal figures materialized from formlessness, slowly stepping out from within his body. It was Lin Yuan's Taiyin and Taiyang primordial spirit. During this time, Lin Yuan forcibly transformed the immortal path foundation of his original body into a martial Tao foundation, directly condensing 2 major primordial spirits. Once the 2 primordial spirits were formed, things became much more convenient for Lin Yuan, and he wouldn't have to take care of everything personally. Although with Lin Yuan's mental willpower, he could easily condense an incarnation. An incarnation is different from a primordial spirit avatar. It is easily discerned by others. You take Yun Zhenzi's Jade Immortal Consciousness and head to Kangwu Immortal City. Lin Yuan looked at the Taiyang Divine Spirit and commanded. The reason for sending the Taiyang Divine Spirit to Kangwu Immortal City was to be cautious. After all, Yun Zhenzi has perished nearly 10 million years ago. Who knows if the cave mansion left behind still exists, and even if it does, whether there would be any unforeseen incidents when taking over. Of course, the probability of such things happening is very small. The credibility of Immortal City is beyond doubt, and they face not only the Jade Immortal like Yun Zhenzi. Always assuming the worst is never wrong. If the Taiyang Divine Spirit went to Kangwu Immortal City, and an extreme situation occurred, Lin Yuan would only lose a primordial spirit. If everything goes smoothly, the Taiyang Divine Spirit would take over that Grade A cave mansion. And the significant fluctuations of the cave mansion's rules would also be perceived by the true body. Therefore, sending a primordial spirit to Kangwu Immortal City is the most cautious approach. It's nothing if it fails, but if it succeeds, a Grade A cave mansion that can accelerate cultivation will be obtained. Swoosh! Under Lin Yuan's gaze, the Taiyang Divine Spirit quietly disappeared into the distance. CTH Nafire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Kangwu Immortal City is over there? In the high sky, Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit continuously traversed the void towards Kangwu Immortal City. With Lin Yuan's understanding and perception of the space-time rule, what would take his true identity, Gao Wuyo, several years or even decades to reach, Only took a few dozen breaths of time for the Kangwu immortal body to appear within Lin Yuan's field of vision. Is that Kangwu immortal city? Lin Yuan stopped traversing the void, looking at the endlessly grand immortal city from afar. This immortal city seemed like a vast world, with walls billions and trillions of miles high, filled with an ancient and mysterious aura that even a jade immortal would show sufficient awe when facing the immortal city. It is said that each of the 33 immortal domain cities was established by the ancestral master. Out of pity for all beings, he connected each immortal city with the primordial lands of the immortal realm. Hence, as long as one is in the immortal city, they can feel the intense fluctuations of the laws. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this is also why countless immortals yearn to live in the immortal city, as the benefits for cultivation are truly immense. Let's go in. Lin Yuan flew towards Kangwu Immortal City, quickly arriving outside the east gate. Rules fluctuation. Lin Yuan smoothly entered Kangwu Immortal City, and immediately felt a different set of rule fluctuations compared to the outside. These rule fluctuations are comparable to some of the cultivation sanctuary's secrets within the main universe. Some surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's heart. And this was only the outer city of Kangwu Immortal City. If it was the inner city or even the cave mansion area, the displayed fluctuations of a grade A cave mansion would only become more significant. However, the entire immortal city is enveloped in countless killing formations, which once activated, not even Yun Junzi at his peak could withstand. Lin Yuan also sensed the omnipresent flow of Kangwu Immortal City's infinite formations. Let's first head to the cave mansion area of the immortal city. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts and didn't dwell on it any longer. No matter how numerous the killing formations within the immortal city were, they posed no threat to him. It was just a primordial spirit after all, not carrying any resources or treasures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 898 500 Years of History. Please subscribe. Kangwu Immortal City. Outside the cave mansion area, there is a palace situated. The palace is called Flying Immortal Hall, which is the place dedicated to the sale and purchase of cave dwellings in Kangwu Immortal City. Moreover, every million years, the owners of the cave dwellings must return to this palace to replace the jade token used for entering and exiting their cave dwellings. This is done to confirm the identity of the immortals residing in the cave dwellings. The cultivation environment within the immortal city's cave dwellings is extremely beneficial, so after many owners pass away, their cave-dwelling jade tokens often fall into the hands of others. With the jade token, those who are not the cave-dwelling owners can also enter and cultivate. The replacement of the jade token every million years is therefore meant to re-verify the identity of the current residents of the cave dwellings. Flying Immortal Hall is divided into 4 layers, occupying a vast area. At the entrance of the first layer, a large number of immortals in the Mahayana realm come and go. This level corresponds to the Ding grade cave dwellings. Generally, immortals in the Mahayana realm can bite the bullet and purchase them. The entrance to the second layer of the palace sees very few immortals entering and exiting. This level corresponds to the Bing grade cave dwellings. Basically, only a handful of immortals at the pinnacle of Mahayana, or simply golden immortals, have the capability to purchase them. And a golden immortal, already able to dominate a region, even within the immortal city, holds a certain status. As for the entrances of the third and fourth layers, they are utterly silent. The third layer corresponds to the Jia grade cave dwellings, which only relatively powerful golden immortals have the resources to purchase. And the fourth layer corresponds to the topmost A grade cave dwellings. These are the cave dwellings with the highest regulations in Kangwu Immortal City, and only jade immortals have the foundation to purchase them. Even among the top-tier golden immortals, those who can become masters of such dwellings are fewer than the jade immortals. Lin Yuan glanced and headed straight to the fourth layer of Flying Immortal Hall. The fourth layer is spacious and vast, and as Lin Yuan enters, 2 charming immortal women came up to meet him. Greetings, immortal monarch. The 2 immortal women spoke respectfully. Although the fourth layer of Flying Immortal Hall does not restrict entry or exit, Those immortals who dare to come here certainly have enough confidence. My cave-dwelling jade token is lost. I've come to apply for a replacement, Lin Yuan said in a calm tone. Of course, the jade token for entering and exiting the A-grade cave-dwelling of Kangwu Immortal City had fallen into the hands of demons with Yun Zhenxi's death. However, the cave dwellings of each great immortal city are bound to the identity of the corresponding immortal, with soul true spirit essence as the specific confirmation method. Even if the jade token is lost, it's still possible to obtain a replacement with the corresponding soul true spirit essence. Please state your cave-dwelling sequence, Immortal Monarch. The immortal woman was shocked, her attitude becoming even more respectful. Going to the 4th layer of Flying Immortal Hall to apply for a replacement token? Doesn't that mean the cave dwelling corresponding to the lost jade token is an A-grade dwelling? In other words, does this young immortal monarch in front of her not come to inquire about purchasing an A-grade cave dwelling, but already possesses one? CTH Novelfire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Kangwu A365437. Lin Yuan directly stated the cave-dwelling sequence. Even for Yun Zhenxi, this was one of the very few top-tier cave dwellings. Immortal Monarch, please wait a moment. The immortal woman quickly checked, within Flying Immortal Hall, where the detailed information of all cave dwellings is recorded. Immortal Monarch, please infuse your soul true spirit essence into this marrow stone. The immortal woman on the right took out a gray stone, and respectfully said, the gray stone, known as the marrow stone, is specially used for replicating and recording the essence of a soul's true spirit. When Yun Zhenxi purchased the A-grade cave dwelling, he imprinted his soul true spirit essence within it. In order to apply for a replacement of the cave-dwelling jade token, Lin Yuan must match the same soul true spirit essence with the essence inside the marrow stone. Humming sounds echoed. With a thought from Lin Yuan, a wisp of Yun Zhenxi's jade immortal consciousness soul true spirit essence merged into the marrow stone. After a while, the immortal woman holding the marrow stone spoke respectfully. The conditions for reissuing are met, please wait a moment, Immortal Monarch. After speaking, the immortal woman respectfully stepped back and returned shortly after. This is your cave-dwelling jade token. The immortal woman presented a white jade token, offering it to Lin Yuan with utmost respect. Lin Yuan nodded, took the jade token, and turned to leave the Flying Immortal Hall. After leaving the Flying Immortal Hall, Lin Yuan directly entered the cave mansion area. Kangwu Immortal City's cave mansion area is shrouded with many lethal formations. Any immortal who does not meet the criteria and dares to break in will be slain by the killing formations immediately. Lin Yuan, holding the cave-dwelling jade token, naturally has the qualifications to enter the cave mansion area. Flying Immortal Hall. A mysterious space on a certain floor. A middle-aged man is meditating with his eyes closed. He is the hall master of the Flying Immortal Hall, one of the giants of Kangwu Immortal City. The middle-aged man seemed to sense something, his eyes swiftly opened. Kangwu A365437's cave-dwelling jade token has been successfully reissued. Hall master. A figure materialized beside him, nodding and speaking. Just now, someone has entered this Grade A cave mansion. Every Grade A cave mansion in Kangwu Immortal City was well known and had a specific owner, either belonging to a Jade Immortal, or those top-tier golden immortals with great hopes of stepping into the Jade Immortal realm. If my memory serves me right, this Grade A cave mansion has been silent for nearly 10 million years. The hall master of the Flying Immortal Hall showed a contemplative expression on his face. The owner of this Grade A cave mansion was Yun Zhenxi. As the hall master of the Flying Immortal Hall, he had the privilege to check the information of each mansion. Yun Zhenxi? Rumored to have perished in the last great war between immortals and demons, who would have thought he was still alive? Hearing this, the figure beside him could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Among the many Jade Immortals, Yun Zhenxi had a significant reputation. If not for the besieging by more than a dozen demonic creatures, with Yun Zhenxi's strength, even if he could not win, he would have been able to retreat with his whole body. It seems that the corruption from those demonic creatures in the demon abyss did not lead to Yun Zhenxi's complete demise. The hall master of the flying immortal hall nodded slightly. He quickly inferred what had happened. Almost 10 million years ago, Yun Zhenxi's true body perished at the hands of numerous demonic creatures, and the subsequent corruption had erased most of his means for revival. Yet, with Yun Zhenxi's capabilities, there remained one or two deeply hidden revival techniques that resisted the corruption. After nearly 10 million years, these one or two revival techniques met the conditions for revival, enabling Yun Zhenxi's successful return. Such incidents were not uncommon among the many Jade Immortals. How could one who has cultivated to the level of a Jade Immortal die so easily? They all had multiple backup plans. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall had no particular thoughts about those Jade Immortals returning from revival, nor would he do anything about it. As a giant of the Immortal City, the Hall Master's status towered above the vast majority of Jade Immortals, and naturally, he paid no heed to Yun Zhenxi's wealth. Yun Zhenxi's survival is also a good thing, as the great war between immortals and demons will soon begin anew, with a clear increase in the number of demonic lords recently. If Yun Zhenxi can recover all his strength before the war, he could indeed alleviate some pressure from the Immortal City. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall murmured softly to himself. The great war between immortals and demons was undoubtedly the cruelest battle in the immortal realm. For most immortals, it was no different from a slaughterhouse. Jade Immortals still possessed the capability for revival. But those golden immortals and even lower ranks could hardly withstand the corruption from demonic creatures. Once dead, they were truly dead. The revival techniques of golden immortals seldom could resist the corruption of demons. Every great war caused the fall of innumerable immortals, and many Jade Immortals would disappear as a result. Assuming Yun Zhenxi's identity to take over the Grade A cave mansion is unlikely to fool the upper echelons of the Immortal City. Lin Yuan knew all the memories of Yun Zhenxi, and was aware that the information about the owner of the mansion wasn't a secret to the higher-ups of the Kangwu Immortal City. But what of it? I am Yun Zhenxi now. Lin Yuan remained unconcerned, grasping Yun Zhenxi's fragment of the Jade Immortal consciousness, virtually holding Yun Zhenxi hostage. Who could question his identity, given his insight into all the latter's memories? Yun Zhenxi, being a Jade Immortal, could hardly be suppressed by a peer-level Jade Immortal, even in his weakened state. Those capable of suppressing Yun Zhenxi to the level of a Jade Immortal would not deign to impersonate Yun Zhenxi. With Lin Yuan's current methods, unless the Ancestral Master intervened, outsiders would not be able to see through him. And the Ancestral Master? Such a lofty existence, so high above. How could they possibly care about the affairs of a Jade Immortal? Even if the Ancestral Master truly paid attention, Lin Yuan would simply discard this Taiyang Divine Spirit body without much loss. Using the cave-dwelling Jade token, Lin Yuan quickly entered the Grade A cave mansion. This was a vast expanse of land, nearly 1,000,000 miles in size, filled with immortal qi so dense it was nearly tangible. Ordinary mortals living in such an environment would, even without practice, eventually transform their fleshly bodies into those of immortals over time. Lin Yuan was not particularly interested in the swirling immortal qi. The so-called immortal qi was but one form of energy, and after obtaining the numerous resources prepared by Yun Zhenxi, Lin Yuan did not lack energy input for the short term. Thunderous rumbles. Lin Yuan appeared in the center of the mansion, looking up at the sky. There, a giant irregular fissure vaguely existed, where intense rule fluctuations visible to the naked eye emanated from the fissure. This crack must be the connection to the origin of the immortal realm, opened by the Ancestral Master. Lin Yuan's thoughts ebbed and flowed, recognizing that even at his peak, he could not tear apart this fissure. The primordial lands of the main universe were unreachable even for a 12th-layer ultimate being, because the main universe was too powerful, and a 12th-layer ultimate being could not approach the primordial lands. And the immortal realm? Although it was close to the main universe, it was only close. A 12th-layer ultimate being exerting full force could still forcibly create a passage from the primordial lands to the outside world. Among the many mansions within Kangwu Immortal City, only a Grade A mansion could directly face the irregular fissure and experience the fluctuation of the rules from the origin power at close range. As for the Grade B and Grade C mansions, they could only indirectly sense the rule fluctuations emanating from the irregular fissure. The cultivation environment here is better than in the main universe, at least when it comes to the clarity and visibility of understanding the rules. Lin Yuan's spirit was slightly stirred. Although the immortal realm could not match the main universe, in this moment, it opened almost completely to Lin Yuan. And in terms of understanding rules, the main universe naturally could not compare to the immortal realm. Given such an environment, I cannot guarantee mastery of the chaos rule. But the seventh realm of space and time? The time it takes to comprehend it should be much shorter than in the main universe. Lin Yuan was very confident. Let's start cultivating now. Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged without delay, beginning to sense the rule fluctuations revealed from the irregular fissure above the sky. Time for cultivation flowed like water, and before he knew it, 500 years had passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 899 Widespread Fame. Please subscribe. Deep and constantly exuding gray misty airflows, an irregular crack silently spans across the sky. Even after observing and comprehending for 500 years, Lin Yuan was still somewhat obsessed. The rule fluctuations that manifested from the depths of the crack were extremely obscure, yet they allowed him to constantly gain insights. 500 years have passed. I've devoted half of my energy to comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule. And now I have finally reached the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Lin Yuan felt emotional. Without this grade cave dwelling, it would have taken me 5 to 10 times longer to reach the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Before his 11th traversal, Lin Yuan's comprehension of time and space was at the mid-stage of the sixth realm, followed by the late stage of the sixth realm, and the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Lin Yuan was confident that within 2 to 5,000 years, reaching the pinnacle of the sixth realm was unprecedented. Those at the 12th layer in the main universe spent billions of years, and still found it difficult to advance further in the spatio-temporal fusion rule, even from the mid to the late stage. And this was based on the premise that they existed at the edge of the river of time, at the essence of life. Lin Yuan was fundamentally an 11th tier being. Without against heaven's understanding, he probably couldn't even step through the doors of the sixth realm. But now, having spent only 500 years, he completed the journey that could take 2 to 5,000 years in the main universe, which uplifted Lin Yuan's spirits. This time through the traversal, Lin Yuan had only a little over 2,000 years of stay. It would be somewhat wasteful if he could only elevate his understanding of space-time to the pinnacle of the sixth realm, the seventh realm of time and space. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. After reaching the pinnacle of the sixth realm, the only path before him was the seventh realm. According to the information left by the Xianhuang and the Moyu Tower Master, understanding the seventh realm of space and time required at least the pinnacle of path opening stage. Here it says at least. Many who are at the pinnacle of the path opening stage still remain at the pinnacle of the sixth realm in their comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. If I can reach the seventh realm, in the field of spatio-temporal fusion rule, I can completely surpass those 12th tier ultimates of the main universe. Even if I am still at the 11th tier, I can easily protect myself. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Search * the novel, Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Just like in the Xianhuang secret realm, which itself is not of a high level, those strongest 11th tier figures wielding clan suppression weapons can easily break through the secret realm if they are within it. But the Xianhuang secret realm, merged into the deepest part of space-time of the main universe, the power of 12th tier ultimates can easily destroy the Xianhuang secret realm, but unfortunately, they cannot lock onto its exact location. Unable to find the coordinates of the Xianhuang secret realm, strong as the 12th tier ultimates are, they can do nothing unless they possess the power to destroy the entire universe. Otherwise, they can only watch helplessly as the Xianhuang secret realm opens and closes repeatedly. If Lin Yuan could comprehend the seventh realm of time and space, it would be the same. Perhaps in absolute power, he is still far inferior to those 12th tier ultimates. But with the comprehension of the seventh realm of space-time, Lin Yuan can easily make it so that those 12th tier ultimates cannot find his true form. I can feel that, to step from the pinnacle of the 6th realm into the 7th realm, I need to overcome many bottlenecks and shackles. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. There is still 1,500 years of residence time. There's no need to rush. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. Unfortunately, so far, there is still no direction in the chaos rule. Over the past 500 years, Lin Yuan devoted the other half of his spirit and energy to other aspects, such as perfecting the 11th tier of martial Tao, understanding many pillar-level fusion rules, exploring the chaos rule, and so on. The origin of the immortal realm. Lin Yuan looked again at the irregular crack above the sky. But this time Lin Yuan observed not just the rule fluctuations emanating from it, but the irregular crack itself. The irregular crack is connected to the origin of the immortal realm, hence the significant rule fluctuations manifested. Other Jade Immortals, when contemplating the irregular crack, will only feel the oppressive force of heaven and earth leaking from inside, daring not to harbor other thoughts, nor being able to. The origin of the immortal realm, even forcefully penetrated by the ancestor of the immortal path to establish a channel, the contemplating Jade Immortals cannot deeply feel anything. But Lin Yuan is different. With his understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule reaching the pinnacle of the 6th realm, Lin Yuan's gaze has vaguely transcended the irregular crack, peering towards the vast primordial lands at the deepest part of the immortal realm. Just by contemplating the rule fluctuations emanating from the origin land, it has greatly benefited my understanding of the rules. If I could directly enter the origin land to cultivate and comprehend, then, Lin Yuan was suddenly moved. Any world's origin land is the absolute core, where one can observe the most fundamental aspects of a world. The level of the immortal realm barely coincides with the main universe. If he could observe the most fundamental aspects of the immortal realm, it would definitely bring unimaginable benefits to the understanding of many rules. But the origin land of the immortal realm has long been occupied by the ancestor of the immortal path. Lin Yuan looked far and deep, sensing the presence of the ancestor of the immortal path right in the origin land. The ancestor of the immortal path being able to establish a channel to the outside world naturally means he can enter the origin land. Given the rich cultivation environment of the origin land, the ancestor of the immortal path, if not a fool, would definitely reside there permanently. Lin Yuan's current strength could forcibly enter the origin land, but would definitely be detected by the ancestor of the immortal path. In that case, Lin Yuan would be exposed under the gaze of the ancestor of the immortal path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 900 Widespread Fame. Please subscribe. _2 After 500 years, Lin Yuan had greatly improved in all aspects of strength, but was still unable to contend with a 12th-layer ultimate being, especially given that the body he had upon arriving in the immortal realm paled in comparison to the one meticulously crafted in the main universe. As long as I can comprehend the 7th realm of time and space, even under the watchful eye of the ancestral master, I won't be discovered, let alone when entering the primordial lands. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 7th realm of time and space would at the very least ensure that Lin Yuan remains undefeated in the path-splitting realm. The power of the ancestor of the immortal path is indeed of 12th-layer ultimate, but definitely would not exceed the scope of the path-splitting realm. Martial Tao's first tier chapter is mostly perfected. Words appeared before Lin Yuan, precisely the details of Martial Tao's first tier chapter. Perfecting Martial Tao's first tier chapter is not only about helping Lin Yuan establish an evolution pathway for Martial Tao to spread externally, but is also a repeated review and affirmation of his own path. Only with a thorough understanding and mastery of oneself can one continue to advance. With a solid foundation, the future is boundlessly promising. Now I can send out avatars to spread the evolution pathway of Martial Tao on a small scale. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The vast and boundless immortal realm, with countless living beings, is not a place Lin Yuan would neglect as a ground for propagation. As for whether he would be detected by the ancestor of the immortal path, Lin Yuan is only spreading on a small scale. In fact, in the vast immortal realm, there are also other cultivation systems besides the immortal cultivation system, but they are far from being comparable to the mainstream immortal path. As long as the evolution pathway of martial Tao doesn't appear too distinctive and eye-catching, let alone attracting the attention of the ancestral master, even the Jade Immortals wouldn't pay heed. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan left an avatar to continue comprehending the irregular fissures that connect to the primordial lands, while his true form disappeared on the spot. The Grade A cave dwelling, as the top cultivation dwelling in Kangwu Immortal City, is divided into many areas, and the place Lin Yuan usually secludes himself to comprehend the irregular fissures is merely his cultivation area. Apart from the cultivation area, there are many other zones, such as the visitor area, rest area, and so on. Lin Yuan's form appeared out of thin air on the Grand Hall's throne. Master. A figure below immediately bowed deeply with utmost respect towards Lin Yuan. This figure was none other than Yun Jinzi, the consciousness within the purple jade slip that the original Gao Wuyo acquired as a chance of becoming a jade immortal. Yun Jinzi perished in a great war between immortals and demons nearly 10 million years ago, leaving behind a method for resurrection, which was activated when Lin Yuan inspected the jade slip, with the intention of seizing Lin Yuan's body. The outcome was obviously clear. Yun Jinzi was easily suppressed by Lin Yuan, who then borrowed his identity to take over this Grade A cave dwelling. As Lin Yuan needed to constantly maintain the identity of Yun Jinzi, he did not eradicate Yun Jinzi's consciousness completely. Instead, it was repurposed, helping Yun Jinzi reconstruct his body and serving him. Yun Jinzi was originally an experienced Jade Immortal. With Lin Yuan holding his life in his hands, the only way he could continue to live was to obey Lin Yuan's commands without question. Over the past 500 years, Lin Yuan spent most of his time in seclusion. During this period, all other trivial matters were handled by Yun Jinzi. For example, purchasing various cultivation resources. The resources Yun Jinzi prepared for his own cultivation had been exhausted by Lin Yuan more than 400 years ago. To continue obtaining resources for cultivation, one must trade and purchase from the outside world, which of course Lin Yuan was too lazy to do, all being handled by Yun Jinzi. What has happened during this time? Lin Yuan asked casually. Among the many tasks assigned to Yun Jinzi was to keep track of significant events that occurred in the immortal realm. Master. Yun Jinzi immediately reported the numerous pieces of intelligence he had gathered. The manifestations of the demon abyss have become more frequent. It seems a new war between immortals and demons is about to begin. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Every few million or tens of millions of years, the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss would partially awaken, causing the demons deep within the demon abyss to stir restlessly, invading the immortal realm indiscriminately. This was the origin of the great wars between immortals and demons. That must be it. Kangwu Immortal City and other immortal cities as well as some powers are all making preparations for the war between immortals and demons, Yun Jinzi said in a low voice. He himself had fallen in the last great war between immortals and demons, and thus paid great attention to such wars that affected the entire immortal realm. With each war between immortals and demons, countless immortals perished, and even Jade Immortals are not spared. If someone as powerful as Yun Jinzi could fall, it goes without saying for those ordinary Jade Immortals. Master, a few days ago, representatives from the Nine Dragons Commerce Association requested to see you, hoping that you could refine a batch of 9 Revolutions golden pills for them, said Yun Jinzi. 9 Revolutions golden pills. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. The 9 Revolutions golden pill is a peerless life-saving immortal pill. For those at the golden immortal level, no matter the injury, as long as the true spirit still exists, consuming 9 Revolutions golden pill can lead to instantaneous healing. Even Jade Immortals, upon consuming a 9 Revolutions golden pill, can heal most injuries. For any force, the 9 Revolutions golden pill is a strategic immortal pill, especially on the eve of the looming immortal demon war. It is of paramount importance. After 500 years of secluded cultivation, Lin Yuan consumed an untold number of cultivation resources. And where did these cultivation resources come from? Looting? The amount of cultivation resources Lin Yuan needed was enormous. Relying on looting? Once or twice might not pose a problem. But if done frequently, it would inevitably induce panic among all the Jade Immortals and consequently attract the attention of the ancestor of the immortal path. Before possessing the strength to fearlessly face obstructions, Lin Yuan wouldn't engage in such high-profile activities. Therefore, the way to obtain resources was through trading with other Jade Immortals or forces. Within the immortal realm, immortal pills are undoubtedly the hard currency, from the common folks to the Jade Immortals, whether for cultivation or other uses, all are inseparable from immortal pills. Furthermore, since Yun Junzi himself was quite skilled in the alchemy technique, Lin Yuan dedicated time to learn the art of alchemy. Ea the Nafire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The essence of the alchemy technique is the control over various subtle medicinal forces. And with Lin Yuan's mind and will reaching into the 12th layer, he was virtually a born alchemy master. Additionally, with his against heaven's understanding, after merely studying for a few days, Lin Yuan's alchemy prowess had already surpassed Yun Junzi, the alchemy master. Therefore, when not cultivating, Lin Yuan had Yun Junzi sell some of the immortal pills he had refined. With Lin Yuan's mental control over subtle medicinal forces, both the quality and success rate of the pills were incredibly high. It was by continuously refining and selling immortal pills that Lin Yuan supported his tremendous consumption of resources over 500 years of cultivation. For Lin Yuan, refining a rare immortal pill could almost result in a profit tens or hundreds of times the cost. This was far more efficient than looting or plundering, and there was no risk at all. Over the centuries, most of Lin Yuan's immortal pills were sold covertly. Only a few dozen times were they sold openly, and even so, they built Lin Yuan's reputation as an alchemy master. Refine a batch of 9 Revolutions golden pills? How much is the 9 Dragons Commerce Association willing to pay? Lin Yuan asked with interest. As a strategic pill with high difficulty in refinement, and several exceedingly rare main ingredients required, none of that is Lin Yuan's concern. Since the 9 Dragons Commerce Association planned to have Lin Yuan refine a batch of 9 Revolutions immortal pills, they would have surely prepared the materials. As for the difficulty of refinement, it was trivial for Lin Yuan. What mattered was whether the 9 Dragons Commerce Association could afford the price. The Jade Immortal from the 9 Dragons Commerce Association wishes to discuss the compensation with the master personally, said Yun Junzi immediately. The 9 Dragons Commerce Association, being a Jade Immortal level force with 9 Jade Immortals of the Dragon Clan at its helm, is quite famous across the 33 immortal domains. All right, let him come to see me. Lin Yuan nodded and said, yes. Yun Junzi immediately began to arrange a meeting with the Jade Immortal from the 9 Dragons Commerce Association. In no time at all, an imposing man wearing a golden scale robe, and with blue horns on his forehead appeared outside the cave dwelling. Greetings to Master Yun Junzi, said the Jade Immortal from the 9 Dragons Commerce Association quite politely. Although in recent centuries, Lin Yuan's public sales of immortal pills have been few and far between. However, every single pill sold has been of high quality, and the outside world believes that Yun Junzi has the ability to refine 9 Revolutions golden pills. Azure Dragon Sect Master, Lin Yuan said. The 9 Dragons Commerce Association has 9 Dragon Clan Jade Immortal Sect Masters, and the one standing before him is the Azure Dragon Sect Master. Among the 9 Jade Immortal Sect Masters, Azure Dragon Sect Master's strength could rank within the top 3, and his actions externally are extremely domineering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 901 Trading. Please subscribe. The Sect Master wants me to refine a batch of 9 Revolutions golden pills. What remuneration does he plan to offer? Lin Yuan asked directly, without beating around the bush. The Azure Dragon Sect Master is surprised that Master Yun Junzi is not asking first about the specific number of 9 Revolutions golden pills to be refined. The Azure Dragon Sect Master slightly startled. I prefer to ask about the remuneration first. That way I am motivated to refine the medicine. Lin Yuan said with a smile. In fact, as long as the Azure Dragon Sect Master could gather the materials for the 9 Revolutions golden pills, Lin Yuan could refine any number of them. That's the case, our association intends to hire Master Yun Jinzi to refine 29 Revolutions golden pills. As for the remuneration, how about 1 million top-grade immortal crystals? The Azure Dragon Sect Master pondered for a moment before speaking. 1 million top-grade immortal crystals was a colossal amount, equivalent to 10 times the wealth of an ordinary jade immortal. 500 years ago, Lin Yuan obtained the many resources prepared by Yun Jinzi for his revival, which together amounted to at most 100,000 top-grade immortal crystals. 1 million top-grade immortal crystals? Lin Yuan took an extra look at the Azure Dragon Sect Master. It seems the Sect Master doesn't have much sincerity. If this were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, refining 29 Revolutions golden pills for a remuneration of 1 million top-grade immortal crystals would indeed be a fair price. But now? The Celestial Demon War was about to start, and the value of various resources such as immortal pills was skyrocketing, especially strategic immortal pills like the 9 Revolutions golden pill. How much does Master Yun Jinzi intend to ask for? The Azure Dragon Sect Master asked. 10 million top-grade immortal crystals. Lin Yuan said outright. 10 million. The Azure Dragon Sect Master's expression soured. The 9 Dragons Commerce Association was big and wealthy enough to afford 10 million top-grade immortal crystals, but for the remuneration for refining 9 Revolutions golden pills? Or the 9 Dragons Commerce Association could give me a piece of celestial source, which could also offset the remuneration for this batch of 9 Revolutions golden pills. Lin Yuan suddenly said. Celestial source, coming from the origin of the immortal realm, was said to be greatly beneficial for the comprehension of laws. However, only the ancestor of the immortal path and disciples under the ancestral master were allowed into the primordial lands, and celestial source was extremely scarce outside of those lands. For the past 500 years, whether overtly or covertly, Lin Yuan had not obtained even a single piece of celestial source. This was a good opportunity while helping the 9 Dragons Commerce Association refine the 9 Revolutions immortal pill, to see if he could secure a piece. The 9 Dragons Commerce Association had significant influence in the 33 immortal domains. They should possess the means to acquire celestial source. A piece of celestial source? The Azure Dragon Sect Master said. Master Yun Jinzi should be aware of the value of celestial source. It's too scarce, impossible to measure with immortal crystals. The 9 Revolutions golden pills I refine should be worth a piece of celestial source. Lin Yuan spoke up. I can't give celestial source, said the Azure Dragon Sect Master as he stood up. It seems we cannot cooperate with Master Yun Jinzi. The 9 Dragons Commerce Association could offer celestial source, but the Azure Dragon Sect Master did not think the remuneration for Yun Jinzi's batch of 9 Revolutions golden pills was worth it. It doesn't matter. We may cooperate in the future. Lin Yuan watched the Azure Dragon Sect Master leave. In another cave mansion in Kangwu Immortal City, the figure of the Azure Dragon Sect Master appeared. How is it? How did the negotiation with Master Yun Jinzi go? A white-haired elder beside him asked. He was also a Jade Immortal, the one who introduced Yun Jinzi to the Azure Dragon Sect Master. It didn't work out, the Azure Dragon Sect Master frowned. That Yun Jinzi asked for 10 million immortal crystals, or a piece of celestial source. 10 million immortal crystals? The white-haired elder considered. It's indeed a bit high, but given the current situation, you also understand, the Celestial Demon War is approaching. It's normal for the remuneration for refining such immortal pills as 9 Revolutions golden pills to increase. But 10 million immortal crystals is still too high. With those I can completely hire those top-tier alchemy masters. The last time before the Celestial Demon War, Yun Jinzi's alchemy abilities were just SOSO, the Azure Dragon Sect Master said. In recent hundreds of years, he indeed refined a batch of fairly good quality immortal pills, but that's a recent thing. How can he compare with those top-tier alchemy masters? The medicinal pills refined by alchemy masters involve randomness, more a matter of luck and state. Perhaps he's in good form now, hence the quality of the immortal pills is also good. whereas those top-tier alchemy masters can maintain such form consistently. In the Azure Dragon Sect master's view, Yun Junzi is merely in good form recently. It's uncertain if he would be able to even form pills when refining 9 Revolution's golden pills if his state worsens. If an alchemy master fails in alchemy, they need not take on the loss of materials, meaning the 9 Dragons Commerce Association would swallow the loss themselves. Under such circumstances, the Azure Dragon Sect master naturally was not willing to commit too much on Yun Junzi. I originally thought this Yun Junzi, being new to alchemy mastery, would be more humble, but turns out he's quite greedy too, the Azure Dragon Sect master said with an icy gaze. These alchemy masters, taking advantage of the impending celestial demon war, are arbitrarily raising their remuneration. They all deserve to die. A strange feeling arose in the heart of the white-haired elder beside him. Wasn't the 9 Dragons Commerce Association doing the same thing? Eagerly earning war wealth as the celestial demon war approached? The Azure Dragon Sect master not agreeing to the conditions did not bother Lin Yuan too much. As his reputation as an alchemy master spread, there were often forces or powerful jade immortals requesting him to refine immortal pills. He did not care much about cooperation with the 9 Dragons Commerce Association. It seems celestial source is really hard to come by. Lin Yuan sighed. From the attitude of the Azure Dragon Sect master, Lin Yuan could tell that the value of a piece of celestial source was far above 10 million immortal crystals. At least faced with a remuneration of 10 million immortal crystals, the Azure Dragon Sect master showed contemplation. But celestial source? Lin Yuan saw that the other party never even considered it. Could it be that obtaining celestial source can only be done through plunder? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan did not wish to do so. It would create too much noise. Currently, Lin Yuan had yet to grow to the strength where he could be invincible in the immortal realm, preferring to remain low profile. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, his expression shifted ever so slightly. Master. Yun Junzi appeared. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall is looking for you. Flying Immortal Hall is an important part of Kangwu Immortal City, responsible for the Cave Mansion area. And its Hall Master is one of the magnates of the Immortal City, second only to the few people in high position below the City Lord. What's more important is that compared to a Jade Immortal level power like the 9 Dragons Commerce Association, Flying Immortal Hall is under the jurisdiction of Kangwu Immortal City, which was founded by the ancestor of the Immortal Path. The power behind the 9 Dragons Commerce Association is the 9 Dragon Clan Jade Immortals, while the power behind Kangwu Immortal City is the ancestor of the Immortal Path. Swoosh. Quickly, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall appeared before Lin Yuan. Master Yun Junzi. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall smiled as he looked at Lin Yuan. Hall Master. Lin Yuan nodded. His attitude toward the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall was somewhat better than toward the Azure Dragon Sect Master of 9 Dragons Commerce Association. After all, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall is a magnate of Kangwu Immortal City, where Lin Yuan is now residing. He has to show some courtesy. Did you come to an agreement with the Azure Dragon Sect Master recently about cooperation? The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall asked. Before visiting Lin Yuan, the Azure Dragon Sect Master had made numerous inquiries about Master Yun Junzi's information. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall was also aware of it. No agreement was reached. Lin Yuan shook his head. Ha 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 ha, the Azure Dragon Sect Master is a bossy person. I suppose he's unwilling to suffer a loss. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall chuckled. It's probably because he didn't look favorably upon me. Lin Yuan said. Given Master Yun Junzi's alchemy accomplishments, I can only say that the Azure Dragon Sect Master is short-sighted. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall smiled. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall pondered for a moment, then continued. Since Master Yun Junzi didn't reach an agreement with the Azure Dragon Sect Master, why not cooperate with us at Kangwu Immortal City instead? Cooperate with you? Lin Yuan glanced at the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall, unsurprised. SE of the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Given the status of the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall, Coming here specially to visit him surely meant needing something. What do you need me to refine? Lin Yuan asked. Like the Azure Dragon Sect Master, it's a batch of 9 revolutions golden pills. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall said. As a strategic immortal pill, not only is it incredibly important to the 9 Dragons Commerce Association, but also to Kangwu Immortal City as well. With the imminent war between immortals and demons approaching, Kangwu Immortal City is under tremendous pressure. At this moment, one more 9 revolutions golden pill could potentially restore a Jade Immortal's full combat capabilities. How many 9 revolutions golden pills? Lin Yuan asked. For now we temporarily need 50 pills. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall stated. 50 pills, Lin Yuan pondered. What kind of compensation does the Hall Master intend to offer? The Azure Dragon Sect Master told me that Master Yun Junzi needs Immortal Source. Therefore, for 59 revolutions golden pills, I'm willing to offer 3 portions of Immortal Source as compensation. 3 portions of Immortal Source? Lin Yuan was mildly surprised. The value of Immortal Source, as evident from the attitude of the Azure Dragon Sect Master, could be inferred. The Azure Dragon Sect Master never even considered trading Immortal Source with Lin Yuan. Even if their cooperation could go through, it would definitely be compensated with tens of millions of immortal crystals. Immortal crystals can be earned, but Immortal Source is not always obtainable. Is the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall actively offering Immortal Source as compensation? Lin Yuan didn't believe that the Hall Master couldn't come up with tens of millions of top-grade immortal crystals. I am very confident in Master Yun Zhenxi's alchemy mastery, and our future cooperation will be plentiful. I just hope that Master will not refuse us in the future. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall spoke. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan immediately understood the Hall Master's intentions. The offering of 3 portions of Immortal Source wasn't just for this cooperation, but for potential future cooperation as well. Does the Hall Master hold me in such high regard? Lin Yuan said with a smile. I simply trust Master Yun Junzi. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall stated. If the Master agrees, I will apply for the Immortal Source. At most, it will be delivered in half a month. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. With the Immortal Source being voluntarily offered, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. Somewhere within a mysterious space in Flying Immortal Hall, the Hall Master's form appeared, immediately beginning the application for the transfer of Immortal Source. Hall Master, you're using 3 portions of Immortal Source just for the compensation of Master Yun Junzi to refine 59 revolutions golden pills? A shadowy figure emerged beside him, incredulously asking. Immortal Source is incredibly precious, and 3 portions of Immortal Source are almost impossible to buy even with 100 million top-grade Immortal Crystals. Mainly because there are no channels to purchase Immortal Source. Even with the impending war of immortals and demons, using 3 portions of Immortal Source to refine 59 revolutions golden pills was inconceivable. Even those top-tier alchemy masters would not dare ask for this price. Do you think Master Yun Junzi is just an ordinary alchemy master? The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall glanced at the shadow. Ah, the shadow expressed shock. If he's not an ordinary alchemy master, then what kind of alchemy master is he? You don't understand. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall shook his head. Using 3 portions of Immortal Source to secure Master Yun Zhenxi's future collaborations with our Kangwu Immortal City is in no way a losing deal. Forget it, you may leave. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall said no more. Yes. With a heart full of questions, the shadow could only retreat. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall sat alone thinking. In the past 400 or 500 years, the quantity of high-quality immortal pills in Kangwu Immortal City has greatly increased. Even the top-tier alchemy masters would find it impossible to continuously refine so many high-quality immortal pills. And Yun Junzi moved into the city's cave mansion 500 years ago. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall's gaze was profound. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 902 The Sixth Physical Body Divine Ability Inside the Great Cave Mansion. Master, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall requests you to refine 59 revolutions golden pills, and is willing to pay with 3 shares of immortal sources as compensation? Below, Yun Jinzi asked cautiously. As the housekeeper of this cave mansion, he handled many trifling matters. Most things, Lin Yuan would not keep from Yun Jinzi. That's right. Lin Yuan nodded. His mood was quite pleasant. He had originally thought that it would be a while before he had any dealing with immortal sources, unreachable through conventional means. But the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, to actually take the initiative to use immortal sources as compensation? This indeed spared Lin Yuan a lot of trouble. At least there was no need for him to act personally. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall. Yun Jinzi thought for a moment and couldn't help saying, Master, it is said that the Azure Dragon Sect Master of the 9 Dragons Commerce Association is overbearing in his actions, but in truth, in terms of being overbearing, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall goes even further. In front of the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, not one of the 9 Jade Immortal Sect Masters of the 9 Dragons Commerce Association dares to act rashly. Having said this, Yun Jinzi continued to ponder for a while before saying, this time, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, by half selling and half giving, brought out 3 shares of immortal sources as compensation. Master still needs to be a little careful. Logically speaking, refining 59 revolutions golden pills doesn't warrant compensation with 3 shares of immortal sources, especially when the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall personally comes to the door. But such an incident has occurred, which makes Yun Jinzi faintly sense that something is not quite right. Be careful. Lin Yuan was calm in his heart. If you talk about 500 years ago, when his consciousness had just arrived in the immortal realm, facing the colossal Kangwu immortal city, he needed to be cautious and prudent. But now, in front of Lin Yuan, almost the entire Kangwu immortal city appeared as fragile as thin paper. Even if the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall were to scheme against Lin Yuan, it would be meaningless in front of absolute strength. Moreover, before the 3 shares of immortal sources arrived in his hands, Lin Yuan would not hand over the refined 9 revolutions golden pills. The initiative all lies with him. Sar the Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Not long after the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall left, a golden immortal from the Kangwu Immortal City delivered a large batch of resources, which were the main and auxiliary materials for refining the 9 revolutions golden pill. The reason why the 9 revolutions golden pill is so rare is twofold. One is that some of the main materials are scarce, and the other is that the difficulty of refining is great. As a result, there are almost no 9 revolutions golden pills circulated on the market. Whenever alchemy masters refine a 9 revolutions golden pill, either they keep it for themselves or sell it immediately. Let's begin the refining. Lin Yuan glanced at the main and auxiliary materials, and decided to make it a quick battle. Other alchemy masters, even the most top-tier ones, would need to sit in meditation for at least several months to adjust their state to perfection if they wanted to start refining immortal pills at the level of the 9 revolutions golden pill. But Lin Yuan doesn't need to go through such trouble. The intensity of his 12th layer mental will allows his alchemy to proceed smoothly. Time passed. 1 month later, inside the cave mansion, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and in front of him, the pill furnace rotated, with fragrance wafting around. An ordinary mortal taking a single breath of it could extend their lifespan by hundreds of thousands of years. The 9 revolutions golden pill, which can instantaneously cure all injuries at the golden immortal level, contains an immense vitality force that one can imagine. Almost done. Lin Yuan took a look and nodded slightly. In fact, refining this batch of 9 revolutions golden pills was just one of the avatars he had split off. His true body and 2 great primordial spirits continued to comprehend many laws. Next, it's time to endure the heavenly tribulation. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Why is it called 9 revolutions? It is because to become a pill, it needs to go through 9 heavenly tribulations. With the endless destructive vitality in the heavenly tribulation, the pill can complete the final step of becoming a pill. And the most difficult part of refining the 9 revolutions golden pill lies in the heavenly tribulation. To pass through 9 heavenly tribulations places extremely high demands on the immortal pill itself. The vast majority of 9 revolutions golden pills are destroyed under the heavenly tribulation, because the various medicinal forces inside the immortal pill have not perfectly fused, unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Every day, a large number of immortals enter and leave Kangwu Immortal City, mostly at the Transcendence Tribulation stage and the Mahayana realm, with the occasional traces of golden immortals. Compared to the huge number of immortals, the number of golden immortals is quite scarce. And as for Jade Immortals, Jade Immortals basically reside in the Great Cave Mansion area. They only need to approach the Immortal City within a certain range to directly enter the cave mansions with their cave-dwelling jade tokens. At this very moment, a pressing force coming from between heaven and earth began to sweep down invisibly. Above the firmament, wisps of black tribulation clouds began to gather, with purple lightning rolling like dragons. What's that? Is that tribulation clouds? Is someone about to transcend the tribulation? It's not a person transcending tribulation. It's an immortal pill transcending tribulation. There's an alchemy master refining a 9 revolutions golden pill. Many immortals swiftly discussed, with a minority of experienced and knowledgeable immortals immediately recognizing the source of the tribulation clouds. There are subtle differences between the tribulation clouds condensed by immortals undergoing tribulation, and those by immortal pills undergoing tribulation. And immortal pills undergoing tribulation? The most famous of them are 9 revolutions golden pills. This life-saving immortal pill, even powerful golden immortals and jade immortals, desire it immensely. 9 revolutions golden pill, exactly. I've seen a few alchemy masters refining 9 revolutions golden pills before, and many failed at the final heavenly tribulation. I wonder which alchemy master from our Kangwu Immortal City is starting the pill furnace. One by one, the immortals watched carefully, witnessing an alchemy master refining a 9 revolutions golden pill. A rare scene not often observed, hoping they might gain some insights from it. 9 revolutions golden pill? Is it Yunjinzi who is refining the 9 revolutions golden pill? In another great cave mansion, the Azure Dragon sect master from the 9 Dragons Commerce Association also noticed the scent of tribulation clouds. For a jade immortal, it is easy to sense the targeted range of the tribulation clouds above the firmament, precisely over the great cave mansion where Yunjinzi is located. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 903 The 6th Physical Body Divine Ability _2 I heard that the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall has requested Master Yunjinzi to refine 9 revolutions golden pills. The elder with white hair said. He had extensive connections and knew many secret pieces of intelligence. I'm aware of this. The Azure Dragon sect master nodded. After his negotiations with Yunjinzi collapsed, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall even specifically inquired about the conditions Yunjinzi had proposed. It seems that the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall holds Master Yunjinzi in high regard. The white-haired elder said with a smile. With the status of the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall, he could completely invite a top-tier alchemy master to refine the 9 revolutions golden pills. But in the end he chose Yunjinzi? The only explanation is that he sees great promise in him. How important is the 9 revolutions golden pill? One would certainly have a trusted alchemy master refine it. Otherwise, if the refining fails, the loss of all the main ingredients and auxiliary herbs would be enormous. Refining the 9 revolutions golden pill, approval alone isn't enough. It still requires the true strength of the alchemy master, the Azure Dragon sect master said indifferently. He had just failed in negotiations with Yunjinzi when the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall went to talk to Yunjinzi immediately after, which was somewhat embarrassing for the Azure Dragon sect master. That's true. To be successfully formed, the 9 revolutions golden pill must endure 9 divine tribulations. The white-haired elder nodded. From this aspect, we can see the level of accomplishment of an alchemy master. The most top-tier alchemy masters, when refining a 9 revolutions golden pill, will perfectly merge the many medicinal qualities within it, easily transcending the 9 divine tribulations. Slightly lesser alchemy masters. Before the white-haired elder could finish, above the vault of heaven, within the dark tribulation clouds, divine tribulations began descending. Boom boom boom. Streaks of white, cyan and purple lightning surged into the grade A cave dwelling where Lin Yuan was located. In less than an instant, the 9 divine tribulations ended one after another, and the dark tribulation clouds above the heavens began to dissipate. Rich pill fragrances faintly spread to nearly half of Kangwu Immortal City. Was it a successful refining? The white-haired elder was taken aback. 9 rounds of the divine tribulation had descended perfectly, and the scent of pills emanating outwards meant that the refining of 9 revolutions golden pills had been successful. S.E. The Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This batch of 9 revolutions golden pills refined by Master Yun Jinzi is of very high quality, a level that many top-tier alchemy masters may not be able to achieve, the white-haired elder said as he gently inhaled the pill fragrance. Although he was not an alchemy master himself, he was still quite familiar with many immortal pills. The fleeting fragrance emitted by the 9 revolutions immortal pills upon their formation indicated the quality of the refining. Very high quality. The Azure Dragon sect master beside him fell silent. Despite his reluctance to believe it, he had come to a similar conclusion. Azure Dragon sect master, you should have agreed to Master Yun Zenzi's conditions. A mere tens of millions of top-grade immortal crystals are nothing. If the 29 revolutions golden pills that are refined are all of this quality, it will definitely be a huge profit, the white-haired elder said in a low voice. Even among 9 revolutions golden pills, they are of different grades according to quality. The highest quality 9 revolutions golden pills can instantly heal all injuries of a golden immortal, and also have a great effect on jade immortals. For alchemy masters, occasionally refining 1 or 2 9 revolutions golden pills might involve an element of luck and state of mind. But refining a batch of extremely high-quality 9 revolutions golden pills is wholly a testament to one's own strength. From this batch of 9 revolutions golden pills refined by Yun Jinzi, it is apparent that Yun Zenzi's alchemical accomplishments far exceed those of ordinary alchemy masters. Weren't you saying that Yun Jinzi was just an ordinary alchemy master? The Azure Dragon sect master frowned, looking at the white-haired elder. If the white-haired elder had made it clear that Yun Jinzi was also a top-tier alchemy master, he might have agreed to Yun Zenzi's terms. I really didn't know. The white-haired elder felt a bit helpless. Who could have anticipated that Yun Jinzi, who had disappeared for nearly 10 million years, would have made such leaps and bounds in his alchemical skills? And now, the white-haired elder looked at the Azure Dragon sect master tentatively. Contact Master Yun Jinzi for me again. Tell him I've agreed to all his terms, the Azure Dragon sect master said immediately. Although he hadn't reached a cooperation with Yun Jinzi previously, the Azure Dragon sect master felt that Yun Jinzi would not be averse to top-grade immortal crystals. The reward for refining 29 revolutions golden pills is 10 million top-grade immortal crystals, which even a top-tier alchemy master would find hard to refuse. Okay, I'll try. The white-haired elder nodded. Grade A cave dwelling. Lin Yuan looked at the 13-round, golden immortal pills in front of him. The rich life force circulated within each immortal pill. Is this the 9 revolutions immortal pill? Lin Yuan was also refining such a high-level pill for the first time, observing it carefully for a while. With one furnace able to refine 13 9 revolutions golden pills, the main ingredients and auxiliary herbs were used to their full potential. Lin Yuan thought. Normally, even the topmost alchemy masters couldn't possibly utilize every bit of medicinal power. A furnace of 9 revolutions golden pills might at most form 5 or 6 pills. The rest of the medicinal properties would be wasted. But Lin Yuan was different. Even if it was just a trivial incarnation, his spiritual will was such that he could perfectly use every bit of the medicinal power for solidifying pills. That's why there were 13 9 revolutions golden pills from one furnace. Based on my current rate of pill formation, the batch of main ingredients and auxiliary herbs given to me by the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, could fully be refined into more than 109 revolutions golden pills. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. The agreement between the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall and him was to refine 59 revolutions golden pills with that batch of main ingredients and auxiliary herbs. Lin Yuan could refine over 109 revolutions golden pills. After giving the 50 agreed upon to the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, he could naturally keep the rest for himself. And this, for Lin Yuan, was a huge amount of cultivation resources. With the rarity of 9 revolutions golden pills, Lin Yuan could completely use barter to exchange for resources like immortal origin that weren't circulated in the market. Alchemy is truly a lucrative affair. Lin Yuan felt quite moved in his heart. This time, he only spent a month on alchemy, and it was just a month for an incarnation, but he harvested more than a dozen top-quality 9 revolutions golden pills, which could sell for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of top-grade immortal crystals on the market. Such an efficiency in amassing wealth, even plundering couldn't compare. Not to mention the many risks and hidden dangers that come with plundering. Master. After completing a furnace of 9 revolutions golden pills, Lin Yuan received a request to meet from Yun Jinzi. What is it? Lin Yuan appeared on the throne, looking down at Yun Jinzi below. That Azure Dragon Sect Master wants to meet with Master again, saying he agrees to the conditions, and is willing to offer 10 million immortal crystals just for Master to help him with the alchemy. Yun Jinzi immediately reported. All conditions are agreed upon? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The conditions have changed now. If the 9 Dragons Commerce Association wants me to personally refine 29 revolutions golden pills, they need to pay out 50 million top-grade immortal crystals as remuneration, Lin Yuan said. Just now, after Lin Yuan successfully refined the 9 revolutions golden pills, at least dozens of powers from the 33 immortal domains requested his help in refining 9 revolutions golden pills. Lin Yuan no longer cared about the mere 10 million top-grade immortal crystals from the Azure Dragon Sect Master. Yes. Yun Jinzi nodded. His figure disappeared on the spot to reply to the Azure Dragon Sect Master. Cave cultivation area. Lin Yuan was mainly observing the irregular crack above the vault of heaven, with a small part of his mind and energy devoted to contemplating the palm-sized divine skill imprint deep within his body, made up of endless mysterious runes. This divine skill imprint represented Lin Yuan's 6th physical body divine ability. During this sojourn in the immortal realm, rewalking the path of martial Tao with the foundation of this flesh and blood lineage, he unearthed this martial divine ability. Compared to the previous 5 physical body divine abilities, the 6th divine ability that Lin Yuan awoke was more extreme. Finally, I've completely penetrated the insights of this divine skill imprint. Inside Lin Yuan, that deep and complicated divine skill imprint seemed to hold no more secrets. Its many mysteries fully revealed in Lin Yuan's eyes. To bring a physical body divine ability back to the main universe, one must fully comprehend the corresponding divine skill imprint. And just now, Lin Yuan had completely penetrated the insights of this divine skill imprint. Among the many physical body divine abilities that Lin Yuan controlled, the longest contemplation time was spent on this particular divine ability, taking a full 500 years. This divine ability. Lin Yuan extended his right hand. A breath that shook the soul coiled around his fingertips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90 For the Origin of Immortals. Please subscribe. It's not accurate to say that Lin Yuan comprehended this divine skill imprint within 500 years. It took specifically 490 years, and Lin Yuan wasn't fully devoted to its comprehension. Apart from understanding the space-time rule among many other rules, and perfecting the martial Tao at the level 11 perfect standard among many aspects, the real mental and energy effort Lin Yuan spent on this divine skill imprint was only about 1/50th. Yet, even so, it also shows how extraordinary this divine skill imprint is. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even just 1/50th took nearly 500 years to fully understand. SAR the novel, F. Iyer. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Divine skill. Tier Sky. Lin Yuan looked at the aura winding through his fingers. The sixth physical body divine ability, named Tear Sky, is purely and extremely a combative divine skill. Lin Yuan's fifth physical body divine ability, named World, is also a combative skill, but it includes a suppressing effect that envelopes all enemies within its external range, causing them to be suppressed. But the divine skill Tear Sky? It only has one effect, that is to tear everything apart, to shatter everything. In terms of sheer individual killing power, the prowess of divine skill, Tear Sky even surpasses World. After all, even the final self-exploding move of divine skill, World targets a group range. While divine skill, Tear Sky targets only a single point, or a line, the ultimate killing power made even Lin Yuan somewhat shocked. Since Lin Yuan awakened this physical body divine ability, he had not used it fully, fearing its destructive power was too great, and would attract the attention of Ancestor of the Immortal Path. If measured by the battle strength standards of the main world, the limit of this divine skill's power should reach between 400,000 to 500,000. Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. It is worth noting that the measurement standards here, with level 11 perfect as the basic unit, which is 1. After Lin Yuan entered level 11, the upper limit of his battle strength is 10,000, and his subsequent strength increases rapidly, reaching at most tens of thousands. The explosive instant power emitted by the external world's self-explosion is roughly around 300,000. But divine skill Tear Sky, erupting directly with the battle strength of 400,000 to 500,000? The threshold battle standard for 12 layers ultimate is only about 1 million. Too extreme. Lin Yuan continued to observe the essence of divine skill Tear Sky. The previous 5 physical body divine abilities all enhanced various aspects, but Tear Sky, only destruction. Unfortunately, in the short term, I can only exert one strike of Tear Sky. Lin Yuan thought to himself. This is quite normal, divine skill. Tear Sky allows Lin Yuan to deliver a blow that surpasses his own strength by many folds. If he could use it at will, Lin Yuan himself would be afraid. Among the 3 Dao-protecting secret skills of the Xianhuang lineage, the Xianhuang One Strike, at a perfect level only allows Lin Yuan a constant 6 times his battle strength, and it is based on a huge consumption. While divine skill Tear Sky, far more than 60 or 600 times the strength burst. The battle strength jumping from 300,000 to 400,000 or 500,000 seems to increase by less than 1 time, but the actual gap in between is unimaginable. Regrettably, divine skill Tear Sky cannot be overlaid with divine skill World otherwise, Lin Yuan sighed. These 2 divine skills are both combative and cannot be fused together. However, Lin Yuan is already very satisfied. Whether it is divine skill World or divine skill Tear Sky, their prowess is not fixed, but depends on Lin Yuan himself. Divine skill World depends on Lin Yuan's internal world. Divine skill Tear Sky depends on Lin Yuan's essence of life. It will increase alongside Lin Yuan becoming stronger. Half a year later, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall visited again. Ha 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 ha, Master Yunjinzi, did you call me here because the 9 Revolutions golden pills are all refined? Flying Immortal Hall's Hall Master laughed heartily. Every time Lin Yuan successfully refined a 9 Revolutions golden pill, it would cause a heavenly phenomenon, with dense tribulation clouds, from which the Flying Immortal Hall's Hall Master could infer the quality of the resulting pills. Task fulfilled. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and a green gourd appeared in front of the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall carefully opened the gourd, pouring out a golden immortal pill, and scrutinized it for a while. Very good indeed. This 9 Revolutions golden pill is definitely among the highest quality of all the 9 Revolutions golden pills I have ever seen, declared the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, thoroughly satisfied. He specially half-bartered, half-gifted, using 3 parts immortal source as compensation, requesting Lin Yuan for alchemy, not just assuming that Yun Zhenxi's alchemy skills were as simple as they appear. Now it seems the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall clearly bet correctly. Just the highest quality 9 Revolutions golden pill currently before him was enough to show that Lin Yuan's alchemy skills surpassed those of an alchemy master. There are 59 Revolutions golden pills in there. I hope the Hall Master will count them. Lin Yuan said. Inside the green gourd were the 59 revolutions golden pills traded to the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall. In this alchemy session, Lin Yuan produced a total of 132 pills. Aside from these 50, Lin Yuan secretly took away 82 9 revolutions golden pills. Ha 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 ha. Yun Jinzi is so straightforward in handing all the 9 revolutions golden pills to me. Aren't you afraid he'll just turn around and leave? A smile appeared on view on WordPress. The first is the ancestor of the immortal path. The second is the ancestor of the demon abyss. Haha. Thank you, Master Yun Jinzi, for your trust. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall was also in good spirits, unaware that if he dared to turn around and leave, it would undoubtedly be a situation where even the ancestral master could not save him. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall thought that Lin Yuan really trusted him. This is the tripartite immortal source. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall flipped his hand and took out a black wooden box, which hovered in midair and came in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's heart slightly stirred. The moment the wooden box appeared, Lin Yuan faintly felt an inexplicable aura, as if it was the origin of everything, the beginning of all things. Lin Yuan caught the box, just about to open it. Master Yun Jinzi, please don't open it for now. Seeing this, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall hurriedly reminded. Once an immortal source is revealed, it begins to dissipate. It is best if Master Yun Jinzi waits until the official use of the immortal source to open the box. Otherwise it's a bit of a waste. The immortal source comes from the origin of the immortal realm, and once it leaves the primordial lands, it will irreversibly dissipate. The wooden box fundamentally helps to isolate the immortal source from the outside, stopping its dissipation. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan nodded. Although he had the memories of Yun Jinzi, he was not very familiar with such rare treasures as the immortal source. Next, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall further requested Lin Yuan to refine several types of immortal pills. For this Lin Yuan naturally agreed. After all, he wasn't refining for nothing. Kangwu Immortal City would provide compensation satisfactory to Lin Yuan. Is the demand for immortal pills by the Immortal City so huge because of the war between immortals and demons? Lin Yuan asked. Through conversations with the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, Lin Yuan subtly realized that Kangwu Immortal City was placing extraordinarily high importance on this war between immortals and demons. Kangwu Immortal City, as one of the 33 immortal domains, has experienced countless wars between immortals and demons. For most Jade immortals, such wars are a significant threat, with the possibility of falling at the hands of those demons. But for the Immortal City? Since the first war between immortals and demons began, it has never been heard that any immortal city was breached by demons. This war between immortals and demons is expected to be far more brutal than usual. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall hesitated for a while, and said in a low voice, "This news has not yet been made public. Only giants of the Immortal City like the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall know about it." If it weren't for Lin Yuan asking, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall would not mention it. After all, the impact is too significant. A normal war between immortals and demons already chills the spines of those golden immortals and jade immortals. How many golden and jade immortals might die in a far more brutal war? Far more. Lin Yuan listened. Yes. Master Yun Jinzi should know that the so-called war between immortals and demons is mainly caused by demons from the demon abyss invading. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall said, "The reason the demons invade is because part of the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss briefly revives, leading to an endless incursion of demons into the immortal realm. In the past, the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss, though it would revive, at most only revives to about 10%, but in this war between immortals and demons, the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss might revive to 50 or 60%. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall spoke gravely. 50 or 60% consciousness? Lin Yuan's expression also became solemn. Such a degree of consciousness revival, the ancestor of the demon abyss, might interfere with the immortal realm. Then, the many immortals of the immortal realm, not only are they facing endless demons, But they may also face the ancestor of the demon abyss, who is a level 12 ultimate. However, if the ancestor of the demon abyss intervenes, the ancestor of the immortal path would definitely not just watch. A direct confrontation between two level 12 ultimates will make this war between immortals and demons intricately complex. Let's hope we can smoothly get through this war between immortals and demons. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall sighed, and then rose to leave. War between immortals and demons? Lin Yuan sat and contemplated for a while. The war between immortals and demons doesn't affect him much. He can simply hide if it becomes too much. Let's see what exactly the immortal source is. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot. Cave cultivation area. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged, a black wooden box quietly hovering in front of him. What a peculiar feeling. Lin Yuan was amazed. Even with the wooden box isolating the inside from outside, he could feel a special sensation. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan slowly opened the wooden box. Buzz, a mysterious aura began to emit. Lin Yuan looked inside the wooden box, and his expression slightly changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 905 Hope. Please subscribe. The black wooden box appears to be just a wooden box on the surface, containing 3 portions of immortal essence. But in fact, it is made up of layers of sealing techniques, completely isolating the inside and outside of the box, including space and causality. Only thus can the dispersion of immortal essence be minimized as much as possible. In terms of value, not to mention the immortal essence within the wooden box, just the box itself, is worth no less than 100,000 top-grade immortal crystals, equivalent to the entire fortune of a common jade immortal. Buzz. Inside the black wooden box, there lies a fist-sized crystal with points of light circulating inside, resembling endless stars. As the seal on the wooden box is opened, the crystal begins to emit strands of aura, spreading in all directions, faintly enveloping Lin Yuan in a mysterious universe. And within this universe, the fluctuations of many great rules ripple towards him like waves. Lin Yuan's mind is shaken. The experience he is undergoing is like a person who has been thirsty for dozens of days suddenly plunging into water, the longed-for source of water rushing endlessly towards him. You're against heaven's understanding. Observing the mysterious origin source boosts your comprehension of various fundamental rules. In almost an instant, Lin Yuan immerses himself in cultivation, the spatio-temporal fusion rule, among many other pillar-level fusion rules, visibly accelerating. Half a day later, Lin Yuan looks at the immortal essence in front of him, now reduced in size, and quickly closes the wooden box. Instantly, the inside and outside of the wooden box are isolated, stopping the dispersion of the immortal essence's aura, and everything returns to normal. This immortal essence, coming from the origin of the immortal realm, is condensed from the auras of the primordial lands. Once it arrives in the outside world, losing the condensing environment, the immortal essence will evaporate, disperse. And the aura of the immortal realm's origin source dispersed by the evaporation briefly replicates the environment of the origin of the immortal realm. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkle. Just like water turns into ice in a sub-zero environment. But as soon as it returns to above zero, the ice turns back into water again. The immortal essence works on a similar principle. Simply put, just now Lin Yuan in effect briefly cultivated at the origin of the immortal realm. CTH novel. FIR. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The feeling of the great principles raining down aids Lin Yuan far more than when other jade immortals ponder the immortal essence. After all, Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding gives him a cultivation speed that far surpasses other jade immortals. The same apple hitting on the head. Some people only feel the apple is really hard, or that it's not tasty. But others can directly understand some fundamental nature of the universe. This is the difference in understanding. The brief environment formed by the dispersal of immortal essence gives Lin Yuan incredible gains. Just in that short half-day, Lin Yuan feels he has advanced further in understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule. And so it is with the other pillar-level fusion rules. If it was just accelerating the understanding of rules, it wouldn't have shaken Lin Yuan so much. After all, with his against heaven's understanding, even without the immortal essence, he would eventually comprehend what needs to be comprehended, just taking more time. However, through just that brief comprehension of the immortal essence, Lin Yuan, including the spatio-temporal fusion rule, has all rules progressing simultaneously, feeling like all the myriad principles unify into one, akin to chaos? Chaos rule. Lin Yuan's spirit soars. So far, Lin Yuan hasn't been sure about comprehending the chaos rule at level 11, as there's no direction given. Even Xianhuang and the demonic Jade Tower Master can provide no guidance. What Lin Yuan can do is to understand as many great principles as possible. But just now Lin Yuan finally sensed the feeling of everything returning to chaos. Immortal essence can help me comprehend the chaos rule. Lin Yuan thinks to himself, comprehending the chaos rule at level 11 not only massively boosts his strength, but also greatly enhances the probability when reaching the ultimate phase. Compared to the former, Lin Yuan values the latter more. Unfortunately, the immortal essence is consumed too quickly. Lin Yuan looks at the wooden box in front of him. It has shrunk after being opened just for a short half-day. If he keeps comprehending without restraint, probably in just over 10 days, the 3 portions of immortal essence would be completely dissipated. No wonder the hallmaster of the Flying Immortal Hall told me to open the wooden box only when I'm comprehending in cultivation. Lin Yuan muses to himself. Even if it's just opened briefly, the consumption of immortal essence would reach 1 in 100,000, 1 in 10 million, which is a definite loss. The following cultivation, only at critical moments can I rely on immortal essence, other times it's normal comprehension. Lin Yuan looks up at the irregular cracks in the sky. Additionally, try to obtain more immortal essence. If there is ample immortal essence, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed would definitely surpass the current, and comprehending the chaos rule would no longer be a mere wish. Does Heavenly Water Holy Palace also want the master to concoct a batch of 9 revolutions golden pills? They're only willing to offer 20 million top-grade immortal crystals? Too stingy, just refuse them. Songlio Palace wants the master to concoct a life and death reincarnation pill, offering 30 million top-grade immortal crystals as the reward. The life and death reincarnation pill is even rarer than the 9 revolutions golden pill. The alchemy master would also need to undergo life and death risks to concoct it. Just 30 million top-grade immortal crystals? I don't even feel like refusing. Sun Moon Sect is willing to offer 1 portion of immortal essence, asking the master to start the furnace once. This could be considered, the master said. Those involving immortal essence shouldn't be so easily refused. Inside the Great Hall, Yun Jinzi looks at the letters from various forces, quickly glancing through, rejecting all those without sincerity. Ever since Lin Yuan successfully concocted the first batch of 9 revolutions golden pills, inciting the descent of heavenly tribulation, and eventually the successful formation of pills, his reputation as the topmost alchemy master has truly spread widely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 906 Hope. Please subscribe. _2 For this reason, many forces in the 33 immortal domains, and even forces from the wilderness regions beyond the 33 immortal domains, wished to request Lin Yuan's help with alchemy. After all, in the immortal realm, the importance of an alchemy master is undeniable, with various kinds of immortal pills becoming an indispensable part of all immortals' lives. For many immortals, the significance of immortal pills even exceeds that of immortal artifacts. Master, what kind of power is it actually? Yun Jinzi quickly finished reading all the letters, and couldn't help but think of his attempt to seize Lin Yuan's body, invading Lin Yuan's spirit world, and seeing that towering, high and mighty hazy figure. Yun Zhenxi's initial reaction was to wonder if he had tried to seize the body of an ancestral master, because aside from an ancestral master, at the level of a jade immortal, whose spiritual will could make him feel so hopeless. However, ever since I started serving my master, my strength and realm have indeed improved a lot. Yun Jinzi composed himself. realizing that in the past 500 years, even the things that slipped through Lin Yuan's fingers had benefited him greatly, especially when Lin Yuan occasionally produced waste pills during alchemy. The waste pills defined by Lin Yuan were, in Yun Zhenxi's eyes, already of decent quality. Inside the cave mansion, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, space slightly twisted in all directions. When comprehending the rules and the Grand Tao, even though Lin Yuan tried to reduce his interference with the surroundings as much as possible, he could not completely stop it. In the past 500 years, under the subtle influence of Lin Yuan, the space of the entire cultivation area had expanded countless times. The grand spatial temporal maze spread out, centered around Lin Yuan, filling every inch of space in the cultivation area. However, only Lin Yuan could enter the cultivation area. Yun Zhenzi was occasionally able to approach, but since the latter bore Lin Yuan's aura seal, he wasn't affected much. One day, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall paid a visit to Lin Yuan. Ha, Master Yun Zhenzi, I wonder if you're still interested in crafting another batch of 9 Revolutions golden pills? The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall asked with a smile, having found that the effects of the 59 Revolutions golden pills that Lin Yuan had previously crafted were even better than imagined after detailed evaluation upon return. It would be an honor. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The trade with the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall was very straightforward, and he was even paid an origin source for alchemy. Lin Yuan naturally would not refuse. Next, the two discussed the details of alchemy, and Lin Yuan asked, "Does the Hall Master have any channels to purchase origin source?" For Lin Yuan, he naturally could never have too much origin source. Yet apart from a few powers like the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall, who were willing to trade origin source as payment, others only offered top-quality immortal crystals or other precious resources in exchange for his alchemy. The Master desires origin source? Surprise appeared on the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall's face. According to the origin source traded with Lin Yuan, it should have been enough for the cultivation of a normal Jade Immortal. The consumption of origin source is not a matter of more being better. The environment briefly formed when origin source dissipates can pose a risk of becoming Tao for a long time, even for a Jade Immortal. The so-called becoming Tao means returning everything back to the grand Tao of heaven and earth. To resist the becoming Tao effect of origin source for a long time, one can only rely on the spiritual willpower of the Jade Immortal itself. But normally speaking, even the topmost Jade Immortals wouldn't dare to cultivate too long in the kind of environment created by the origin source. Of course, even if they can only engage in short-term cultivation, it is of great help to any Jade Immortal, which is also the reason why origin source is incredibly rare. After all, Jade Immortals have long lifespans, and it's nothing to them to contemplate origin source for a brief period after a long while. I will help the Master to inquire further. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall nodded. Thank you, Lin Yuan said. The two continued their conversation for a while. As if recalling something, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall spoke in a low voice. By the way, does the Master wish to hire some top Jade Immortals for protection? Protect myself? Lin Yuan was startled. Indeed, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall explained. With the Master's current alchemical expertise, while attracting some seekers of pills, it's certain to also draw the attention of many with ill intentions. Although the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall did not state it explicitly, his meaning was quite clear. Top alchemy masters are undoubtedly wealthy, and the wealth they accumulate is immense, attracting the notice of some formidable Jade Immortals. As long as one can kill a top alchemy master, the wealth obtained would be enough to support their cultivation for a lengthy period. Since ancient times, plundering has always been the quickest shortcut to amassing wealth. Lin Yuan is unwilling to plunder because alchemy is an even more efficient and safer means than plundering. But for other Jade Immortals, that might not be the case. Would they dare to make a move in an immortal city? Lin Yuan asked. In Kangwu Immortal City, countless killing formations are laid out, and even Jade Immortals must tread carefully, especially so in the cave mansion area. And more so in the top-tier cave mansion where Lin Yuan resides. Being the highest-grade cave mansion in Kangwu Immortal City, it naturally places great emphasis on safety. The immortal city is indeed enveloped in killing formations, but they are not absolutely perfect. These formations are also laid out by jade immortals, so there's a possibility to unravel them, said the Hallmaster of the Flying Immortal Hall truthfully. The immortal realm is vast with innumerable methods. It is true that the immortal city is backed by the ancestral master, but after he created irregular rifts connecting to the origin of the immortal realm, he stopped intervening in governance. Sir the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The establishment and perfection of the immortal city rely on many jade immortals. Those killing formations were created by numerous jade immortals, and under such circumstances, the advice from the Hallmaster of the Flying Immortal Hall is quite reasonable. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary jade immortal, he wouldn't need to consider these matters. To have any hope of unraveling an immortal city's killing formations would require significant sacrifices. The cost alone far exceeds the entire fortune of an ordinary jade immortal, not to mention the risk of being detected by the killing formations of the immortal city at any time, potentially provoking a joint suppression by numerous jade immortals. But Lin Yuan. Although it is unknown exactly how much wealth Lin Yuan has, just the earnings from refining the 9 Revolutions golden pill lately have far surpassed those of an ordinary jade immortal. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan nodded. I'll consider it. In fact, Lin Yuan does not plan to hire any top jade immortals to protect himself. It would be too troublesome, and there's also the risk of exposing his own secrets. The reason why the Hallmaster of the Flying Immortal Hall suggested hiring top jade immortals was due to being unaware of Lin Yuan's strength. The outside world only knows Lin Yuan is skilled in alchemy, a top-tier alchemy master. In fact, what Lin Yuan is best at is combat, especially since obtaining the 6th physical body divine ability, Rend Heaven. As for whether he will truly encounter plunder, Lin Yuan is somewhat looking forward to it. Who ends up plundering whom is not yet certain. On this journey through, Lin Yuan has set a tone for himself to stay as low-key as possible, but if someone actively offers themselves up, Lin Yuan can only gratefully accept. The 33 Immortal Domains. The Beizhou Immortal Domain. This is a vast immortal domain adjacent to the Xiantian Immortal Domain. In the depths of an ancient mountain range, a figure in a beast robe sat cross-legged, exuding a terrifying aura from the barbarian wilderness. It was just the slaughter of one of your scions. Do you need to hunt me so persistently? You, a great city lord with so many scions, what does killing one of them change? This figure in the beast robe shook his head slightly. Not long ago, he killed a scion of the Lord of North Cold City, within the North Cold Immortal City, for some crucial resource. This act directly enraged the Lord of North Cold City, who instantly had countless killing formations cover the Immortal City. If not for the beast-robed figure's innate ability to blend into formations, he likely wouldn't have escaped the North Cold Immortal City. Even so, the figure in the beast robe was still issued a warrant by the North Cold Immortal City, with all the immortal cities in the Beizhou Immortal Domain searching for him. Forget it. I cannot stay in the Beizhou Immortal Domain any longer. The figure in the beast robe thought quietly to himself. Even though his skills could allow him to escape from the warrant over and over again, he couldn't keep this up indefinitely. And as a jade immortal, he too needed various resources for cultivation. Being wanted throughout the entire Beizhou Immortal Domain meant that he couldn't enter those immortal cities to purchase resources. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 907 Lost. Please subscribe. Let's head to another immortal domain. The beast-robed figure made up his mind. There was no choice, as he had become thoroughly infamous within this domain. His life essence was locked on, and any action would lead to recognition by other immortals. Subsequently contacting the various immortal cities, an endless pursuit would then ensue. However, the beast-robed figure had no regrets. By killing the scion of the Lord of North Cold Immortal City, the treasure he acquired advanced his strength by several levels. Even if given another chance, the beast-robed figure would choose to kill without hesitation. Cultivation is a struggle. Struggle against other immortals, struggle against the heaven and earth. In the eyes of the beast-robed figure, those immortals without power but in control of numerous cultivation resources were his prey, the nourishment on his path of cultivation. Let's see which immortal domain to choose. The beast-robed figure pondered. The choice of immortal domain was crucial, at least for his continued cultivation. A top-tier alchemy master has emerged in the Xiantian immortal domain, named Yunjinzi? Interest sparked within the beast-robed figure. Top-tier alchemy masters were all rolling in wealth. The beast-robed figure had once attempted to assassinate a top-tier alchemy master, but was thwarted by the high-level jade immortal the latter had hired. Top-tier alchemy masters, while in possession of vast wealth, also greatly valued their lives, willing to pay a substantial price for their protection. This Yunjinzi, a newly emerged top-tier alchemy master, has yet to hire a top-level jade immortal? The beast-robed figure grew more interested. The last time Yunjinzi made a move, nearly 10 million years had passed, and the combat power he exhibited back then was slightly above average among jade immortals. To the beast-robed figure, this was a plump sheep, even more enticing than the scion of the Lord of North Cold Immortal City. A top-tier alchemy master, even a newly minted one, possesses insight far surpassing an ordinary jade immortal. The treasure I obtained from the scion of the North Cold City Lord elevated my personal strength by several levels. There won't be any mishaps in dealing with a mere newly advanced top-tier alchemy master. S.E. The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The beast-robed figure was confident in himself. As for the intel that Yunjinzi was extremely low profile and seldom left his cave mansion, this posed no problem for the beast-robed figure. Having the audacity to assassinate a city lord's scion within an immortal city, and escaping under the envelopment of numerous immortal city-killing formations, he was certain he could silently traverse the killing formations of Kangwu Immortal City and enter Yunzenzi's cave mansion. Xiantian Immortal Domain it is. The beast-robed figure stood, merged with the world, and vanished from sight. Xiantian Immortal Domain was adjacent to the Beizhou Immortal Domain. The distance was not far, and with such an ideal target as Yunjinzi, accomplishing this deed would ensure the beast-robed figure needn't worry about cultivation resources for a good while. Within the cave mansion, the cultivation area, Lin Yuan still sat cross-legged. At this moment, the void in front of him faintly distorted, and a figure appeared. It was the Taiyan primordial spirit. These are cultivation resources. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, took out a spatial ring, and floated it in front of the Taiyan primordial spirit. In fact, the Lin Yuan frequently residing within this top-tier cave mansion was not the true body, but the Taiyang divine spirit. The top-tier cave mansion in Kangwu Immortal City had an irregular fissure that connected to the origin of the immortal realm, where the ancestral master resided. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not let his true self stay here for long. In the event of any extreme situation, attracting the ancestral master's attention and losing the true body would be far more serious than losing a primordial spirit. Hence, even without any incidents for over 500 years, Lin Yuan still maintained the mode of his true body hiding in a secret place, while the Taiyang divine spirit stayed in Kangwu Immortal City, amassing numerous cultivation resources to support the true Buddhist cultivation. The Taiyan primordial spirit's visit was to deliver the cultivation resources earned by the Taiyang divine spirit to the true body. Whoosh! The Taiyan primordial spirit took the cultivation resources and quickly disappeared within the cave mansion. Before long, the Taiyan primordial spirit arrived at a subterranean location countless billions of miles away from Kangwu Immortal City. There had formed a vast underground palace where the true body of Lin Yuan sat cross-legged at its center. Whoosh! The Taiyan primordial spirit appeared and brought out the spatial ring. Lin Yuan swallowed all the resources from the spatial ring, and soon felt a slight stirring in his heart, looking in a certain direction. That was the surface above the subterranean palace, where the void faintly fluctuated and strands of black energy spread, quickly followed by the descent of 7 or 8 demonic beings. In recent decades, the impact of the demon abyss invasion of the immortal realm has become increasingly severe, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The specific manifestation was the frequency of demonic beings appearing in the immortal realm increasing, even in the remote area that Lin Yuan had specifically chosen. If demonic beings were invading there, it was even less likely that other places were spared. Why does the ancestral master not intervene? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed, slightly puzzled. Although the ancestral master was exalted, with these demonic beings clearly already affecting the immortals of the realm, especially in the wars between immortals and demons, countless golden immortals had perished. Even jade immortals could not all avoid misfortune. With the 12th layer strength of the ancestral master, it would not be too difficult to suppress the ancestor of the demon abyss, let alone preventing these demonic beings from invading the immortal realm. Yet time and again, wars between immortals and demons occurred. The ancestral master, residing high in the origin source, overseeing the immortals, showed no intention of taking action. Forget it. I need not consider these now. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts. Regardless of why the ancestral master did not prevent it, it bore little relevance to him. His current goal was to grasp as much as possible the 7th realm of time and space, as well as the fabled chaos rule. However, this temporary demon essence channel needs to be dealt with. Lin Yuan glanced at the surface, and after the arrival of the 7 or 8 demonic beings, the space gradually stabilized, and a dark portal about dozens of meters wide began to take shape. If the demon essence channel was left unchecked, it would continuously spawn demonic beings. Even if Lin Yuan's secluded underground palace remained undiscovered, once the demon essence channel expanded further, attracting attention from the jade immortals of various immortal cities, a large number of immortals would be dispatched to reseal the channel. At that time, it might be possible to discover traces of the underground palace. The demons have low intelligence, operating only on instinct. Although they are formed by the breath of the ancestor of the demon abyss, they have almost no spiritual wisdom. However, the jade immortals are different, with numerous methods at their disposal. Lin Yuan does not wish to cause any unnecessary trouble. The next moment, the Tian divine spirit vanished. When it reappeared, it had already reached the surface, standing before the rapidly forming demon essence channel. Oh, roar! The 7 or 8 demons, entering the immortal realm for the first time, were exhilarated. To them, the immortal chi of the immortal realm and the blood, flesh, and souls of the immortals were incomparably delicious, especially the flesh of the jade immortals, which was an ultimate nourishment. Every demon that invades the immortal realm, as long as they can return to the demon abyss safely, their strength would increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, before these 7 or 8 demons could get a clear view of their surroundings, their consciousness began to plummet into darkness rapidly, and their flesh and souls were reduced to the most primal demonic chi. Is this demonic chi the breath of the ancestor of the demon abyss? Using the primal force, Lin Yuan Tian divine spirit reverted the demon's flesh and souls back to their origin, turning them into these insignificant wisps of demonic chi. Ancestor of the demon abyss? Lin Yuan observed carefully for a while, allowing these wisps of demonic chi to dissipate. Being of the 12th and ultimate tier, it's not necessarily a good idea to retain even a trace of the opponent's demonic chi. Especially recently, the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss is about to reawaken, and it's possible that up to 60% of its consciousness will return. At this time, any trace of demonic chi might become a beacon for the ancestor of the demon abyss. Demon abyss. Lin Yuan looked at the dark channel before him. At this moment, with a thought, the space-time around the channel began to collapse, and the demon essence channel also began to rapidly disintegrate. Once I attain the 7th realm of space-time comprehension, it might be worth a visit to the demon abyss. Lin Yuan thought to himself that with the 7th realm of space-time comprehension, he could be confident in preserving his life even in the 12th tier path-splitting realm, considering the peculiar nature of the demon abyss existence. If possible, Lin Yuan would naturally dive in for a deep exploration. Moments later, the demon essence channel in front of him completely collapsed, as if it never existed. Seeing this, Lin Yuan finally turned and left. The disappearance of the demon essence channel was actually quite normal. For the numerous demons within the demon abyss, it was a common occurrence. If one channel disappeared, they would just move on to the next. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years went by. In Kangwu Immortal City within the cave mansion area, the figure in the beast robe, now taking the form of a slender golden immortal, appeared in front of the flying immortal hall. That place should be Yun Zhenxi's cave mansion. The figure in the beast robe glanced at the cave mansion area. The 33 immortal domains are vast and boundless. Even though the Beizhou immortal domain borders the Xiantian immortal domain, it took the figure in the beast robe a full 10 years to reach Kangwu Immortal City. 10 years have passed. Does Yun Zhenxi still have no intention of hiring top-level Jade Immortals to protect him? A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the figure in the beast robe. Over the 10 years, he never ceased to monitor intelligence on Yun Zhenxi, but he had never heard of any top-level Jade Immortals being employed by him. Is it confidence in the Immortal City's protective formation? Or has he secretly hired them without my knowledge? The figure in the beast robe couldn't be bothered to ponder any further. Since he had come here, it meant that he was determined to succeed. Even if Yun Zhenxi had already hired top-level Jade Immortal protection, he would still make his move to assassinate him. Compared to his last attempt, after obtaining that treasure from the heir of the Lord of North Cold City, the figure in the beast robe considered his strength to have greatly increased, confident that he could swiftly kill Yun Zhenxi even under the protection of a top-level Jade Immortal. The Immortal City's formation? The figure in the beast robe arrived at the entrance to the cave mansion area and smiled faintly. His figure merged with the heaven and earth, silently infiltrating the area. Passing by mansion after mansion, the figure in the beast robe finally arrived in front of a first-class mansion. This mansion was the one Lin Yuan was staying in. This Yun Zhenxi must have a close relationship with the higher-ups of the Immortal City. I can feel the formation pressure in this area is much higher, said the figure in the beast robe with a slightly solemn expression. But it doesn't matter much. He could almost ignore the Immortal City's formation entirely because of his acute mastery over space-time. No formation can exist without space-time. By mastering space-time, most formations in the world become meaningless. Space-time. The eyes of the figure in beast robe faintly glowed whitish, and then he merged into the first-class mansion. Yun Zhenxi should be in the cultivation area. After he infiltrated the mansion, the figure in the beast robe quickly surveyed the surroundings, and then headed towards the cultivation area. Soon, the figure in the beast robe arrived at the entrance of the core area. Yun Zhenxi. Excitement flickered across the face of the figure in the beast robe. Having infiltrated this far without triggering any alarms made him almost certain of his success in assassinating Yun Zhenxi. Whoosh. The next moment, the figure in the beast robe disappeared again, entering the cultivation area of the mansion. Like a pebble dropping into the endless ocean, the figure in the beast robe, who had finally entered the core area, suddenly found that the world around him had changed. A vast realm of endless layers of space-time, so immense that the figure could see no end to it. What is this? The figure in the beast robe was stunned and looked around repeatedly. An inconceivable thought surged in his mind at that moment. Had he lost his way? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 908 The Descent of Demon Abyss. Please subscribe. Where is this place? The figure in the beast robe was somewhat bewildered. He remembered that he had secretly intruded into the training area of Yun Zhenxi's cave mansion. But now? All around heaven and earth. Vast and boundless. The first thought of the figure in the beast robe was whether he had fallen into some kind of illusionary array. But he immediately dismissed the idea. Even the most powerful illusionary array is, after all, just an illusion. Deceiving the perception of an ordinary Jade Immortal was one thing. But for him, a Jade Immortal, the incredibly realistic space-time fluctuations all around him, made the figure in the beast robe realize this was not an illusion at all. It was real space-time. Jiezi world. This is a Jiezi world created by a top Jade Immortal. The figure in the beast robe finally remembered something. Top Jade Immortals, when comprehending the mysteries of space-time and spending long periods in seclusion, could affect the area, causing phenomena similar to a spatial temporal maze to form. This is the Jiezi world. However, in the knowledge of the figure in the beast robe, even the Jiezi worlds formed by the ancestor of the Immortal Path's direct disciples, who were in seclusion for years, were at most a few thousand or 10,000 miles in range. How could it be as vast and endless as it is now? This is also why the figure in the beast robe did not initially think of the Jiezi world. The Jiezi world before him differed too greatly from the normal Jiezi world. What kind of existence could form a Jiezi world on such a scale? The figure in the beast robe's mind trembled. Although there was no set standard for the size of a Jiezi world, it must relate to the depth of the original Jade Immortal's comprehension of space-time mysteries. Normally speaking, the more vast the Jiezi world and the more complex the spatial-temporal maze, the more terrifying the original Jade Immortal's insight into the mysteries of space-time. And who could correspond to the Jiezi world in front of him? The figure in the beast robe dared not imagine. Rumbling. Before the figure in the beast robe could make any movement, the space-time around him began to ripple, and like a lone boat in the vast sea, he was submerged under the sea in an instant. Which number is this? In the center of the training area, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, with all the numerous treasures and battle loot from the figure in the beast robe appearing before him. SE of the novel F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ever since 10 years ago, when he revealed his skills as a top alchemy master, every so often, there would be mysterious Jade Immortals secretly infiltrating his cave mansion. Wishing to ascend to the heavens in one step, to slay him, this top alchemy master, and obtain massive wealth. But unfortunately, most of these mysterious Jade Immortals couldn't even withstand the spatial-temporal maze unintentionally influenced by Lin Yuan while he comprehended the space-time rule, let alone survive. They provided Lin Yuan with a windfall. Those mysterious Jade Immortals who had the capability to traverse the defenses of the Immortal City's killing arrays were undoubtedly powerful, at least starting from top Jade Immortals, and their true combat power was terrifying, far surpassing Jade Immortals like Yun Jinzi. Such Jade Immortals naturally possessed significant wealth. One alone could suffice for Lin Yuan to refine numerous immortal pills. This is even more efficient than alchemy. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but also understood that the benefits brought by alchemy were long-term and stable. As for these mysterious Jade Immortals infiltrating his cave mansion, in the short term, one might come after another, but over time, with Lin Yuan remaining unscathed, other Jade Immortals with designs on Lin Yuan would start to sense something amiss. A large number of mysterious Jade Immortals dying within Lin Yuan's cave mansion, even if not spread outside, but Lin Yuan's being alive and well was proof enough. Being able to cultivate to a Jade Immortal, none were fools. They would certainly deduce that Lin Yuan had an unpredictable trump card. Let's take a look at these battle loots. Lin Yuan diverted a shred of his mind to take stock of the numerous treasures obtained from the figure in the beast robe. Flying Immortal Hall. The Hall Master's expression changed slightly, as his gaze turned toward the Grade A cave mansion area, specifically, to the Grade A cave mansion where Lin Yuan resided. Another Jade Immortal has infiltrated Master Yun Zhenxi's cave mansion? The Flying Immortal Hall Master had long been used to this. The Flying Immortal Hall is an essential institute of the Kangwu Immortal City, having absolute control over all the array and killing formations in the cave mansion area. Moreover, due to the cooperative relationship with Lin Yuan, the Flying Immortal Hall Master had long focused the large array in the cave mansion area, particularly on Lin Yuan's mansion. Those Jade Immortals who quietly infiltrated Lin Yuan's cave mansion, believing themselves to be silent, but a good number were detected in advance by the Flying Immortal Hall Master. When the Flying Immortal Hall Master first discovered a mysterious Jade Immortal infiltrating Lin Yuan's cave mansion, he was extremely nervous, immediately mobilized all the array formations in the cave mansion area to lock down spacetime, and then rushed to the outside of the cave mansion in person to probe whether Lin Yuan was still there at the time, only to see Lin Yuan emerge unharmed from the cave mansion, clearly stating that no Jade Immortal had infiltrated it. At first, the Flying Immortal Hall Master thought Lin Yuan was being coerced, but after repeated exchanges, even taking Lin Yuan out of the cave mansion area, it remained the same. He could only leave helplessly, feeling that there might be a problem with the Immortal City's big array, and that no Jade Immortal had actually infiltrated the cave mansion. But then came the second, the third. In the earlier instances, the Flying Immortal Hall Master was still very concerned about Lin Yuan's safety, but every time, no discoveries were made, and Lin Yuan remained fine without encountering any danger. As it happened more often, the Flying Immortal Hall Master felt there was something wrong. I didn't expect Master Yun Jinzi to be so deeply unassuming. The Vice Hall Master couldn't help but speak up. If it was just once or twice, it might really be a problem with the array, but after so many times, even the Vice Hall Master realized something. If the array was correct, then there truly were ill-intentioned Jade Immortals infiltrating the cave mansion. But in the end, Lin Yuan remained unharmed, and even though they didn't know exactly what happened in the middle, they could infer the process from the result and the beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 909 The Arrival of the Demon Abyss. Subscribe please. _2 All the mysterious Jade Immortals who had infiltrated the cave mansion had, without exception, fallen to Lin Yuan's hands. After all, from the first time to now, the grand formation of Immortal City had only detected the fluctuations of someone sneaking in, without any sign of escape. So many Jade Immortals, and they all died inside Master Yun Zhenzi's cave mansion. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall contemplated for a moment. This Master Yun Zhenzi truly is unfathomable. Normally, a battle between top-ranked Jade Immortals would not only be devastating, but at the very least, cause a tremendous aftermath. However, there was never any disturbance within Lin Yuan's cave mansion. All the Jade Immortals who snuck and vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared to begin with. This sent a chill down the spine of the Flying Immortal Hall Master, who couldn't reconcile these events with the usual gentle and amiable Lin Yuan. So, what do we do now? The Vice Hall Master spoke in a low voice. What to do? The Flying Immortal Hall Master glanced over. Master Yun Jinzi is an honored guest of Kangwu Immortal City. Although Lin Yuan had demonstrated inscrutable strength, so far, he had not taken any action that was detrimental to Kangwu Immortal City. As for those Jade Immortals who perished at Lin Yuan's hands, infiltrating the cave mansion area of Immortal City on their own volition, even if Lin Yuan didn't kill them, Kangwu Immortal City would pursue them upon discovery. Therefore, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall didn't plan to do anything, nor did he have the curiosity to investigate further. Every Jade Immortal has their own secret opportunities. Investigating a Jade Immortal's secret is tantamount to standing against them. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall had no intention of becoming Lin Yuan's enemy. Inside the cave mansion, Lin Yuan tallied the spoils of war thoroughly. Adding it all up, it's about 70 to 80 million top-grade immortal crystals. Lin Yuan nodded to himself, quite satisfied. The wealth of a normal Jade Immortal would be around 1 million top-grade immortal crystals. 70 to 80 million top-grade immortal crystals accounted for a tremendous fortune. Keep in mind that most Jade Immortals convert resources into their own strength, to be used on their physical body and soul. The excess treasures and immortal artifacts amounting to 70 to 80 million top-grade immortal crystals would definitely be considered wealthy. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the many spoils of war again, and landed on a dagger. This dagger was entirely black, its power completely concealed, to the extent that even Lin Yuan did not sense any energy fluctuations. To thoroughly eliminate the Jade Immortals who infiltrated, Lin Yuan usually suppressed them in an instant, then used the Abyss Demon's memory contamination techniques to completely erase most of their life-saving measures. To prevent these Jade Immortals from reviving elsewhere with resurrection methods, spreading everything that happened inside the mansion. Over the past 500 or 600 years, Lin Yuan had secretly killed many demons, and was quite familiar with their memory contamination techniques. Even if there were Jade Immortals who could resist such memory contamination, they would be like Yun Jinzi, using methods such as severing karma and others. Wishing to revive would take tens of thousands of years later. By that time, Lin Yuan reckoned he would have already ended this traversal and returned to the main universe. This dagger. Before killing the beast-robed figure, Lin Yuan had also browsed through his memories, aware that the dagger was acquired by the beast-robed figure taking a great risk in killing the offspring of the Lord of North Cold Immortal City. In the memory of the beast-robed figure, the dagger was extremely sharp, able to cut through anything. That's why, after obtaining this dagger, the beast-robed figure believed his strength had increased significantly. However, during the infiltration into Lin Yuan's cave mansion, from beginning to end, the beast-robed figure didn't even have the opportunity to see Lin Yuan before dying under the immense pressure of vast space and time. There was no chance to utilize the dagger. Sharp. Lin Yuan held the dagger and lightly drew it across the skin on his left arm. Suddenly, a wound appeared, then quickly healed. Indeed sharp. Lin Yuan was slightly astonished. His current Taiyang divine spirit, although not as strong as his true body in terms of physical toughness, was still above the level of a jade immortal. Given the scale of the world within his body, the vast inner world, continuously nurturing world force, provided nourishment to the body and soul that was incomparable by any natural treasure. Even so, the dagger cut through his skin and flesh with ease. A 12-tier weapon? Lin Yuan scrutinized the black dagger, but was still somewhat unsure. SE of the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The dagger gave Lin Yuan a feeling that it wasn't as simple as a 12-tier weapon. Even if it were a 12-tier weapon, without any power infused into it, relying solely on the weapon's sharpness, it shouldn't have been able to slice his skin so effortlessly. At Lin Yuan's level, the so-called 12th-tier weapons mainly depend on who wields them. In the hands of the strongest, a 12th-tier weapon can shatter anything. However, in the hands of an ordinary jade immortal, it's just SOSO. Interesting. Lin Yuan dedicated a sliver of his consciousness to studying the black dagger, for with its keen edge, if utilized adeptly, it could become a significant aid to him. Time slips by. 100 years pass by in the blink of an eye. The seventh realm of the space-time rule? With furrowed brows and deep in thought, after a century of continuous comprehension, and aided by various sources of immortal essence, Lin Yuan faintly felt that he was incredibly close to grasping the seventh realm of the space-time rule. He was just one step away from the threshold. Moreover, many other pillar-level fusion rules also saw a significant improvement, with each reaching the pinnacle of the seventh realm. No rush, take it slowly. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and slowed his contemplation of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. However, in the past 100 years, Lin Yuan looked up slightly, his mind flashing with the many major events that occurred over that century. While Lin Yuan's focus was mostly on solitary cultivation and sense comprehension, in his spare time, he still paid attention to the many major events happening in the immortal realm. And in the past century, the 33 domains of the immortal realm have been turbulent to say the least. With a multitude of demons descending from the demon abyss, countless immortals have met their deaths at the hands of these fiends. The war between immortals and demons had already been raging for decades. Compared to the past battles, the cruelty of this war was beyond measure. In previous conflicts, immortal cities were impregnable fortresses that no amount of demons could breach. However, in this war, within just few decades, 3 immortal cities were breached, and innumerable immortals were devoured by demons. The ancestor of the immortal path is not intervening? Lin Yuan's eyebrows knitted slightly as he looked again towards the irregular rift in the sky. With Lin Yuan's current perception of space and time, he could clearly sense the vast fluctuations of the ancestor of the immortal path's aura. Is it because he is in closed-door cultivation? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart, inevitably puzzled. For the ancestor of the immortal path, all the immortals in the immortal realm are the foundation of the immortal cultivation system, and it shouldn't be to the point of negligence unless he really cannot extricate himself. But it has nothing to do with me. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan summoned Yun Junzi and ordered, "I'm going into closed-door cultivation soon. Unless it's a matter of utmost urgency, do not disturb me." Lin Yuan had a premonition that he was just one step away from the 7th realm of the space-time rule, and thus all his attention would be on comprehending the space-time rule, utilizing the accumulated immortal essence of over 100 years continuously during this period. In order to comprehend the 7th realm of the space-time rule as soon as possible, Lin Yuan even slowed down the development and refinement of the martial Tao first-tier chapter. As for what happened in the outside world, unless it truly affected him, he would not concern himself with it. Yes. Yin Jinzi responded respectfully. Kangwu Immortal City. The most central hall. All the top leaders and high-ranking officials of the Immortal City had gathered here. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, and the top-tier Jade Immortals fell silent. Alright, there's no need for despair. It's just a large group of demons converging towards our Kangwu Immortal City. It's not like we can't withstand them, the Immortal City's lord said slowly. Not long ago, Kangwu Immortal City received intelligence. About 70% of the demons within the Xiantian Immortal Domain were slowly converging towards the area where Kangwu Immortal City was located. This was not auspicious, as it was highly likely that these demons had set their sights on Kangwu Immortal City. If this were the case, the city would face an unprecedentedly bitter struggle soon. If it were any of the past wars between immortals and demons, the city's top leaders and high-ranking officials wouldn't be especially grave, but only a few decades into this war, 3 immortal cities had already fallen into the hands of demons. Could Kangwu Immortal City become the 4th to fall? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 910 The Sky Tilting Palm. Please subscribe soon. The meeting of all the senior executives of Kangwu Immortal City hastily concluded. Although the Lord of the Immortal City expressed great confidence, believing that with the foundation of Kangwu Immortal City, it would definitely not meet the same fate as the previous 3 immortal cities. Nonetheless, many of the senior figures of the Immortal City still harbored concerns. Better safe than sorry. Inside the Flying Immortal Hall. After the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall returned, the solemnity on his face never eased. A moment passed. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall walked out from the Flying Immortal Hall and approached a Grade A cave mansion. I wish to see Master Yin Jinzi, declared the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, stating his purpose. With numerous demonic beings converging, Kangwu Immortal City was in jeopardy of being overturned. The Hall Master decided to come and alert Lin Yuan. As one of the high-ranking executives of Kangwu Immortal City, he couldn't possibly abandon the city, but Lin Yuan was different. His ties with Kangwu Immortal City weren't as deep, and he definitely had the means to disengage himself and leave. My master is in closed-door cultivation. If the Hall Master has any matters, you can tell me directly, and I will inform my master, Yun Jinzi spoke softly. Over the recent 200 years, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall frequently visited Lin Yuan, and knowing their good relationship, Yun Jinzi certainly did not dare to neglect. Tell you. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall fell silent for a while. The gathering of a large number of demonic beings towards the region of Kangwu Immortal City was a top-secret matter within the city. Should it leak out, it could very likely cause many immortals of the city to flee in advance. Even the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall only dared to remind Lin Yuan in person to tell this servant before him, and then have him relay the message to Lin Yuan. There was still the risk of it leaking out. If the master emerges from seclusion, let me know, said the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, and then he turned and left. Now that Kangwu Immortal City had entered the highest state of alert, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall also had many tasks to attend to. Thus he decided to wait until Lin Yuan finished his seclusion before alerting him. Billions of miles away from Kangwu Immortal City, countless demonic beings converged, filled with terrifying demonic qi, and it even subtly began to transform the immortal realm towards the demon abyss. Among the multitude of demonic beings, 6 colossal figures stood prominently, their presence profound, seemingly like miniature demon abysses, with numerous demonic beings around worshipping these 6 colossal figures. Nearly all demonic beings possess very low intelligence, basically running on mere instinct. However, among the infinite demonic beings, there's a minuscule chance that an emperor of demonic beings is born. These emperors, having devoured countless demonic beings and aggregated a portion of the essence from the ancestor of the demon abyss, thereby gain sentience. In some ways, These emperors of demonic beings are akin to the incarnations of the ancestor of the demon abyss, and hence they possess the ability to command and control other demonic beings. The emperors of demonic beings born from the infinite demonic ranks have extremely terrifying strength. In past wars between immortals and demons, at most only one emperor of demonic beings would appear. But in this war between immortals and demons, the number of emperors of demonic beings surpassed those in all previous wars, which is also the reason why 3 immortal cities were successively breached in recent decades. An emperor of demonic beings, leading a large number of demonic beings, could at most rampage outside the immortal city, unable to breach it. However, 2 or 3, or even 5 emperors of demonic beings joining forces would have a substantial chance of breaking through an immortal city. Kangwu Immortal City, such tasty food. The emperor of demonic beings eyed the distance, exactly where Kangwu Immortal City was located. Ordinary demonic beings devouring immortals at the Transcendence Tribulation stage, or the Mahayana realm, was already an ultimate delicacy. But to emperors of demonic beings, even a golden immortal wasn't regarded highly. The emperors of demonic beings most desired to devour jade immortals. The stronger the jade immortals, the greater the aid to the emperors of demonic beings. However, unfortunately, jade immortals were too rare. Across the vast expanse of the 33 immortal domains, jade immortals were mostly concentrated in the immortal cities, which was why the emperors of demonic beings collaborated to breach the immortal cities. Not only could their subordinate demonic beings feast on a large number of immortals, but these emperors of demonic beings could also partake in many jade immortals. The power we have gathered now is almost enough. We can make a move towards Kangwu Immortal City. A leading emperor of demonic beings spoke out. As emperors of demonic beings, being wise, they had already begun to assess the situation. Not willing to act before they were certain they could breach Kangwu Immortal City, they would only patiently wait until the gathered force could decisively tear through Kangwu Immortal City. Good. If we breach Kangwu Immortal City this time, I want to devour at least 20 jade immortals. An emperor of demonic beings to the right spoke, emerging from devouring countless demonic beings. But devouring demonic beings and devouring immortals weren't the same at all. To the emperors of demonic beings, devouring demonic beings was merely a quantitative accumulation, such as healing injuries through consuming a large number of demonic beings. But devouring immortals? It's more like a compliment to themselves in some aspect. In their very instincts, the emperors of demonic beings knew, the more immortals they devoured, the more complete they themselves became. 20 immortals? An emperor of demonic beings to the left roared. I also want 20 jade immortals. Ordinary jade immortals are all yours, but those top jade immortals, they are mine. The leading emperor also chimed in. Top jade immortals were more beneficial to the emperors of demonic beings, but comparatively, top jade immortals were much rarer and more difficult to deal with. Years later, under the lead of the 6 emperors of demonic beings, the near-infinite demonic beings had already arrived outside Kangwu Immortal City. Evil and twisted demonic chi blanketed the air, and only at this moment did the many immortals of Kangwu Immortal City realize the dire situation they were in. Demonic beings have come to kill. What do we do? What do we do? I heard that these demonic beings have already breached 3 immortal cities. Let's go out, I want to flee. Go out? Inside the immortal city, relying on the city's protection, there is still a chance to survive, but fleeing? I'm afraid you'd be devoured by those demonic beings immediately. Inside Kangwu Immortal City, after a brief moment of panic, the many immortals somewhat calmed down. Every immortal who had cultivated to the Transcendence Tribulation stage was cunning and quick-witted. They quickly realized that hiding within the immortal city was their only chance for survival. Fellow Taoists, the demonic beings are just outside. To withstand these demonic beings, we need the power of all Taoists. The voice of the immortal city's master instantaneously appeared in the ears of all immortals. Now all Taoists, channel all your mana and immortal power into the ground of the immortal city. The enormous Kangwu Immortal City, built over generations by Jade Immortals, had long become a large-scale war immortal artifact. And to activate this large-scale war immortal artifact, it relied solely on a vast number of immortals. Only in this way could the power of Kangwu Immortal City be fully unleashed. The power of the Emperor of Demonic Beings surpasses that of top-tier Jade Immortals, coupled with endless demonic creatures. To deal with them, one must rely on Kangwu Immortal City. Only by unleashing the power of Kangwu Immortal City, this colossal war immortal artifact, can there be hope to resist the Emperor of Demonic Beings and the infinite demonic creatures. The many immortals within the city, also realizing the dire situation, hesitated not to pour all their mana and immortal power into the ground of the immortal city. Rumbling loudly, the massive Kangwu Immortal City, as if coming to life, burst forth with terrifying radiance, spreading towards all directions. Countless demonic creatures at the edges, unable to evacuate in time, were instantly pulverized. Relying on the power of the immortal city again, the same old tactic. Deep within the endless demonic creatures, 6 emperors of demonic beings watched with cold detachment. Their combined strength was such that they could confront Kangwu Immortal City head-on, and even suppress it. But to ensure their safety, they still sent out a large number of demonic creatures to approach Kangwu Immortal City actively. Millions, tens of millions, and hundreds of millions of demonic creatures died under the envelopment of the celestial radiance, also depleting a considerable part of Kangwu Immortal City's foundation. Where is the Emperor of Demonic Beings? Within the city, the Lord and other top brass were slightly anxious. With so many demonic creatures gathering outside the city, there must be an Emperor of Demonic Beings covertly commanding them. The ultimate strike of the Immortal City was also reserved for that Emperor of Demonic Beings. Only by killing or severely wounding the Emperor of Demonic Beings is there hope for victory. Otherwise, the Emperor will continually summon an endless stream of demonic creatures to attack the city. Time passed by. The endless stream of demonic creatures did not diminish at all. The Lord of the Immortal City and other top brass began to despair. At that moment, a hazy black demonic chi quietly spread closer. 6 towering figures suddenly appeared in front of Kangwu Immortal City, raising their right hands and pressing down. Not good. The faces of the Lord of the Immortal City and other top brass drastically changed. 6 emperors of demonic beings. There are actually 6 emperors of demonic beings. The Lord of the Immortal City felt parts of the city's structure collapsing. The 6 emperors of demonic beings had been hiding in the shadows, using endless demonic creatures to deplete most of the city's power before appearing silently to deliver a fatal blow. It's over. Despair surged within the heart of the Lord of the Immortal City. He even felt that if it weren't for trying to take Kangwu Immortal City without damage, the 6 emperors of demonic beings might not have given their all. Otherwise, Kangwu Immortal City would have been breached long ago. Demonic creatures have entered the city already. The Lord of the Immortal City looked downward, vaguely seeing countless demonic chi seeping into the city walls. The demonic creatures have broken in. Run. Run? Where can we run to? Outside are demonic creatures. Now they have come inside. Where can we run to? Since we can't escape, let's fight the demonic creatures. Inside the Immortal City, it was utter chaos. Many immortals were panicked or resolute, and some fled deeper into the city. Cave Mansion area. Yin Zhenzi, through the grand formation of the Cave Mansion, observed the entire situation of the Immortal City. Is the Immortal City about to fall? Yin Zhenzi's face turned pale as he looked towards the exterior of the city, where the 6 towering emperors of demonic beings and the endless stream of incoming demonic creatures were. Master. Quickly inform the Master. Before the appearance of the 6 emperors of demonic beings, Kangwu Immortal City was on the upper hand against the invasion of the endless demonic creatures, slaying as many as approached. Sir the Nefire. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Until the 6 emperors took action, the situation reversed instantly, making Yin Zhenzi realize something terrible was about to happen. Cultivation area. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. Is the Immortal City about to be breached? Upon receiving Yin Zhenzi's notification, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He felt he was just a whisper away from the space-time 7th realm. A few more years of secluded cultivation, maybe even just a few months, would allow him to step into a whole new level of the space-time domain. Has the situation gotten this dire? Lin Yuan stood up, walked out of the cultivation area, and joined Yun Jinzi. Through the grand formation of the cave mansion, he looked towards the entire situation of the immortal city. Master, what should we do now? There are 6 emperors of demonic beings outside. Yun Zhenxi's voice trembled slightly, having experienced more than one battle between immortals and demons. He knew how terrifying the emperors of demonic beings were. They were the terrifying beings that surpassed the top-tier Jade immortals. What to do? Lin Yuan was not in a good mood, glanced at Yun Jinzi with his pallid face, stretched out his arm, and casually reached towards the sky. In an instant, all the infinite demonic creatures vanished without a trace, as if wiped from existence. Outside Kangwu Immortal City, the sky cleared and all was silent. Yun Zhenxi's mouth fell open, because at that moment he clearly saw Lin Yuan, with one hand, grab and hold the myriad demonic creatures, and the 6 emperors of demonic beings. Those 6 towering emperors of demonic beings were no match for even 1/10 of Lin Yuan's finger, caught between his fingers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9:11 The 7th Realm of Space and Time, subscription requested. The Emperor of Demonic Beings is very special. His level of power far surpasses that of the top Jade Immortals. After all, the demonic creatures are but a condensation of a wisp of demonic chi from the ancestor of the demon abyss. And the Emperor of Demonic Beings is the ultimate form born from the endless sea of demonic creatures. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is an incarnation of the ancestor of the demon abyss. Therefore, in the numerous wars between immortals and demons, what the immortals of the immortal realm dread the most is the Emperor of Demonic Beings. Sar the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As for the ordinary demonic creatures, even in endless numbers, they could not possibly breach the defense formations of the great immortal cities. As long as they endure until the passage to the demon abyss dissipates, that will be enough. Having experienced several wars between immortals and demons, Yun Jinzi is well aware of the terror of the Emperor of Demonic Beings. Even with the help of an immortal city, a massive war immortal artifact, at best one can only inflict severe injuries, with virtually no hope of achieving a kill. However now, in the eyes of Yun Jinzi, the power of an entire immortal city can barely rival the Emperor of Demonic Beings. Yet he is now struggling desperately between the fingers of Lin Yuan. Master. Yun Zhenxi's mind seems to be in a muddle. When he first entered the spirit world of Lin Yuan, he witnessed that towering figure symbolizing unparalleled spiritual will, leaving Yun Jinzi almost believing that Lin Yuan might be the ancestor of the immortal path, the supreme being. But Yun Jinzi soon abandoned this thought, as there are significant differences between the ancestor of the immortal path and Lin Yuan. The ancestor of the immortal path resides high in the origin of the immortal realm, looking down upon all immortals, obviously not the case for Lin Yuan. Over the years, Lin Yuan has displayed horrific alchemy skills and means beyond what even top Jade immortals could match, but there's still a large gap between him and the ancestor of the immortal path. But now, Yun Jinzi is once again plunged into confusion, single-handedly capturing a sky full of demonic creatures, among which there are 6 emperors of demonic beings, who other than the ancestor of the immortal path could perform such a feat. Jade immortals? No matter how many Jade immortals there are, as long as they dare to leave the immortal city and lose its protection, they are nothing but delectable food in the eyes of the Emperor of Demonic Beings. Since the emergence of the demon abyss, there has never been a case where a Jade immortal, relying solely on their own power, has managed to briefly contend with the Emperor of Demonic Beings. If they cannot even contend, let alone suppress, and here it's suppressing 6 at once. Emperor of Demonic Beings? Lin Yuan looks at his right palm, his gaze falling on those 6 emperors of demonic beings, about to step into the 7th realm of space-time, almost reaching the threshold of this level, only to be interrupted by these demonic beings, causing Lin Yuan slight impatience. Therefore he took direct action. If saying when Lin Yuan first arrived in the immortal realm, he needed to keep a low profile, endure when possible, to avoid attracting the attention of the ancestor of the immortal path or the ancestor of the demon abyss prematurely, then now, with the breakthrough to the seventh realm of space-time imminent, there is no longer any need to deliberately endure. Even now, Lin Yuan already possesses some of the characteristics of the seventh realm of space-time. For example, suppressing the 6 emperors of demonic beings with a single palm. Such suppression is not about absolute power. Currently, Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit, aside from the spiritual will, is not necessarily stronger in other aspects than an individual emperor of demonic beings. Upon advancing to the second layer in the immortal realm, there is no such thing as being instilled with the origin source of the immortal realm. Therefore, even with the mystical gourd blessing, the world within the Taiyang divine spirit is only a few 100 million miles in circumference. In terms of the physical body, the vast majority of resources obtained in the immortal realm are sent as much as possible to the true body, the origin. The strength of the Taiyang divine spirit's physical body is approximately at the level of a regular emperor of demonic beings. The endless demonic creatures and the 6 emperors of demonic beings struggle in vain in the palm of Lin Yuan's hand, the root cause being the suppression of the space-time domain. Lin Yuan suppresses all the demonic beings firmly with the space-time rule domain. With Lin Yuan's current understanding of space-time, even if he truly faces the ancestor of the immortal path or the ancestor of the demon abyss, he would still manage with ease. The key point is that at this moment, the one acting is merely the Taiyang divine spirit, which can be completely discarded when necessary. The true body, the origin, resides in hidden unknown places, isolated by the cause and effect of space-time, and even the ultimate beings of the 12th layer, such as the ancestor of the immortal path, would take a tremendous amount of time to locate and lock onto it. So at this moment, Lin Yuan, in this immortal realm, essentially has nothing left to be cautious or wary of, and once he fully steps into the 7th realm of space-time, he will be truly unhindered and fearless. These emperors of demonic beings. Lin Yuan examines the 6 emperors of demonic beings caught between his fingers, and even though he's suppressing these demonic creatures at a rule level, Lin Yuan does not underestimate them, for after all, these emperors of demonic beings essentially arose from the ancestor of the demon abyss and are part of this ultimate being of the 12th layer. This feeling. Lin Yuan frowns. Observing the ordinary demonic creatures is still manageable, but these emperors of demonic beings show an aspect utterly opposite to those practicing the immortal cultivation system, like the contrast between white and black, life and death. Where is this? What place is this? To Lin Yuan's scrutiny, the 6 emperors of demonic beings have no self-awareness, but suddenly finding themselves in a different world, each becomes extremely panicked. They were born in the demon abyss, and apart from the omnipresent ancestor of the demon abyss, they have never experienced such fear. Why can't I feel the demon abyss anymore? Right, I can't feel it either. One by one, the emperors of demonic beings' scalps explode, for to these demonic creatures, the demon abyss is far more than just their lair. It bears the effect of something akin to a source-origin connection. Any emperor of demonic beings can always sense the presence of the demon abyss, and can instantly return to the demon abyss if they wish. But now, the vast, nearly equal to the immortal realm demon abyss, has disappeared into thin air. To be precise, it's not that the demon abyss has disappeared, but they can no longer sense the existence of the demon abyss. They are of no use to me at the moment. After observing for a moment, Lin Yuan lightly shakes his head and exhales softly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 912 The 7th Realm of Spacetime. Please subscribe. _2 In an instant, within the palm-sized universe, spacetime collapsed, endless demonic creatures turned into dust before the boiling spacetime, and the 6th emperor of demonic beings persisted for a few moments before also becoming nothing but ashes. All the demonic creatures were shattered by the power of spacetime, then transformed into the most primordial demonic chi by the primal force. This most primordial demonic chi, which belongs to the ancestor of the demon abyss, was suppressed by Lin Yuan as part of his research on the ancestor of the demon abyss lying dormant in the depths of the demon abyss. Just after the foremost emperor of demonic beings among the six utterly perished, billions of miles away from Kangoo Immortal City, the remaining demonic chi converged, once again forming a silhouette. However, compared to the majestic stature of a normal emperor of demonic beings, this silhouette had shrunk significantly, and its aura was weak, having fallen to the level of an ordinary jade immortal. I survived. The emperor of demonic beings was ecstatic. Most emperors of demonic beings were invincible in their own right, with no need to prepare any means of survival. However, this emperor of demonic beings was naturally cautious, and even when attacking the nearly invincible Kangoo Immortal City, it had left a will hidden elsewhere in advance. Sure enough, this now came into great use. With the physical body perished, the will resurrected. It was like having come back to life. Demon Abyss. Without hesitation, the emperor of demonic beings called upon the demon abyss, seeking to escape into its depths. From beginning to end, it never knew why its true self died, nor who had killed it. But that did not stop the fear of the emperor of demonic beings. If it did not escape now, there would be truly no chance to flee. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vast phantom of the demon abyss descended, like a colossal mouth that sought to swallow the emperor of demonic beings in one gulp. But the next moment, a gigantic hand composed entirely of spacetime stretched out. It forcibly snatched the emperor of the demon abyss right from under that colossal maw. The demon abyss power lingered for a while, but eventually dissipated swiftly. Still trying to run? Lin Yuan looked at the ant-like creature within his palm and casually crushed it, suppressing the primordial demonic chi once more. No response from the ancestor of the immortal path yet? Since taking action, most of Lin Yuan's attention had not been on the demonic beings, but rather upon the origin of the immortal realm, watching for any movements from the ancestor of the immortal path. With a palm, Lin Yuan had captured the heavens full of demonic beings, showing a strength close to that of the 12th grade, which might alert the ancestor of the immortal path. In fact, this was also Lin Yuan's test for the ancestor of the immortal path, wanting to understand exactly what state the other party was in. Forget it. After waiting a moment and seeing that the origin of the immortal realm still showed no reaction, Lin Yuan simply turned and entered the cultivation area, planning to take that final step and step into the 7th realm of spacetime. Lin Yuan effortlessly resolved all the demonic beings, and even before the face of the demon abyss, he captured an emperor of the demon abyss, then turned around to continue his seclusion. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only a few breaths worth of time. In Kangoo Immortal City, countless immortals were fleeing in panic, desperate one moment, and in the next, they found that the endless swarm of demonic beings that had shaken the entire immortal city to the brink had vanished. It wasn't the disappearance of one or a few, but all had vanished. If not for the collapsed structures and ground within the city, many immortals would probably think what they just experienced was an illusion. Where are the demonic beings? What happened? Not sure. Where are those demonic beings? Could it be that they retreated? Countless immortals were somewhat dumbfounded as they exchanged information rapidly, but overall, there was a collective sigh of relief. Compared to the many confused immortals, the numerous high-ranking leaders of Kangoo Immortal City were shocked. The demonic beings retreated? Absolutely impossible for them to retreat. That's right, 60% of the defensive formations of Kangoo Immortal City have collapsed. If they continued a bit longer, those 6 emperors of demonic beings could have breached the city. Retreat at this moment? Correct. The high-ranking officials of the Immortal City are far more informed than the other immortals, and they are well aware of the extent to which the defense formation of Kangoo Immortal City is on the brink of collapse. As much as they are reluctant to accept it, the many Jade Immortals can ascertain that the fate of Kangoo Immortal City will be consumption by endless demonic beings. These top-tier Jade Immortals will also be devoured by those Emperor of demonic beings. But at the last moment, all the demonic beings disappeared? The high-ranking officials of the Immortal City are not fools. They are well aware of the nature of these demonic beings, and that they would not give up prey that is within their grasp. They haven't retreated. Could it be that they were dealt with? Dealt with? Did Ancestral Master make his move? The Immortal City Lord's mind stirred. the sixth emperor of demonic beings could tear open the immortal city's defense formation when working in unison. Apart from the exalted ancestral master, he could not conceive of any other being capable of resolving the situation so effortlessly. My ancestor, he. Among the many top-tier Jade Immortals, a young-looking Jade Immortal hesitated slightly, then shook his head and spoke. As a disciple of the ancestral master, he knew that the ancestral master would definitely not take action during this time, otherwise he would not have allowed 3 immortal cities to be breached. It wasn't the ancestral master who acted? The city lord of the immortal city and other high-ranking figures fell into silence, mostly convinced. Sir, the novel F.I.R. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After all, if Ancestral Master had made a move, the divine presence of the immortal realm would enshroud the entire immortal realm. All demonic beings would retreat, and even the demon abyss would keep its distance. But now, besides Kangwu Immortal City, the other domains in the immortal realm are still ravaged by demonic beings. This does not align with the scenario where Ancestral Master would intervene. However, if it wasn't Ancestral Master who acted, then who would have intervened? Apart from Ancestral Master, who else in the immortal realm could possibly have the means to resolve 6 Emperor of demonic beings in an instant? The City Lord of Immortal City and other high-level officials could not understand. Have you noticed something amiss with the cave mansion area of our immortal city? While the many high-ranking officials of the immortal city were in deep contemplation, a vice city lord began to check the overall situation of the immortal city and immediately discovered the anomaly. Under the siege of infinite demonic beings and the 6th Emperor of demonic beings, the defense formation of Kangwu Immortal City had collapsed a great deal, and its internal formations were likewise damaged extensively. Now the entirety of Kangwu Immortal City looks like a sieve full of holes, where one can see from one end to the other. The numerous lofty officials, who had partial control over the immortal city's formation, were able to observe the entire immortal city without any impediment, from beginning to end. After all, Kangwu Immortal City is now akin to half a ruin, with most formations collapsed, making it difficult to conceal any secrets. Under such circumstances, the cave mansion area of the immortal city, one particular Grade A cave mansion, remained intact, in stark contrast with other Grade A mansions around it. If it were just like that, it would be let go. Maybe it was just the luck of this specific mansion that prevented it from being affected by the repercussions. But now this deputy city lord, using the remaining authority of the immortal city's formation, was still unable to peek into that Grade A cave mansion. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. Moreover, during the demonic siege on the city, all immortals from the mansion area had mostly fled their domiciles. Apart from this Grade A mansion, the rest were all empty. Such anomalies naturally caught the attention of the many high-ranking officials of the immortal city. This mansion, the city lord of the immortal city's expression shifted slightly. As a top-tier Jade Immortal, he also noted that in contrast to the panicked owners of other mansions, this Grade A mansion seemed incredibly composed, showing no sign of fleeing. It was as if they had already known that the demonic beings outside would be taken care of. This made the officials of the immortal city cannot help but speculate. Might the owner of this Grade A mansion have some connection with the being who resolved the demonic beings outside the immortal city? Is it Master Yun Zenxi's mansion? The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall was also somewhat incredulous. You know the owner of this mansion? The city lord of the immortal city's gaze immediately shifted over, and other high-ranking officials also turned their attention. The information on the owners of Grade A mansions within the immortal city was accessible to many of the Jade Immortals present. But knowing the identity of the mansion's owner does not mean they are acquainted within the mansion. At this moment, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged with bursts of enlightenment flashing in his mind. Without the disturbances from those demonic beings outside, Lin Yuan continued to rapidly advance in his comprehension of spacetime, approaching the final leap. Spacetime, so this is spacetime. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 913 The Confusion of the Ancestor of the Demon Abyss. Please subscribe. Lin Yuan stepped into the seventh realm of time-space without any obstacles. When a great amount of spiritual enlightenment converged, Lin Yuan realized the essence of the seventh realm of time-space. Lin Yuan's accumulation was too profound, coupled with the immortal realm's special cultivation environment, and the scenes from the origin of the immortal realm condensed by the source of immortality, among others. The result of many layers of foundation overlapping. Of course, among all the foundations, the most crucial was Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding. Without against heaven's understanding to integrate everything, even if the conditions mentioned above were strengthened tenfold, it would be meaningless. Within the immortal realm, which of the direct disciples of the ancestor of the immortal path did not have a cultivation environment and resources superior to Lin Yuan's? Some could even directly enter the origin of the immortal realm to cultivate. But so far, none of the ancestral master's disciples have stepped into the seventh realm in their comprehension of time-space. Not to mention the disciples of the ancestral master. Even the ancestral master himself has never touched the seventh realm regarding time-space understanding. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan came to a realization, and after reaching the seventh realm of time-space comprehension, the time-space he felt seemed to come alive. It was not that time-space had come alive, but rather that time-space was always alive, constantly changing. Lin Yuan was previously unable to feel or observe it. Time-space, this is time-space. Lin Yuan's gaze was distant, and the time-space of the entire immortal realm became completely visible to him. And even the time-space of the demon abyss beyond the immortal realm became apparent in his eyes. It turns out that the immortal realm and the demon abyss are the same world, but because the fundamental rules are different, obvious distinctions arise. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Previously, he thought that the demon abyss was just a layer within the space of the immortal realm, but in fact, the demon abyss belongs to the main space of the immortal realm, and to the demon abyss, the immortal realm might not even hold a dominant position. The immortal realm and the demon abyss are equal, with no distinction of primary and secondary. A subordinate world of the immortal realm? Lin Yuan's gaze shifted. Following the vast and endless power of time-space, he looked beyond the immortal realm. The realm of the immortal realm is supremely lofty, at the pinnacle of this dimension. However, below the immortal realm, there are 3,333 worlds rising and falling. Among these 3,333 worlds, the spirit realm where Lin Yuan once descended was unmistakably among them. And below these 3,333 worlds, each world is connected to over 1 million lower-level worlds, including the world of the central divine China. 3,333? This number again? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then withdrew his gaze. With his current mastery over time-space, if he wished, he could descend to any world within this dimension. But it's meaningless. Lower-level worlds would probably struggle even to accommodate Lin Yuan, like how the world of central divine China previously would have been smaller than the world within Lin Yuan's body. What good would descending there do? My current strength. Lin Yuan began to review his own strength. According to the information left by Xianhuang and the Moyu Tower Master, normally only a 12th-layer sovereign could reach the 7th realm of time-space. A few of the very top path-splitting 12th layers also have a chance to touch it. That is to say, with only his comprehension of time-space, Lin Yuan is now superior to the vast majority of 12th-layer path-splitting beings. With time-space comprehension, in direct combat, Lin Yuan is not a match for the ultimate 12th layers, but he can completely use his comprehension of time-space to play with those ultimate 12th layers. Just like with the Xianhuang secret realm, which obviously opens once every tens of thousands of years deep within the main universe's time-space, yet all the ultimate 12th layers can't lock onto its coordinates. This is suppression from the rule level. This is the 7th realm of time-space. Lin Yuan thought rapidly to himself. For nearly all life forms, the difficulty of realizing the 7th realm of time-space is greater than achieving the ultimate form. After all, most of the 12th-layer path-splitting realm powerhouses have not reached the 7th realm in their time-space comprehension. Now Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and after his comprehension of time-space entered the 7th realm, With but a thought, his true body and primordial spirit, as well as his many avatars, all merged into the depths of time-space. Even the ultimate 12th layers couldn't detect the slightest trace unless Lin Yuan chose to reveal himself. Simply put, the current Lin Yuan is like a high-dimensional observer. Even the ultimate 12th layers are unable to perceive him if their rule comprehension hasn't reached a certain height. Time-space can be used in this way too. Lin Yuan continued to sense the changes within himself. After reaching the 7th realm of time-space comprehension, the vast time-space before Lin Yuan's eyes seemed to change its appearance, and many previously incomprehensible mysteries of time-space were now all deciphered effortlessly. While Lin Yuan continued to meditate and familiarize himself with the 7th realm of time-space, outside the cave dwelling, the immortal city's lord and numerous high-ranking powerhouses gathered. They looked nervous and slightly uneasy, sensing that Lin Yuan's dwelling was out of sync with the surrounding environment, and speculating that Lin Yuan might be related to the one who took action against those demonic beings outside the city. After short communications, the immortal city's lord and the high-ranking powerhouses left Kangwu Immortal City, which had nearly become ruins, to visit Lin Yuan at the first opportunity. They had no choice. If Lin Yuan really was related to that powerful being who had acted, their first task wasn't to restore Kangwu Immortal City, but to understand the thoughts of that powerful existence, as well as to see if there were any demands. After all, the intervention couldn't have been without reason. Without understanding these, the immortal city's lord and the high-ranking powerhouses wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully, let alone stabilize the situation in Kangwu Immortal City. City Lord Yin Zhenzi, acting as the housekeeper of the dwelling, immediately opened the gate and came out. If this were before, facing the joint arrival of the immortal city's lord and other high-ranking powerhouses, Yin Zhenzi would be somewhat nervous, given that these were figures she could not even look up to a myriad of years ago. Even among Jade Immortals, the gap would be even greater, and the former Yin Zhenzi, while strong among ordinary Jade Immortals, was far inferior to the top Jade Immortals. And now, the current visitors are not just ordinary Jade Immortals, their backgrounds are incomparable to Yin Zhenzi's. But now, recalling Lin Yuan's effortless grasp of the myriad demonic beings just a moment ago, Yin Zhenzi stood up straight, with dignity and assertiveness and said, "Gentlemen, what brings you here? Is the master present inside?" The immortal city's lord and other Jade Immortals exchanged looks. The city lord spoke up proactively. "The master is in seclusion," Yin Zhenzi replied succinctly. This was also instructed by Lin Yuan before he began his cultivation retreat, that anyone who wanted to visit him should be rejected under this pretext. Sarch * The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Unless something truly critical had occurred that affected the entirety of the immortal city. In retreat. The lord of the immortal city paused slightly, surprised. The other giants behind him also felt a shiver in their hearts. In retreat? At a time like this? Kangwu Immortal City had just survived a near-catastrophic crisis, and all immortals, including many top Jade Immortals like the city lord himself, could have been devoured by countless demonic creatures. At this moment, for the many immortals, it was like escaping from the jaws of death. How could they possibly be in the mood for cultivation retreats? Furthermore, the current situation outside the city was still unclear. If subsequent attacks by demonic creatures occurred, Kangwu Immortal City might be in danger again, making it even less likely for any immortals to enter retreat. Yet Lin Yuan was in retreat. The response from Yin Zhenzi made the city lord and other high-level leaders reflect on many things. Before they arrived, they had merely speculated that the owner of this great cave dwelling might be related to the mysterious entity that dealt with the demonic creatures outside the city. The likelihood was about 40 to 50%. But now this probability had increased to 70 to 80%. Because entering retreat at this moment was simply too unreasonable. Unless one did not place these demonic creatures in his eyes at all, and that matched the actions of the mysterious entity that intervened. May I inquire if your master is aware of who took action against those demonic creatures outside the city just now? The lord of the immortal city took a deep breath, carefully phrased his words, and asked cautiously, Who took action against the demonic creatures? Yinzhenzi hesitated somewhat. Of course he knew who had acted. It was Lin Yuan, who with a mere flip of his hand, had captured the boundless demonic creatures. But Lin Yuan did not allow him to speak of this matter. Nor did he forbid him from doing so. That's why Yinzhenzi was hesitant. I will go and ask my master. After much deliberation, Yinzhenzi still decided to confirm with Lin Yuan. Go and ask the master. The hearts of the city lord and other high-level leaders trembled once again. Yinzhenzi did not answer with ignorance. But instead he said he needed to ask the master. What did this imply? It meant that not only might the owner of the dwelling be aware, but even the servant before them likely knew who the mysterious entity that had acted was. It was merely a matter of asking the master to see if it could be disclosed to outsiders. Very well, go and ask. We will wait here. The lord of the immortal city immediately forced a smile, and the other high-level leaders did the same. At this moment, they harbored an even more terrifying conjecture. Maybe the owner of this dwelling was not only related to that mysterious powerhouse, but perhaps he was the mysterious powerhouse himself? Another side of the immortal realm. This place is immensely dark and profound, filled with pitch-black demonic chi. Endless demonic creatures are born here, fighting and dying. This is the demon abyss, the birthplace of all demonic beings, and also the resting place of the ancestor of the demon abyss. Deep within the demon abyss, a colossal consciousness is slowly awakening. The demonic chi it randomly released condensed into numerous demonic creatures, which fought and devoured each other, eventually giving rise to several emperors of demonic beings. One of my children has died? Suddenly, this immense consciousness noticed something. A mass of demonic chi converged, forming a supreme throne upon which a figure appeared, sitting on the throne. He is the ancestor of the demon abyss. For the ancestor of the demon abyss, the life and death of ordinary demonic beings are of little concern. Not to mention invading the immortal realm. Even within the demon abyss, countless ordinary demons perish every moment. But an emperor of demonic beings? Emperors of demonic beings could be considered the ancestor of the demon abyss incarnations, also his children. In the demon abyss, the emperors are immortal. They are blessed and protected by the entire abyss. The collapse of an emperor of demonic beings would alert the slumbering ancestor of the demon abyss. Who exactly is it that killed my child? The ancestor of the demon abyss gaze was pitch black as he began to trace the signs in the void, locking onto the final memories of the deceased emperors of demonic beings. Is it there? The eyes of the ancestor of the demon abyss flickered with the visions experienced by the 6 deceased emperors of demonic beings. Found it. The ancestor of the demon abyss faintly locked onto a location. However, just as the ancestor of the demon abyss was about to pinpoint the exact coordinates, he suddenly sensed the space-time turn nebulous, the coordinates he had locked onto abruptly splitting in 2, then 4, 8. It was as if it existed in all space-time, yet as if it existed in none at all. The ancestor of the demon abyss revealed a look of confusion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 914 The Conduit of Spacetime. Please subscribe. For the ancestor of the demon abyss, be it the immortal realm or the demon abyss itself, there are basically no secrets. Once he locks onto a living being, no matter where they are, even if they are in the primordial lands of the immortal realm, they cannot escape. But now, the ancestor of the demon abyss wishes to lock onto Lin Yuan's exact position, yet he finds it utterly impossible to determine the coordinates. This vexes and confounds the ancestor of the demon abyss. It's like having someone right in front of you. You can see them, but you can't touch them. The stronger and higher the life form, the more perplexed they are when faced with such a scene. What's going on? The expression of the ancestor of the demon abyss turned serious, and the consciousness that had only partially awakened is now continuing to stir. If at first he was merely curious as to why the emperor of demonic beings he regarded as children were dying and falling, intending to find the perpetrator to exact revenge before slipping back into slumber, that was all. But now the ancestor of the demon abyss has become thoroughly intrigued. Causal connections. Countless threads of fate appeared before the ancestor of the demon abyss. As an ancestral master, the ancestor of the demon abyss naturally has a profound understanding of the laws of cause and effect. Although he had never met Lin Yuan in person, the latter had killed 6 emperor of demonic beings and countless demonic beings. The emperor of demonic beings and the demonic beings are part of the ancestor of the demon abyss, especially the emperor of demonic beings, akin to his progeny, with a close connection to his incarnation. Lin Yuan killing the emperor of demonic beings equates to establishing a direct causal link with the ancestor of the demon abyss. Utilizing this causal connection, the ancestor of the demon abyss could easily lock onto Lin Yuan's precise location. Whoosh. The ancestor of the demon abyss has a multitude of causal threads, connecting different places in the immortal realm and the demon abyss, some even extending beyond the immortal realm. The ancestor of the demon abyss immediately found the causal thread related to Lin Yuan, and followed the trail. Still can't sense it. The ancestor of the demon abyss was astonished. The existence of the causal thread proves that the other party has not died. Yet alive and undying, they could not be located within the range through the causal thread. Following that, the ancestor of the demon abyss employed dozens of methods attempting to lock onto Lin Yuan's coordinates, all to no avail. Even though it was clear Lin Yuan was still alive and indeed within the immortal realm, within the Xiantian immortal domain, the ancestor of the demon abyss still felt as if he was grasping at a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water. It's time and space, a deeper level of time and space. The ancestor of the demon abyss sat on his throne, his brow furrowed. After various probes, the ancestor of the demon abyss concluded, the being that killed the emperor of demonic beings exists in an extremely deep part of space-time. Even he could not forcefully peer into and locate it. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early, and in the highest quality. To venture into such depths of space-time, one must possess a certain level of understanding of it, at least beyond mine. The ancestor of the demon abyss thought quietly, being at the level of an ancestral master, who could have an understanding of space-time that surpassed his. Could it be that a new ancestral master had been born in the immortal realm? But how could that be possible? The celestial phenomena triggered by stepping into the level of an ancestral master could not be concealed, and it was virtually impossible for any being in the immortal realm, or the demon abyss to step into that level at present. It's not an ancestral master. The ancestor of the demon abyss was very certain in his heart. What exactly has happened during my slumber? The ancestor of the demon abyss wondered to himself. Although certain that the assailant was not an ancestral master, the inability to lock onto their position meant that they were untouchable. Return, all of you. The ancestor of the demon abyss couldn't pinpoint Lin Yuan, but since he had acted against the emperor of demonic beings, he presumably didn't have much affinity for the demonic beings of the demon abyss. Hence, the ancestor of the demon abyss immediately began summoning all of the relentless demonic beings and emperor of demonic beings that had invaded the immortal realm back. The so-called war between the immortals and demons was merely a game for the ancestor of the demon abyss. Even if those demonic beings and the emperor of demonic beings devoured many immortals, it would not be of much help to him, the ancestor of the demon abyss. Songhai Immortal City. For mighty emperor of demonic beings looked down coldly, as the vast immortal city below was on the brink of collapse under the onslaught of countless demonic beings. The immortal city's sovereign and many top-ranking Jade immortals fought desperately, to no avail. Before absolute power, all resistance and struggle were futile. Ha 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 ha. Delicious food. The 4 emperor of demonic beings gazed greedily at the immortal city below. Devouring immortals and devouring their own kind were completely different experiences, and the help it provided to themselves was different as well. Just then, return all of you. A deep voice echoed in the minds of the 4 emperor of demonic beings. Father God? Father God is calling us back? The 4 emperor of demonic beings were shocked. They originated from the ancestor of the demon abyss, so they also considered the ancestor of the demon abyss as Father God. Let's go back. Father God wants us back. There must be something important. The four Emperor of demonic beings reluctantly looked down at the immortal city below. They were just moments away from having that delicious food in their mouths. But none dared defy the command of the ancestor of the demon abyss. It was an instinct embedded deep within their consciousness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four Emperor of demonic beings willingly retreated, and the infinite demonic beings also quickly dissipated. In just a short moment, the demonic beings outside Songhai Immortal City all but vanished. What is going on? The sovereign of Songhai Immortal City thought he was sure to perish. Even if he had left measures to save his life elsewhere, if he were to die at the hands of the Emperor of demonic beings, the terrible corruption at the level of the soul could render those measures useless. But now? All the Emperor of demonic beings have retreated? We survived. Inside Songhai Immortal City, countless immortals wept with joy as they had never expected to live. Those ferocious demons had retreated on their own accords. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9:15 The Conduit of Spacetime. Please subscribe. _2 Qianxing Immortal City. It was still the scene of endless monstrous creatures sieging the city. The towering Emperor of demonic beings had almost all opened their mouths, just waiting for the immortal city to be breached and to devour the countless immortals inside. But in the next moment, the Emperor of demonic beings received the command from the ancestor of the demon abyss. They could only lead the infinite monstrous creatures to retreat and return to the demon abyss. Chiyu Immortal City, Xiaohao Immortal City, Heavenly Wheel Immortal City. In the 33 immortal domains, endless monstrous creatures led by the Emperor of demonic beings besieged city after city. But at the same time, all the monstrous creatures withdrew. Even when the besieged cities were just one step away from being broken through, no Emperor of demonic beings dared to cross the boundary. What's going on? Why have all those monstrous creatures left? No matter why they left, at least we don't have to die. Yes, being eaten by monstrous creatures is said to be incredibly painful, and one's memory would be tainted. After the initial shock and confusion, the many immortals were extremely exhilarated. Who would choose to die if they could live? Especially facing such a brutal death at the maw of monstrous creatures. Why did the monstrous creatures retreat? Was it the ancestral master? Did the ancestral master take action? Our master should not have made a move. If it wasn't the ancestral master who acted, then who did? The lords of immortal cities and other high-ranking titans, while relieved, also began to speculate on the reason for the monster's withdrawal. The most likely speculation was that the ancestral master had made a move, but even the disciples of the ancestral master didn't know the ins and outs of this matter. Logically speaking, if the ancestral master had really acted, these disciples of the ancestral master would definitely have heard some rumors. Kanggu Immortal City. In front of the Grade A cave dwelling, the Lord of the Immortal City and many other high-ranking titans were respectfully waiting. Suddenly, the information that the endless monstrous creatures ravaging the 33 immortal domains had withdrawn reached the hands of the top Jade Immortals. The 33 immortal domains are vast and boundless. Even for mighty Jade Immortals continuously shifting through the void, it would probably take hundreds of thousands to millions of years to traverse all the domains. But the transmission of messages is much simpler than direct walking. Through the links between causality rules, strong beings like Golden Immortals and Jade Immortals can achieve instant communication. All the monstrous creatures have withdrawn. They withdrew on their own? Without any other powers intervening? Why have all the monstrous creatures voluntarily withdrawn? The Lord of the Immortal City and many other high-ranking titans were puzzled. The duration of each war between immortals and demons is counted in thousands to tens of thousands of years. Nowadays only decades have passed, and it's still too early for the war to end. Moreover, in past wars between immortals and demons, even when really entering the late stage and about to end, the monstrous creatures would withdraw one by one from the immortal realm back to the demon abyss. But like now, almost at the same time, countless monstrous creatures, including the Emperor of demonic beings, uniformly withdrew from the immortal realm. It's like they received some command. And who has the authority to command the Emperor of demonic beings? The Lord of Kangwu Immortal City and other high-level giants shuddered in their hearts. One name emerged unanimously in their minds. Ancestor of the Demon Abyss. Besides the ancestor of the Demon Abyss, who could command the Emperor of demonic beings? And such a large-scale command at that. But why would the ancestor of the Demon Abyss do this? The Lord of the Immortal City and many high-ranking titans exchanged glances. Although there was no concrete evidence to prove it, they instinctively felt that it was related to Lin Yuan's earlier action. Because the timing of the Emperor of demonic beings' retreat was too coincidental. They did not retreat early or late. They all withdrew just after Lin Yuan took action. This compelled the top-tier Jade Immortals present to entertain such associations. Ancestor of the Demon Abyss. The heart of the Immortal City Master was engulfed by towering waves. If their conjecture was true, it meant that the being they sought an audience with possessed the capacity to make even the ancestor of the Demon Abyss yield. Although an infinite number of demonic beings retreating from the immortal realm was not the same as the ancestor itself yielding. But at the very least, it indicated that the ancestor of the Demon Abyss was apprehensive. Within the cave abode, the cultivation area, Lin Yuan was observing everything visible to him from the perspective of the seventh realm of spacetime. Having reached an understanding of the seventh realm of spacetime, Lin Yuan saw the essence of spacetime unravel its mysteries across all he surveyed, comprising the spacetime of Immortal Realm, the spacetime of the Demon Abyss, even the spacetime of this particular dimension. The endless turning of spacetime is what forms a stable world where life can flourish. Even the most mundane rock, flower, or tree is subject to the influence of spacetime. Should spacetime collapse, these entities too would vanish. The workings of spacetime, the multitude of coexisting rules, are what shape everything stable. Witnessing this, a profound emotion surfaces in Lin Yuan's heart. Wonderful. Truly incredibly wonderful. At this moment, Lin Yuan held no more confusion. The spacetime anomalies that were once beyond his understanding were now thoroughly grasped. It was as though within the domain of spacetime, Lin Yuan possessed omniscience. No, that's not right. Lin Yuan quickly regained his composure. His so-called omniscience was merely an illusion, a misconception born from the influx of information due to a significant leap in understanding. In actuality, upon careful consideration, Lin Yuan realized that he was still beset with countless doubts, such as the deeper elucidations on the seventh realm of spacetime within the secret skill Milky Way, and the descriptions of the eighth realm, all of which posed complex challenges to Lin Yuan. "I'll take it slowly." Lin Yuan quickly calmed himself. Those dozens of scouting methods just now, originating from the deepest depths of the Demon Abyss, could they be from that ancestor of the Demon Abyss? Lin Yuan thought inwardly. With his current insights into spacetime, he could naturally perceive the surveillance from other second-layer beings, and was even capable of counter-surveillance and locking on targets. I killed 6 Emperor of demonic beings, probably alarming the ancestor of the Demon Abyss. Lin Yuan thought nonchalantly without the slightest apprehension. When he initially arrived in the Immortal Realm, towards the ancestor of the Demon Abyss, towards the ancestor of the Immortal Path, Lin Yuan maintained utmost gravity, as they potentially posed a threat to suppress him. SE the novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But now? The fact that the ancestor of the Demon Abyss used dozens of scouting methods without being able to locate Lin Yuan's true form said it all. To have the demons voluntarily retreat to the Demon Abyss? Quite cautious indeed. Lin Yuan saw through the 33 immortal domains with a glance, and shook his head slightly. They wish to meet with me? Lin Yuan glanced outside the abode. As Yun Jinzi had already conveyed the message of the Immortal City Master, and other Jade Immortals requesting an audience. Upon the throne inside the cave abode, Lin Yuan's form appeared out of thin air, and he slowly sat down. The Kangwu Immortal City Master and other high-ranking dignitaries stood respectfully below. "We are deeply grateful for your assistance, my lord. Without you, the myriad immortals of Kangwu Immortal City." The Kangwu Immortal City Master immediately said with respect. It was but a casual effort. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. striking at those 6 emperor of demonic beings was solely because they disturbed his seclusion. And the other demonic beings from various immortal domains that withdrew on their own volition. The Kangwu Immortal City Master cautiously probed. The retreat of all demonic beings had something to do with Lin Yuan, though it was merely speculation. That was the intention of the ancestor of the demon abyss, Lin Yuan said. This was the truth. While Lin Yuan's power could easily crush demonic beings, including the emperor of demonic beings, he did not have the authority to command them. Only the ancestor of the demon abyss had the power to orchestrate such a unified retreat of all demonic beings back to the demon abyss. The intention of the ancestor of the demon abyss. The immortal city master swallowed hard. Although Lin Yuan did not explicitly say it, by referring to the ancestor of the demon abyss, his tone suggested a kind of parody. Right. Lin Yuan looked down at the petrified top-tier jade immortals and suddenly said, "Do me the favor of spreading the word that from today onwards, all who practice martial Tao are under my lineage." The main reason Lin Yuan met with the immortal city master and others was precisely for this matter. For the evolutionary pathway of martial Tao to spread thoroughly across the 33 realms of the immortal realm, it is necessary to make the immortals aware of Lin Yuan's methods. Having the Kangwu Immortal City Master and other top-tier Jade Immortals disseminate this information is most efficient. At least within the Xiantian Immortal Domain, the spread of the evolutionary pathway of martial Tao would encounter no obstacles. Having stepped into the 7th realm of space-time, Lin Yuan had no more apprehensions in this immortal realm, and naturally sought to spread the pathway of martial Tao. The 33 realms of the immortal realm are vast and boundless. Should martial Tao spread here, it shall greatly aid Lin Yuan in his ultimate ascent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 916 I am the ancestor of martial arts. Please subscribe. Centuries ago, Lin Yuan had already arranged for the Taiyin primordial spirit to propagate the martial Tao in secret. Of course, this propagation was done clandestinely, with the Taiyin primordial spirit merely facilitating when opportune. However, under the overwhelming dominance of the immortal cultivation system, the propagation of the martial Tao evolutionary paths was actually unaffected. After all, with the ancestor of the immortal path leading the way, sentient beings with the means would definitely prioritize the immortal path. As for martial Tao, Lin Yuan hid in the shadows, and without enough high-level powerhouses to oversee the martial Tao cultivation system, despite its infinite potential, it was not the first choice. Merely relying on a few centuries of accumulation, the propagation of martial Tao is still too slow. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself, being invincible oneself is not the same as spreading one's own cultivation system. Unless Lin Yuan could stay in the immortal realm permanently, keeping an eye on its development, the growth trend of martial Tao might be suppressed at any time once he leaves. In the boundless void, martial Tao was able to spread so rapidly entirely because of the tens of thousands of years of accumulation in Tianqing world. The immortal realm? The vastness of the immortal realm far exceeds that of the boundless void. Before Lin Yuan's arrival to the immortal realm, there wasn't even martial Tao. Wanting to develop martial Tao from scratch not only requires effort, but also a considerable amount of time to settle. After all, not every cultivator is like Lin Yuan. Even if there are martial Tao talents who are exceptionally brilliant, it would still take generations before they could aspire to climb the peak of martial Tao. Actually, in the immortal realm, there isn't a complete lack of a martial Tao foundation. A thought suddenly struck in Lin Yuan's mind as he looked in a certain direction. That place was one of the 3,330 lower worlds beneath the immortal realm, which is where the spirit realm is located. Lin Yuan had finished his 8th traversal, essentially allowing martial Tao to take root and sprout in the spirit realm, leaving behind many contingencies to ensure the smooth development of martial Tao. The foundation of martial Tao in the spirit realm originated from the lower world of the central divine China world, where the Dao immortal sect struck a deal with Lin Yuan, protecting the weak period of martial Tao. Thereafter, cultivators of the martial Tao from the central divine China world continuously ascended to the spirit realm through the Dao immortal sect's ascension platform. joining the Dao Immortal Sect's ranks. Until Lin Yuan's 8th traversal, when he descended into the spirit realm, the cultivators of martial Tao had already established an influence called martial temple, calculating based on the flow of time between the spirit realm and the main universe. From the end of Lin Yuan's 8th traversal till now, 1,000,000 years should have passed in the spirit realm. Now in the spirit realm, martial Tao seems to be developing quite well. Lin Yuan's gaze pierced through layers of space-time, and he briefly surveyed the spirit realm. In fact, even without relying on the 7th realm of space-time to observe, Lin Yuan could feel the vigorous development of the martial Tao evolutionary path in the spirit realm. As the ancestor of martial arts, Lin Yuan could sense the flickering starlight of martial Tao cultivators, no matter how distant they might be. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Currently, in the spirit realm, over 50% of the areas are covered by this flickering starlight. That is to say, in the spirit realm, the martial Tao cultivation system has grown into a colossal entity, even capable of suppressing the immortal cultivation system. It seems Li Qing and the others are doing well. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, even though he had forcefully cultivated his disciple, Li Qing, to the 8th layer of martial Tao before the end of his 8th traversal. But the 8th layer of martial Tao is merely equivalent to the transcendence tribulation stage. And there is no shortage of practitioners at this level in the spirit realm. Even though Lin Yuan's lingering power still exists, over the long term, it still depends on Li Qing and the others to maintain control. If we can lead the martial Tao cultivators from the spirit realm up here, it could reduce the difficulty of spreading martial Tao in the immortal realm. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Any endeavor is most difficult when it starts from nothing. With Lin Yuan's Taiyuan primordial spirit covertly facilitating for centuries, the cultivators of the martial Tao cultivation system totaled only in the hundreds of thousands, with the strongest among them merely at the 6th stage martial Tao. And in the spirit realm, after 1,000,000 years of development, there are more than 1,000 cultivators at the 8th layer of martial Tao, with countless more at the 7th and 6th stages of martial Tao. With my current understanding of space and time, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yuan carefully observed for a while and nodded subtly. In actuality, there is a way to travel from the spirit realm to the immortal realm. That is to ascend to the 9th layer of heaven in the spirit realm, and then fly upwards from there. With some luck, one might enter the immortal realm. However, due to Lin Yuan's presence, the strongest life forms in the spirit realm became unprecedentedly powerful, and future generations, whether immortal or martial Tao cultivators, could only make it through the 8th layer and be absolutely crushed when facing the Lin Yuan presiding over the 9th layer. This meant that for 1,000,000 years, no being from the spirit realm has reached the immortal realm. Let's begin. Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly, and he sent out a thread of spiritual will, breaking away from the immortal realm and continuously falling, eventually merging with the spirit realm. Ancestral masters could roam beyond the immortal realm, and both the spirit realms and the central divine continent's immortal cultivation systems originated from the ancestral master's teachings. Although Lin Yuan had not reached the level of an ancestral master, his insights into the 7th realm of spacetime allowed him to achieve a similar effect, and even exceed the ancestral master in certain aspects. Spirit realm. 8th layer of heaven. Li Qing sat solemnly at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Even 1,000,000 years later, I am still far inferior to my teacher from back then. Li Qing looked towards the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. After 1,000,000 years, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of martial Tao, perfecting many of the secret techniques left by Lin Yuan. Thus, Li Qing's power had become the strongest in the spirit realm, surpassing even the ancient transcendence tribulation beings from previous eras. But the greater her strength, the more Li Qing felt the gap between herself and her teacher. With her power levels, she was already capable of breaking through the 8th layer to the 9th. However, when facing the 9th layer, which bore the imprint of Lin Yuan, she was still completely overwhelmed. I wonder how teacher is doing now. How is life in the immortal realm? Li Qing couldn't help but feel nostalgic about Lin Yuan. She was a disciple that Lin Yuan took in when he was in the central divine China world, and her reverence for Lin Yuan was the deepest. Just as Li Qing's thoughts were spreading, fluctuations of space-time spread like ripples, and a towering figure seemed to traverse boundless space-time, arriving at the 8th layer of heaven. An instinctive awe surged in Li Qing's heart, and she stared blankly at the towering figure, her eyes involuntarily welling up with tears. Teacher. To actually still feel a rejection towards me. Lin Yuan's sliver of soul consciousness descended upon the spirit realm, and faintly felt the fear of the entire world. But it was only fear. Even if it were just a sliver of soul consciousness, if Lin Yuan wished, he could easily destroy the entire spirit realm. He could, with his mastery over time-space alone, create a space-time storm unprecedented in the spirit realm. This would lead the entire world to enter its collapse, stepping into the final stage of destruction. In comparison, the current spirit realm appeared far too fragile to Lin Yuan's present self. Perhaps sensing the level of Lin Yuan, the spirit realm's instinctive consciousness could only feel fear. What's wrong? You don't recognize me anymore? Lin Yuan's gaze shifted. Looking towards the trembling Li Qing, he smiled lightly and said, Teacher, have you really come back? Li Qing suddenly came to her senses. Just now she nearly thought she was dreaming. Since ancient times, as the spirit realm has gone through epochs, aside from that ancestral master of a mortal realm at the birth of the world, there has never been a strong being who reached the 9th layer of heaven, and then returned to the spirit realm. After a moment, Li Qing finally forced herself to accept the reality that the towering figure before her was indeed her teacher. You've worked hard these years, Lin Yuan said to Li Qing with slight approval. The development of martial Tao in the spirit realm to this state today must have required Li Qing to put in massive effort. Teacher, this descent of yours, are you planning to? Li Qing steadied her spirit and couldn't help asking. Having seen Lin Yuan again, Li Qing was extremely excited, and she asked the question, eager to serve her teacher once again. Nothing much. I plan to bring all of you to the immortal realm. Lin Yuan said with a faint smile. This was also the purpose of his return to the spirit realm. To utilize the many cultivators of martial Tao in the spirit realm to spread and develop martial Tao in the immortal realm. To the immortal realm? Us. Li Qing was somewhat dumbfounded. Since ancient times it had never been heard that one could be brought to the immortal realm. In Li Qing's understanding, to go to the immortal realm, one must ascend to the 9th layer of heaven, which has always been the case since the birth of the spirit realm. All the ancient beings at the Transcendence Tribulation stage did so as well. And now Lin Yuan was saying he would take her up there? And them? It sounded like it wasn't just one person. You go down and get ready. Within the spirit realm, all cultivators of 6th stage martial Tao can enter the immortal realm. Lin Yuan said. The cultivation environment in the immortal realm far surpasses that of the spirit realm. Cultivators of martial Tao entering the immortal realm will have a higher ceiling. All 6th stage martial Tao. Li Qing was taken aback. The martial Tao in the spirit realm was flourishing. How many 6th stage cultivators were there? All of them could enter the immortal realm? In the depths of the demon abyss. The ancestor of the demon abyss ordered all demons to retreat back into the abyss, and did not give up on monitoring the immortal realm. Due to the presence of Lin Yuan, the ancestor of the demon abyss had almost revived his entire consciousness. He was constantly observing the immortal realm, especially the slightest changes in the Xiantian immortal domain. A fluctuation in the space-time passage? That being has opened a space-time passage between the immortal realm and the lower realm? The ancestor of the demon abyss felt a slight movement in his heart. He could not lock onto Lin Yuan's specific coordinates, but he was extremely sensitive to fluctuations in space-time. Such a stable space-time passage. The ancestor of the demon abyss was astonished. With his ancestral master-level strength, he could project his presence to the lower realm, and could even forcibly bring lives from the lower realm to the immortal realm. But to open a stable space-time passage like Lin Yuan, completely spanning the lower realm and the immortal realm, one needed to counteract the immortal realm's repairing force. The requirement for understanding of space-time was unimaginably high. Which lower realm space-time passage is this exactly? The ancestor of the demon abyss observed carefully, beginning to investigate, as the invisible demon abyss power began to converge subtly. Suddenly, at this moment, The ancestor of the demon abyss expression changed. Not far from him, the power of spacetime coalesced, forming a young male figure. This young man effortlessly crossed the many barriers of the demon abyss, materializing an avatar here. Smiling at the ancestor of the demon abyss, he spoke. Ancestor of the demon abyss? Who might you be? The ancestor of the demon abyss expression was solemn, as if facing a great adversary, clearly aware that this young man's avatar was the being he had been observing. The young man said with a smile, I am the ancestor of martial arts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 917 Lin Yuan and the ancestor of the demon abyss. Please subscribe. After Lin Yuan's comprehension of the space-time domain entered the seventh realm, as long as he was within the range of space-time he could sense, he could materialize an incarnation at any location. The sixth realm of space-time allowed Lin Yuan's thoughts to travel instantaneously. Here, instantaneously still requires time, albeit exceedingly brief. But the seventh realm of space-time allows Lin Yuan to descend synchronously. There is no doubt that this is much stronger than the sixth realm of space-time, which requires crossing an actual distance. There may be obstructions along the way, such as certain perilous space-time terrains that cannot be crossed by space-time travel. In contrast, the seventh realm of space-time is different. No matter how many perilous labyrinths separate the locations, as long as they are still within the range of space-time Lin Yuan can sense, he can descend directly. The range of space-time Lin Yuan can now sense is roughly equivalent to the size of dozens of immortal realms. The immortal realm is vast and boundless, equivalent to 1% of the main universe's territory. Dozens of immortal realms. That's already equivalent to a good part of the main universe. In other words, if he returns to the main universe, Lin Yuan can appear at any place within most of the territories of the main universe with just a thought. Even if using the two primordial spirits as reference points, sitting in key nodes of the main universe, he could appear instantaneously within all locations of the main universe. The only downside is that the one descending is merely an incarnation. But with Lin Yuan's current level of rule comprehension and strength of spirit and will, even if it's just an incarnation, the battle power exhibited can far surpass the emperor of demonic beings. And when necessary, the true self, the original being, can descend using the incarnation as coordinates. Just now Lin Yuan was guiding the numerous martial Tao cultivators of the spirit realm through the space-time passage, leading them to the immortal realm, when he perceived the master of the abyss scrutiny. Therefore, he simply came to meet face-to-face with the ancestor of the demon abyss. Actually, even without the ancestor of the demon abyss scrutiny, Lin Yuan also intended to meet this ruler of the demon abyss, an existence of the 12th layer. Ancestor of martial arts? The ancestor of the demon abyss looked solemn. He observed Lin Yuan carefully, realizing that the person before him seemed not to be in this space-time. But talking to him was merely an image, a projection. I have never heard of you, the ancestor of the demon abyss said with a tone of confusion. Although he spent most of his time in slumber, given Lin Yuan's strength he must have left traces in the distant past. But in reality, the ancestor of the demon abyss had never heard the name ancestor of martial arts. It doesn't matter if you have not heard of it now, just remember it in the future, Lin Yuan said. Actually, for the past several centuries, under the promotion of the Taiyin primordial spirit, the martial Tao has also been spreading. But the noise was too faint, and most forces in the Xiantian immortal domain hadn't even heard of it, let alone the exalted ancestor of the demon abyss. Hearing this, the ancestor of the demon abyss fell silent for a moment, then asked, I wonder what the ancestor of martial arts is here for? Indeed, there are two matters. Lin Yuan nodded as he spoke. This was also the main purpose of his descent to meet the ancestor of the demon abyss. SAR the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Please speak. The ancestor of the demon abyss looked at Lin Yuan. At his level, no one has ever dared to make demands of him. But the mastery of spacetime revealed by Lin Yuan placed great pressure on the ancestor of the demon abyss. Since I am the ancestor of martial arts, I naturally follow the path of the martial Tao, and have trained a few disciples who will walk in the immortal realm in the future. Lin Yuan sighed. I hoped the ancestor of the demon abyss would not strike at my weak disciples, nor take the initiative to suppress and destroy the martial Tao cultivation system. For the martial Tao cultivation system to last in the immortal realm, besides the need for foundational dissemination, even more critical is the attitude of a 12th layer existence like the ancestor of the demon abyss. If the ancestor of the demon abyss despises the martial Tao cultivation system, even if one day it spreads throughout the 33 domains of the immortal realm, it would still be condemned to destruction. Naturally, this is under the premise that Lin Yuan does not intervene. Martial Tao cultivation system. The ancestor of the demon abyss had a deep gaze, pondering for a long time before saying, I will not make a move. With his status and strength, even if Lin Yuan didn't say so, he wouldn't deign to strike at the weak. In the past, all the battles between immortals and demons were caused by the creatures the ancestor of the demon abyss casually created. As for the ancestor of the demon abyss himself, he had never taken action. The other matter, Lin Yuan smiled slightly and continued, I have heard that the origin of the immortal realm contains the realm's most fundamental rules manifest, so I plan to visit the origin of the immortal realm. As soon as these words came out, the ancestor of the demon abyss narrowed his eyes. I don't understand the meaning of the ancestor of martial arts. The origin of the immortal realm is not the demon abyss. The ancestor of the demon abyss message was clear. The origin of the immortal realm belongs to the ancestor of the immortal path. Lin Yuan should inquire with the ancestor of the immortal path. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan laughed and said, all the immortals in the immortal realm, as well as the demonic beings from the demon abyss, believe that the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss are opposed, and the wars between immortals and demons stem from that. But shouldn't the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss share the same consciousness? Asking you would be no different from asking the ancestor of the immortal path, right? Lin Yuan looked at the ancestor of the demon abyss. It must be said that there are significant differences between the ancestor of the demon abyss and the ancestor of the immortal path. Even among the 12-layer ultimates in the main universe, not everyone could discern that the two are essentially one. Lin Yuan was also only able to determine this after his comprehension of spacetime reached the 7th realm. Through the subtle hints within the spacetime domain, and the spacetime structure of the immortal realm and the demon abyss, that the so-called immortal realm has, from the beginning to end, only one ultimate existence. As for the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss, they are simply two sides of the same coin. You actually saw through it. The face of the ancestor of the demon abyss showed no expression. Now that Lin Yuan had made it so clear, there was no need for him to continue the pretense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 918 Lin Yuan, and the ancestor of the demon abyss. Please subscribe. _2-inch luck. Lin Yuan said with a smile. In fact, even if he hadn't entered the 7th realm of spacetime, Lin Yuan was already suspicious of the ancestor of the demon abyss and the ancestor of the immortal path, these two ultimate beings. Unlike the beings of the immortal realm, Lin Yuan came from the main universe where many supremes resided. He knew how incredibly difficult it was to give birth to a 12th-layer life. Yet in the immortal realm, there were two 12th-layer ultimate existences. If it was just that, Lin Yuan wouldn't give it much thought, as the immortal realm was more than capable of accommodating two 12th-layer supremes. But these two 12th-layer beings treaded completely opposite paths. It wasn't just that they were completely opposite, but their followers, the immortals and the demons, had a sort of complementary meaning to each other. All demons eagerly devour the flesh and blood of immortals. Yet immortals could also consume demonic qi. But due to the highly corrosive nature of demonic qi, when immortals consume demons, they could easily be demonized. However, the fact that immortals and demons can complement each other is already enough to trigger many associations in Lin Yuan's mind. Demons originate from the ancestor of the demon abyss, while the immortals walk the cultivation path handed down by the ancestor of the immortal path. The fact that demons and immortals can complement each other implies that the ancestor of the demon abyss and the ancestor of the immortal path have a complementary relationship too. Are 12th layer beings unique to their respective evolutionary paths? Complementary? There's only one possibility, that these two 12th layer beings have a profound connection, or they might even be the same person. If you want to enter the primordial lands, you have to agree to one of my conditions, said the ancestor of the demon abyss, looking at Lin Yuan. What condition? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If not absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would rather not fall out with the ancestor of the demon abyss. After all, Lin Yuan's stay in this world was limited. Unless he could eliminate the ancestor of the demon abyss once and for all, he'd rather opt for a peaceful coexistence if possible. I can sense that you haven't entered the Dao ancestor realm, the ancestor of the demon abyss said. Not a Dao ancestor, yet possessing such insight into space and time. Therefore I wish to spar with you. Spar. Lin Yuan nodded. No problem. The ancestor of the demon abyss probably wanted to spar with him to figure out exactly what form Lin Yuan existed in. Just by feeling and observing, the ancestor of the demon abyss couldn't pinpoint Lin Yuan's exact location, but to directly make a move would probably mean a complete fallout with Lin Yuan. So he wanted to use sparring as a form of probing. Lin Yuan was pretty eager for that as well. Up to now, he hadn't had the chance to cross hands with a 12th layer ultimate being. In a super large-scale battlefield, Lin Yuan swept through his foes, but those he faced were 11th layer powerhouses armed with 12th layer weapons. As for 12th layer powerhouses themselves, he had only had a momentary contact with the myriad transformation queen of the insect race, but was immediately isolated by the Xianyuan Supreme. Where do you plan on sparring? Asked the ancestor of the demon abyss. Since this was the territory of the ancestor of the demon abyss, in the demon abyss his strength would be greatly enhanced, hence the question. If it's a sparring match, it means they aren't enemies, and it should be as fair as possible. If it were an enemy, naturally the ancestor of the demon abyss would not give up any advantage, nor show any signs of concession. Right here, Lin Yuan said after glancing around. Are you sure? Asked the ancestor of the demon abyss. To spar in his own territory, does this ancestor of martial arts have such confidence? Sure, Lin Yuan said with a smile. The ancestor of the demon abyss might be a 12th layer ultimate, but he had no idea about the height of the 7th realm of time-space. It was also normal, while the immortal realm just barely kept up with the main universe. Beyond the main universe was the chaos void, where many 12th layer sovereigns and even 12th layer chaos realm powerhouses existed. Their understanding of realms far surpassed that of the ancestor of the demon abyss. If it were a 12th layer path splitting realm powerhouse from the chaos void, upon discovering that Lin Yuan's comprehension of time-space reached the 7th realm, they wouldn't entertain the notion of sparring at all. In the center of the demon abyss, in an immense open space, Lin Yuan and the ancestor of the demon abyss stood opposite each other from a distance. You make the first move. As long as you can land an attack on me, you win. Lin Yuan looked at the ancestor of the demon abyss with a smile. The ancestor of the demon abyss form shrank to around 10 meters, emanating a pitch-black and profound aura, constantly devouring the demonic chi from all directions like a black hole. Does the ancestor of martial arts truly believe that I can't touch him at all? The ancestor of the demon abyss gazed at Lin Yuan, and thought to himself, yes. He indeed could not pinpoint Lin Yuan's exact spatial coordinates. But being unable to lock onto the exact coordinates did not mean he couldn't attack. It was like a complex ant colony. People outside indeed couldn't lock onto the position of a single ant inside. They have no idea where that ant is within the ant nest. But to deal with this ant, one need not necessarily find out its location. One only needs to completely destroy the nest, and naturally, the ant within will surely die. The ancestor of the demon abyss harbored such thoughts, and since he couldn't locate Lin Yuan, he might as well destroy all the spacetime that he could sense. Be careful, Your Excellency. The ancestor of the demon abyss raised his hand. The demonic chi surged overwhelmingly, and instantly, a vast expanse of spacetime collapsed. As an existence of the 12th layer, Every single action of the ancestor of the demon abyss could affect the surrounding space-time. Like a fish in water, any flick of its tail could stir up ripples. Whoosh! The terrifying space-time vibrations dispersed in all directions in an instant. Lin Yuan, as the target of the vibrations, was also engulfed, covered entirely by the endless demonic qi. Lin Yuan stood still, as all the demonic qi passed through him as if it went through a void, immediately surging towards the back. After the demonic qi swept over, Lin Yuan was still standing there. If not for the vibrating space-time around him, it was as if nothing had happened. It didn't have any effect at all. The ancestor of the demon abyss felt pressured. The blow he had just struck was only a probe, but it was specifically targeted at the breadth of the space-time dimensions. In the view of the ancestor of the demon abyss, even if he couldn't inconvenience Lin Yuan, at the very least, it should have had some slight impact, such as lifting a corner of Lin Yuan's robes. But now it seems that blow he struck was probably immensely far from Lin Yuan's true position. That move wasn't too shabby, Lin Yuan nodded and commented. Directly facing an attack from a 12th-layer ultimate being, even for Lin Yuan, was a rare experience. The 7th realm of space-time kept Lin Yuan in an absolutely safe state, which allowed him to observe the ancestor of the demon abyss earlier move more carefully. Not too shabby. The ancestor of the demon abyss took a deep breath, and immediately the entire demon abyss began to contract. Then take a look at this move. Boom. In all directions. Up, down, left, and right. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Countless layers of space-time seemed to solidify. Lin Yuan appeared as if he were an insect trapped in amber, followed by a series of fine cracks at the edge of space-time. The cracks rapidly spread, expanded, and split, in an instant enveloping everything before them. The next moment, the surrounding space-time shattered like broken glass, and vast swathes of dark space-time rifts emerged, a scene from outside the immortal realm. With this strike, the ancestor of the demon abyss had torn through all the spatial layers of the immortal realm, creating a huge breach that connected to the world beyond the immortal realm. The ancestor of the demon abyss looked again towards Lin Yuan's previous location, only to find Lin Yuan still standing there, unaffected by the destructive aura of the shattered space-time around him. This scene deeply startled the ancestor of the demon abyss. I have completely penetrated the space-time of the immortal realm, yet still no impact on the ancestor of martial arts? The ancestor of the demon abyss confirmed one thing immediately. The space-time where the ancestor of martial arts resides seems to have transcended the immortal realm, and even the destruction of the immortal realm cannot restrain him. This move of the ancestor of the demon abyss, while much stronger than the previous one, Lin Yuan promptly spoke up with praise. You're getting closer to me now. Would the ancestor of the demon abyss care to keep trying? In fact, this move of the ancestor of the demon abyss was still a long distance away from Lin Yuan's specific spatio-temporal location, but it's always good to encourage the ancestor of the demon abyss. There's no need. Indeed, I cannot touch the ancestor of martial arts. The ancestor of the demon abyss fell silent for a moment, before immediately speaking out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 919 Resurrection. Please subscribe. No more sparring? Lin Yuan asked. There's no need to continue sparring. The ancestor of the demon abyss replied. In fact, the ancestor of the demon abyss had stronger trump cards and killing moves that he had not yet used. Even the ancestor of the immortal path in the origin of the immortal realm had not yet made a move. But through these two probing attacks, the ancestor of the demon abyss had confirmed that he could not only fail to lock onto Lin Yuan's location in spacetime, even the attacks he launched were unable to touch or affect Lin Yuan. Therefore, continuing to spar was meaningless. It was completely one-sided output from the ancestor of the demon abyss. Then may I enter the origin of the immortal realm to have a look? Lin Yuan continued to ask. Of course you may. The corners of the ancestor of the demon abyss mouth twitched slightly. Based on the outcome of his sparring with Lin Yuan, even if he disagreed, it would be of no use. Lin Yuan could enter the origin regardless of his permission. Lin Yuan's arrival to the Demon Abyss and his encounter with the ancestor of the Demon Abyss, who couldn't do anything to him, was all done without a sound. Similarly, he could enter the origin of the immortal realm just as quietly, and even before the ancestor of the immortal path, he would be helpless. Then thank you very much. Lin Yuan nodded. Although he could directly enter the origin of the immortal realm, it was always proper to greet the host. I will take my leave now. If there's anything, just contact me directly. After Lin Yuan spoke, his figure directly dissipated, for it was merely an avatar he had sent here. When the will of his mind dissipated, the avatar naturally vanished. Ancestor of martial arts. After Lin Yuan left, the ancestor of the Demon Abyss stood for a long time before he sighed and disappeared as well. The sparring between the ancestor of the Demon Abyss and Lin Yuan caused a profound impact in the Demon Abyss, leaving countless demonic beings and their emperors in fear and unrest. Since their creation, they had never felt the Father God exert such force, stirring up spatial temporal fluctuations that affected the entire Demon Abyss. Xiantian Immortal Domain. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 12th layer strength. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the 2 strikes unleashed by the ancestor of the Demon Abyss just now. Although in terms of space-time, Lin Yuan was superior to the ancestor of the Demon Abyss, making him innately invincible, it was still just invincibility. If he were to resist head-on, not to mention it was just an avatar, even his true form, the true form from the main universe, would not be able to withstand it. There's still a considerable gap between me and the direct combat power of the 12th layer. Lin Yuan evaluated himself and concluded. He was only able to survive before the ultimate fighters of the 12th layer, not meaning he could contend against the ultimate 12th layer. But compared to those 12th layer powerhouses in the main universe, could the ancestor of the Demon Abyss be considered somewhat weaker? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even within the 12th layer, there are differences in strength. It's not just about the 3 big stages: path splitting, domination, and chaos. Even within the path splitting realm alone, there is a large gap, and those at the peak of the path splitting 12th layer can safely endure the tribulations of the universe's destruction. The ordinary path splitting 12th layer beings, when facing the tribulations of the universe's destruction, would have to accept a great demise. It is understandable for the ancestor of the Demon Abyss to be weaker than the 12th layer powerhouses of the main universe. After all, those 12th layer powerhouses from the main universe occasionally spar with each other, competing, and might even receive higher teachings from outside the universe. But the ancestor of the Demon Abyss? Being 2 sides of the same coin with the ancestor of the immortal path, before Lin Yuan descended into the immortal realm, had already been invincible for countless years, losing the drive that comes with having enemies and naturally halting in strength advancement. However, even the weakest of the 12th layer is still ultimate, and Lin Yuan, who has realized the 7th realm of space-time, could only survive before them. The space-time passage is completely formed now. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking at the space-time passage in front of him. This was a passage forcibly established between the immortal realm and the spirit realm based on Lin Yuan's insight into the 7th realm of space-time, condensing space-time. Such a feat could only be achieved by Lin Yuan. Even the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the Demon Abyss could at most bring a few lives into the immortal realm. As for creating a stable space-time passage, almost impossible. Before long, faint figures began to appear within the space-time passage before Lin Yuan. Is this the immortal realm? Li Qing stepped through the lengthy space-time passage, and upon entering the immortal realm, she was immersed in the rich immortal qi and the extremely complete Tao rules. For a moment, she was lost in astonishment. In her life, Li Qing actually had a day where she entered the immortal realm? Ancestor of martial arts. Greetings to the ancestor of martial arts. Greetings to the ancestor of martial arts. Behind Li Qing, Shan Yang, Nie Yun, and the rest of the 8th layer martial Tao practitioners steadied their spirits. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, who stood not far away with his hands behind his back, they immediately bowed down fervently. As the ancestor of martial arts returned to the spirit realm and opened a passage to the immortal realm, This news had already spread throughout the 3,000 Dao regions of the spirit realm, driving countless cultivators mad with excitement. Leaving aside the prospect of entering the legendary immortal realm, just the mere sight of the ancestor of martial arts, the progenitor originator of martial Tao, was enough to make all cultivators willing to die for the opportunity. Stand up. First, get accustomed to the environment of the immortal realm. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, initiating the 8th traverse. Martial Tao was waning in the spirit realm, supported only by Li Qing, Shanyang, and Nie Yun, the 3 7th-stage martial Tao practitioners. When Lin Yuan first met Shanyang, the latter had planned to take Lin Yuan to visit the 9 heavens. Yes. Venerated martial ancestor rank. Li Qing, Shanyang, Nie Yun, and other cultivators of the 8th layer of martial Tao nodded in extreme excitement. Lin Yuan looked toward the rear, and as Li Qing and the other 2 8th layer martial Tao practitioners completed their journey through the space-time passage, more and more cultivators of martial Tao's 8th layer entered the immortal realm. Among them were Jun Haiqiu, Jun Nangong, and Jun Yunxuan from the Jun family. In the central divine China world, after Lin Yuan's transmigration, he took the identity of Wuji, a 3rd-generation immortal of the morality immortal sect from the Jun family. And at that time, the influence of the Jun family in the morality immortal sect was not insignificant. Spirit realm. Lin Yuan's conjured avatar began to break free from the world's shackles, and arrived outside of the world. Central divine continent. Lin Yuan looked down. The Ling family possessing 1,000,000 subordinate worlds, of which the central divine continent world was one. The distance between the spirit realm and the central divine continent was not far, and the refined void period powerhouses from the central divine continent could ascend to the spirit realm through the ascension platform. This incarnation of Lin Yuan continued to descend and finally merged with the central divine continent. Back again. As Lin Yuan observed his surroundings, he immediately felt an extreme narrowness, as if the entire central divine continent couldn't contain his colossal presence. Whoosh. To integrate as seamlessly as possible with the central divine continent, Lin Yuan's wisp of mental will directly inhabited the body that once belonged to Wuji, which he had specifically reserved. This world. Lin Yuan looked around, the minute details of the central divine continent world falling into his view. The current central divine continent world had become thoroughly dominated by martial Tao. Perhaps it was the influence of his 8th traversal to the spirit realm. The martial Tao cultivators had become the absolute mainstream in the central divine continent world. The River of Time. Lin Yuan's gaze deepened as he looked towards the central divine continent world's River of Time. Lin Yuan had descended to the central divine continent world specifically with the intention of resurrecting people such as Jun Dongjin and Mu Lianer. Although people like Jun Dongjin had ascended to the spirit realm, they were born in the central divine continent world, and their life brands were also in the central divine continent world, so to be resurrected, they had to return to the central divine continent world. Resurrect. Lin Yuan's form became ethereal. He flowed upstream, starting to lock onto the essences of lives that had perished in the past. Resurrection techniques belong to the capabilities of 12th-tier powerhouses, but fundamentally, it was just a mastery of space and time. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Grasping the entire rule of time at the 11th tier. One could also flow upstream and theoretically scoop up fleeting lives from the past, but one would be unable to withstand the backlash from the River of Time. Today, Lin Yuan's life essence was unprecedentedly strong. Resurrecting some 7-tier beings was all too simple. Not to mention the pittance of a backlash from the River of Time. Rustle, rustle. The River of Time rippled. One after another, gray life brands were scooped up, and then brought to the current space-time. I thought I was dead. Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Jilan and others blinked, finding it rather unbelievable, their memories all halting at the final moment of death. Now that they were resurrected, it was as if they had just awoken from sleep. I feel that my lifespan has become immeasurably extended. I could live for at least 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years. Jun Dongjin took a deep breath. He remembered that he didn't have much lifespan left, so how come his lifespan has now surged by 100-fold? Me too. Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan looked at each other. Is this Central Divine Continent? I remember I had already entered the spirit realm through the Ascension platform. Wuji, Mu Lianer suddenly called out excitedly. The family turned their heads and saw Lin Yuan quietly observing, his aura as constrained as possible, otherwise people like Jun Dongjin wouldn't even have the qualification to look at him directly. Don't panic, you have been resurrected by me, Lin Yuan explained with a smile. Next, I will take you to the immortal realm. Resurrecting Jun Dongjin and his family was an effortless matter for Lin Yuan. After all, it was no trouble for him, and it required no price to be paid. Besides Jun Dongjin's family, Lin Yuan resurrected many others, such as the parents of his 8th traversal's spirit realm fleshly form, and so on. Given the strength of Lin Yuan's life essence, even resurrecting 11th tier lives was well within his capability, and reviving many more ordinary lives was just a matter of thought. After resurrection, Lin Yuan slightly infused each resurrected being with some origin source, greatly prolonging their lifespans. Otherwise, lives that died due to the limit of their lifespan, even if pieced back together, would still have to face the issue of lifespan limitation. We've been resurrected. The hearts of Jun Dongjin's family were shaken. They had been to the spirit realm and knew that even for a tribulation stage celestial king, death was final, and the notion of resurrection didn't exist. And yet, Wuji could effortlessly resurrect them? And it wasn't a mere resurrection. Their life essence, the length of their lifespan, had all been significantly elevated? Immortal realm? Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned. Could they really proceed to the immortal realm? Resurrecting long-gone relatives and friends was a task for a negligibly minor incarnation split by Lin Yuan. As for his true body, it remained in closed-door cultivation, comprehending the Tao. Lin Yuan's consciousness immersed in the depths of his mind, gazing towards the towering and grandiose Myriad Realms Gate. Now with the attainment of the 7th realm in space-time comprehension, this was Lin Yuan's first examination of the Myriad Realms Gate. What is this? Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. At this moment, with his space-time insight reaching the 7th realm, he immediately noticed changes in the Myriad Realms Gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 920 The Source World, Seeking Subscriptions. The Myriad Realms Gate stands lofty and majestic at the deepest part of Lin Yuan's mind, as if it has remained unchanged through the ages, eternal and everlasting. Even though it is merely a projection of the true Myriad Realms Gate, it still gives Lin Yuan the illusion of surpassing the 12th layer, even for the likes of Xianhuang and the Moyu Tower Master. In front of this projection, they seem like mere dust. This is not a comparison of physical sizes, but rather from a deeper, more fundamental level. Lin Yuan previously guessed that the Myriad Realms Gate is an object at the level of perfect time beings, based on this scene. Now, Lin Yuan's expression is solemn as he observes the Myriad Realms Gate closely. After his understanding of space-time entered the 7th realm, Lin Yuan's perception of space-time has completely changed from before. Now the Myriad Realms Gate also feels different to Lin Yuan. In fact, it's not the Myriad Realms Gate that has changed. It has always been there and never changed. It's just that Lin Yuan's realm has improved, allowing him to see more of the Myriad Realms Gate's fundamental information, making him feel as if the gate itself has changed. New world coordinates have appeared? Lin Yuan thought to himself as dozens of world coordinates faintly emerged deep within the Myriad Realms Gate. To be precise, there are 33 world coordinates. These 33 world coordinates, as if they had been engraved in the Myriad Realms Gate long ago, are only now perceived by Lin Yuan. 33 worlds. Lin Yuan observed carefully, and soon received information about these 33 worlds. Search * The Nellfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. These 33 worlds, are they all source worlds? 33 source worlds? Lin Yuan looks pensive. The information about these 33 source worlds is scant, likely because his realm is still insufficient to perceive more information. Source worlds. What level of worlds are those? Lin Yuan is quite curious. The world coordinates that are imprinted in the deepest parts of the Myriad Realms Gate are obviously not simple. At least neither the main universe nor the Chaos Void has the capability to imprint their own coordinates there. However, this is good news for me. A smile appears on Lin Yuan's face. At his current level, just one step away from the 12th layer, his options for worlds to traverse and descend upon are very few. In the heavens and myriad realms, among the endless dimensional planes, countless worlds exist, but the absolute majority are lower and middle-level worlds. High-level worlds like the Immortal Realm and the main universe are extremely rare. If he traverses through the Myriad Realms Gate and descends into a lower-level world, Lin Yuan would feel very uncomfortable. The restrictions of a lower-level world are significant, and Lin Yuan might not even be able to grow to the level of condensing physical body divine abilities. Moreover, since physical body divine abilities originate from bloodlines, the bloodlines of a lower-level world, even if they could condense physical body divine abilities, would probably not compare to top-tier ones such as Tier Heaven or World. This is also the reason why Lin Yuan has not undertaken a large number of blind random traversals. 100 or 1,000 random traversals might not benefit Lin Yuan as much as one high-quality traversal. Therefore, after the 11th traversal was completed, to embark on the next traversal, Lin Yuan had to opt for a customized traversal. But customized traversals consume too much world-breaking origin force, starting at 100 strands. Along with Lin Yuan's increasing demands in customization, the consumption of world-breaking origin force would skyrocket, and eventually, customizing a world that satisfies Lin Yuan might cost 1,000 or several thousand strands of world-breaking origin force. These 33 source worlds? At least in terms of level, they would not be lower than the main universe. Lin Yuan traversing and descending among them would certainly not face any suppression. The operation of rules differs between different world dimensions. Staying in one world dimension for a long time, one would only sense that dimension's operation of rules. The operation of rules in worlds of the same level, but different dimensions is markedly different. Prolonged contemplation undeniably aids in cultivation. This is also why those close to perfect time beings explore other dimensional spaces, not only to discover the unknown, but also to experience the operation of rules in different dimensional spaces. Maybe they'll impact their own cultivation path and subsequently achieve a breakthrough. If this journey to the immortal realm doesn't lead to an understanding of the chaos rule, I can try out these source world coordinates, Lin Yuan thinks to himself. Even now, Lin Yuan isn't certain if he can comprehend the chaos rule. Comprehending the chaos rule at the 11th layer is exceedingly difficult. If it weren't confirmed that the chaos rule is of great help in breaking through to the ultimate level, Lin Yuan wouldn't bother with such an unrewarding task. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, as long as he can step into the 12th layer, even just into the path-splitting realm, the difficulty of comprehending the chaos rule would be greatly reduced. 33 source worlds. Lin Yuan ponders, most of his attention on observing the 33 new source world coordinates deep within the Myriad Realms Gate. Out of the 33 coordinates, Lin Yuan can only clearly see the first 3. The remaining 30? They are incredibly vague, and he can only confirm they are world coordinates. Lin Yuan delegates a wisp of consciousness, through the formidable power of the Myriad Realms Gate, to probe the source world corresponding to the first world coordinate. Humming noises. Lin Yuan's strand of consciousness, as if it has traveled through a long space-time passage, finally arrives at a supreme space. What comes into view is a continent that fills the heavens and the earth. A continent that is so vast. Beyond the continent, there are countless meteorite worlds suspended in space. In Lin Yuan's vision, even the smallest meteorite floating on the outskirts of the continent has a vastness that rivals the main universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.